cord that gathered his hair into a ponytail. I'd been here for, as nearly as I can determine, 7 years, and no one has found me yet. His laugh came warm and natural, not tinged with the sort of madness Corrin had heard in Derricote's laugh. There's always tomorrow. Right. Corrin sighed and looked around the small chamber. Erlor's acquainted me with one rule. Are there others? We do what we're told, when we're told to do it. Rations are not great, but are not starvation fare either. Produce is seasonal, but not so peculiar as to let us pinpoint where we are. I think there's an agro-combine maintained to supply us, though none of us down here ever see it. We assume there are lower-grade prisoners who are used to maintain it, but we're in the deepest level, which has the highest security. At least, that's where we think we are. Could be there's something more stringent, but I've not seen it. What do they have us do? Hard labor, make work. The old man sighed. Big rocks are made into little rocks. Little rocks are made into gravel, and gravel is moved from one point to another. It is painfully and mind-numbingly boring, designed to crush hope and make the days meld one into another. It drives some of the men insane. Corrin lowered his voice. Anyone ever escape? Not quite that insane, son. No one has tried? Few have tried. No one has made it. To your knowledge. Jan's mouth opened, then he shut it and nodded. To my knowledge, you are correct. At any rate, no one has made it since I've been here. Corrin frowned. Those who have tried, they get brought back here? Parts of them, anyway. The old man pointed vaguely off, deeper into the caverns. The imps have a chamber where they keep the skulls and other relics of their dead. We smuggle ours into the mines where we work and bury them. So escape is impossible? Jan winked at him as he dropped his voice into a conspiratorial whisper. I never said impossible. I just said it hadn't been done successfully. Corrin laughed quietly. I'm with Rogue Squadron. Impossible is our stock and trade, and success is what we deliver. Jan slapped him on the shoulder. Now I'm thinking it's a pity I didn't know your grandfather. With a grandson like you, I'm sure we would have gotten along famously. I have a feeling you're right, sir. Corrin nodded solemnly, and being his grandson, I'm going to do everything I can to get out of and off of this rock. The old man smiled. From the moment I saw you, Cornhorn, I somehow expected nothing less. 18. Wedge felt more trapped by wearing a dress uniform and being in the witness box than he ever had in action against the Empire. He didn't see Hala Edik as a simulacrum of Isan Isard or an enemy warrior with whom he would be doing combat. The pleasant expression on her face belied either of those descriptions. Moreover, Wedge knew he had entered her arena. For him to think about defeating her here was as foolish as for her to imagine she could best him in a dogfight. This is all about survival. Mine and Tycho's survival. The prosecutor looked up from her datapad. Commander Antilles, how did you come to be on Coruscant before our forces had taken possession of it? My squadron and I were inserted into Coruscant in a Pathfinder capacity. We were here to evaluate the world from a number of points of view to determine if, how, and when the Alliance might want to attempt to take it. I see. What was the security classification on this operation? The highest. If it had been known that we were coming, or that we were here, we would have been dead. Hala nodded sagely. In preparation for sending your squadron out, what role did Captain Selchu play? Wedge shook his head. He played no part. Why not? Objection. Nuwara stood at the defense table. Calls for a conclusion. It goes to the witness's state of mind, Admiral. Admiral Akbar shook his head. Counselor Venn, Please do not object to questions calling for answers that Captain Selchuk's commanding officer should know. Overruled. You may answer the question, Commander. Wedge nodded. Captain Selchuk was seen as a security risk by General Kraken, so he was not involved in the preparation for the mission. Then how did Captain Selchuk end up on Coruscant? This is not going to sound good. Wedge sighed. I do not like covert missions. The things you don't know always seem to be the things that get you into trouble. If any of our people got picked up on the mission, it would be logical for the imps to conclude there were more of us present and hunt us down. I wanted someone on Coruscant whom I could trust to get me out of difficult situations. So you chose someone that Alliance intelligence did not trust. I chose Tycho for a number of very good reasons, Commander Edic. He had been to Coruscant before and knew his way around. But he was captured on Coruscant, correct? Yes. And imprisoned in a place the Empire uses to create covert operatives, correct? So I have been told. Hollis smiled slightly and gave him a slight nod. Wedge felt it was the sort of salute one pilot might toss another for a good shot. The sort of salute that came with the promise of destruction on the next pass. A wave of heat washed over him, and he wanted to loosen the collar of his dark green jacket. Can't. Don't want to let her know she's beginning to get to me. Commander Antilles, why did you feel you needed your own person operating independently on Coruscant? If things went bad and some or all of General Kraken's operation here on Coruscant was uncovered, we would be in dire straits. Did you have a reason to suppose there was a chance the operation would be compromised? I'm not certain I understand the question. What reasons did you have to fear your operation might be compromised to Imperial intelligence? There is always a risk of such betrayal with any covert operation. Certainly the fact that we were going to be on Coruscant had to suggest that was a possibility. And you knew, as you just told us, that Captain Selchuk had been captured on Coruscant. So that was certainly in your mind, yes? Wedge frowned. Where is she going with this? Yes. And there were other incidents involving Rogue Squadron where betrayal had been previously mentioned, correct? I am not certain I understand what you mean by that. Please characterize for the court the first mission to Borlaeus. It was an unmitigated disaster. I lost people, the Alliance lost people, and we didn't take the planet. Hala glanced down at her datapad. And there was an investigation conducted upon your return to determine if your mission had been betrayed to the enemy, was there not? Yes, but Tycho was never implicated, never under suspicion. I know. Still, your mission to Coruscant was staging from Noquivzor, which was where the mission to Borlaeus staged from, was it not? Yes. So the specter of a chance that whoever might have betrayed your first mission to Borlaeus could betray your mission to Coruscant certainly existed, did it not? Yes. Hence your precaution. Yes. And yet, you would tell us that you had no cause to suspect Captain Selchuk of collusion with the enemy? Wedge blinked as Hala shifted her aim to a new target. I had no reasons to suspect Tycho of anything. The prosecutor's head came up. You did not find the circumstances of Bror Jace's death the least bit suspicious? Excuse me? Hala folded her arms across her chest. I believe, Commander Antilles, you were present in the courtroom for the testimony of Captain Ula Ailor in regard to the mission to capture Bror Jace. At the time of his death, did you not consider the possibility that news of his travel to Thyphera had been leaked to the Empire? No. Not at all? Well, not in any substantive way, and certainly not with Tycho being the source of the leak. Hala narrowed her eyes. Who obtained the permissions and filed the flight plan for Bror Jace's trip to Thyphera? Tycho did, by my order. Did you approve the flight plan? Wedge hesitated as he felt pressure building up in himself. No. Did you know the flight plan? No. To the best of your knowledge, did anyone in your squadron outside of Captain Selchu and Bror Jace know that flight plan? Wedge's hands pulsed into fists. No. Captain Eilor testified that her ship, the Black Asp, had been given specific orders as to where to go and when to be there to encounter Bror Jace. How could they have gotten that information, do you think? A spy, I suppose. I don't know. Espionage is not really my stock in trade. So you would have a difficult time determining if someone was a spy or not? Wedge glanced down. You're good at twisting my words, Commander. I know Tycho wasn't working for the Empire. Hala's eyes narrowed. You may have felt that, Commander Antilles. But tell me truthfully, when Cornhorn told you he'd seen Captain Selchu speaking to an Imperial intelligence operative, tell me you didn't wonder, just for a heartbeat, if everything General Kraken and others had said about Tycho Selchu wasn't true. Wedge closed his eyes. When Corrin had come to him on Coruscant and reported what he had seen, Wedge had been unable to cover his shock. I said to him, "That's impossible, Corrin." I followed up with the explanation about Warlord Zinj having attacked Noquivzor, but the first thing out of my mouth had been a denial of what I feared might be true. Just for a second, I allowed myself to accept what he said. I refused to let myself believe what he had said, but I knew I could not prove his statement to be absolutely false. The leader of Rogue Squadron nodded and refrained from looking over at Tycho. Yes, for a heartbeat I did allow myself to consider what Lieutenant Horn said. I rejected it just that quickly. On what grounds? I knew Tycho wasn't a spy. Hala raised an eyebrow. You didn't know Zeka Thine was working for the Empire, did you? No, but I never truly trusted him. Your opinion of him and his treacherous nature was based on what? His history and... Wedge caught himself. And his demeanor when I saw him. Hala Edik opened her hands. Were there no other factors in your forming your opinion of Thine? Ben stood. Objection. Relevancy, Your Honor. Admiral Akbar looked down at the prosecutor. Commander, this does seem a bit far afield from where you started. It is relevant, Your Honor. I'm closing in on my point. Proceed, but be aware I will strike this line of inquiry if you don't bring us to that point quickly. Yes, sir. The objection is overruled. Edik nodded toward Wedge. Commander, were there no other factors in your forming your opinion of Thine? Not really. Lieutenant Horn's opinion of Thine was not important to you? It was, and it was a factor, though Thine's hostility to Corrin was more indicative of trouble than anything else. But you felt your observations of Thine justified Horn's opinion of the man? Yes. So, when Thine turned out to be an Imperial plant you had not detected, but whom Horn had warned you about, didn't you have to reconsider Captain Selchu's position in regard to what Horn thought about him? Wedge shook his head. To be honest, Commander, there was so much happening at the time Thine was revealed to be a traitor that I could only consider one thing: getting my mission done. We had just received word that we had to bring the shields down so our fleet could invade. Mind you, Tycho passed that message to me. If he were an Imperial plant, he could have withheld that information and set a trap for our fleet. So then, Commander Antilles, you are not of the opinion that the Empire gave us this world, infected as it is with the Krytos virus, to destroy us? I have no idea, Commander Edik, what was in the mind of Isan Isard at the time we took Coruscant. I see. Hala Edik took a data disk from Ayala Wasiri and exchanged it for one in her datapad. But you do not discount that possibility, correct? I cannot discount it. And you cannot discount the possibility that Captain Selchu was working for the Empire in helping give Coruscant to the new Republic. Yes, I can. Wedge nodded solemnly. I know Tycho. I know he's not a spy. I trust him. And you trusted Zekathine until proved wrong about him, didn't you, Commander? No, that's not the way it was. Perhaps not to you, Commander, but it was to one man. Hulla Eddick shrugged casually. Corn Horn. And now he's dead. Outside the courtroom, Wedge slumped against the cold stone wall. Nawara tried to rehabilitate me as a witness, but the damage was done. I wanted to be in there and help Tycho, but I didn't. He hammered a fist against the wall. Sith spawn! He straightened up immediately as a woman closed to within inches of him. She held up a comlink and nodded to a holocam-carrying Ithorian. This is Zari Lovansi, Kuwati First Holo News, and I'm standing here with Alliance hero Commander Wedge Antilles. How does it feel, Commander, to know that your testimony is what will convict Captain Selchu? Before Wedge could gather his wits enough to answer, a body sliced between the holo journalist and him. Wedge felt a strong grip on his upper arm and heard a firm voice reply to the question in his place. Commander Antilles' only interest in this matter is seeing justice done. He has every confidence that his faith in Captain Selchu will be vindicated when the defense presents its case. Until then, any speculation on the outcome would be premature and possibly prejudicial. And he has no further comment. Wedge let Dirk Wesiri guide him past the Ithorian and on through a security checkpoint, where two guards stopped the reporter and her holographer. Dirk steered him to a bench and sat beside him. Odious people, the holo shills, aren't they, Commander Antilles? They don't make a very good first impression. No, but it tends to last. The older man smiled at him. How are you holding up? Wedge nodded. I think I will be able to recover. Just need some time. He regarded the slender man closely. Though his flesh still seemed a bit ashen, spirit and fortitude shone in his eyes. Thank you for saving me. I am glad I was able to help. Dirk gave him a smile that appeared artificial only in that it looked as if Dirk had to consciously work at remembering how to smile. Ayala was afraid something like that would happen. She sent me after you. I'd have thought she was happy with the turn of events. Commander Eddick ate me alive. No, she wasn't happy. Dirk patted a tunic pocket. I have a pass that can take us up to the secure parking area. We can get in my airspeeder and leave here. Ayala said she would be willing to join us later for dinner if you wish. I doubt I would be very good company. Wedge glanced back toward the courtroom. I wanted to end Tycho's persecution with my testimony, and all I did was leave the impression that even I think he was a spy. Not at all. Dirk tapped Wedge's thigh with a finger. First of all, the tribunal judges know you and know how difficult that was for you. All Commander Eddick really did was establish that Tycho was on Coruscant at your request and that the possibility of betrayal was in your mind. Sure, but she also made it sound like I wouldn't know who was a spy and who wasn't. Why would you? What? Dirk opened his hands. As you said, ferreting out spies is not what you do. No one expects you to have been able to spot him as a spy if he was, and you certainly couldn't if he wasn't. And between you and me, I don't think he is a spy. Thanks. Not necessary. I've had a number of conversations with Captain Selchu in jail, and I find him thoroughly likable. If he's a spy, well, then all of us are suspects. Dirk held a hand up. I would also like to point out that I have attended many trials in my time, and you did no worse on the stand than many people I have seen. You see your performance as hideous because you were hoping to put the state's case away with one telling shot. Unfortunately, the case against Tycho isn't a Death Star. It isn't going to go away that easily. Noir Aven knows what he's doing, though, and he'll do a good job. Wedge stared down at his hands. I'd like to believe you, but I feel the way I did at Yavin, when Luke told me to pull up out of the trench on the Death Star. Luke was right. There wasn't anything else I could do. But to abandon the effort at that point, it just didn't feel right. I understand that, but Luke Skywalker was correct, and the Death Star was destroyed. Yes, but Biggs Darklighter died. If I'd stayed there, maybe he would have lived and you would have died? Derek shook his head ruefully. And you probably think that if you had been flying the night Coruscant was taken, Corran would still live? I hadn't thought about it, but yes, that notion has been bouncing around in the back of my mind. It's not that I have a death wish, you know. I know that very well, Wedge. I have seen this survivor's guilt in Aiella, in Corran and his father, and in others. He pressed a hand to his own chest. Even I have known it. We all have friends and acquaintances who meet with what we see as an untimely death. With me, because I do nothing, I wonder why it wasn't me who died. I wonder what I have done to survive. With you and others who actively oppose evil, you wonder what it is that you could have done to prevent another person's death. Those questions have no answers. At least none outside the philosophical realm. For me, they are a point of departure for thought. But for you and my wife, they are just sources of frustration and regret. This is why, of course, my wife is working so hard to uncover who caused Corran's death. That's the only way she will be able to defeat the frustration and assuage her feelings of guilt. She hated what you were put through on the stand. Because you are her friend. But her loyalty to Corran demanded she sit through it and help Commander Edick, if need be. Derek shook his head. Fortunately, she did not have to help. You two are enough alike that I imagine you can see how much that would have hurt her. Yeah, I can see it. Wedge rubbed at his temples with both hands, and I can understand the frustration. I have to wonder if there was a way to prevent Corran's death. Undoubtedly there was, Wedge, but it was not open to you. If Captain Selchu was a spy, then General Kraken and Winter and Aiella all missed the signs of it. But Corran didn't. Derek's smile returned more naturally. As much as I valued Corran as a friend, he was not always right. So Whistler has indicated. And no one knew him better. Derek patted him on the leg. Maintain your faith in your friend. He deserves it. Again, thank you. No thanks are necessary. So, would you like me to take you somewhere? We can eat or drink, and Aiella can join us. Wedge thought for a moment, then shook his head. There should be another 2 hours of testimony today, shouldn't there? Yes, Winter was called after you were. Watching Winter testify has got to be hard on Aiella. They were even closer than Aiella and I became, and with Winter and Tycho being together, Aiella will need you there, because Winter's testimony is going to be tougher on her than mine. But you shouldn't be alone right now. I won't be. Wedge jerked a thumb toward the east. I'm going to go down a level, then over to the Galactic Museum via the walkway. I'll spend some time in the criminal gallery, visiting old friends. Then I'll come back here when court is adjourned for the day and take you up on your offer. I have a feeling that when today is over, Aiella isn't going to want to be alone either. No matter how this turns out, I do consider her a friend, and I want to make sure she has no reason to doubt that at all. 19. Gavin shifted his shoulders uneasily and tugged at the cuffs of his dress jacket. I feel about as comfortable here as Commander Antilles did on the witness stand. Acer slipped her arm through his as the tether lift stopped and the doors opened. "It's not going to be that bad, Gavin. Liska Dancre, our hostess, is an old friend of mine. We schooled together before I went off to the academy. If she's hiring a skyhook for this party, she must be filthy rich." Asir purred contentedly. "Rich, yes, but you'll find nothing filthy about her." She led Gavin from the lift box onto the entry platform, which overlooked the whole of the skyhook's disk. "Impressive, isn't it?" "Yeah." The circular skyhook actually formed a bowl with several pathways spiraling down through forested depths to a central courtyard. A kilometer in diameter, the floating garden flew high over the mountain district of Coruscant. Off to the northeast, beyond the Manarai Mountains, Gavin saw the top of the Imperial Palace. "I can't believe I'm here." Asir looked up at him, puzzlement riding openly on her face. "What's wrong?" "Where to begin?" "Nothing really, I suppose. It's just that, well, on Tatooine, we had no skyhooks. They weren't deemed safe enough. One good dust storm blows up out of the nastier regions, and it would pull one of these skyhooks from the sky." The Bothan patted his hand. "The repulsor lift generators are more than sufficient for keeping this skyhook aloft. Don't worry about that. Then there's the jungle." He gave her a weak smile. "You weren't with us on one of our duty stations, but it looked a lot like this. I got shot there. My stomach is already acting up because of it." Asir rubbed her hand over the faint trace of a scar on his belly. "I've seen what the Bacta left you for a souvenir, remember, love?" Gavin blushed. "Yeah." "And I think you're not nervous about that as much as you're nervous about being here among my people." She raised a finger and pressed it to his lips to forestall a comment. "I know you're not bigoted. If you were, you'd not be here. But you've even said yourself that most of your life has been spent among humans. It's not unusual to be anxious when outnumbered. I feel it whenever we go to places where humans predominate." Gavin's shoulders sagged a centimeter or two. "I should have realized. I'm sorry." "Don't be." Asir smiled broadly. "Come on, let's make an impression on my friends." Gavin brought his head up and smiled. "As you wish, Asir. So shall it be." Together they descended from the entry platform and started off on a path that took a long, looping spiral down to the central courtyard. The guests at the party were mostly Bothans, and all of them stared at the couple as they walked past. Gavin knew that had to be because of the high-necked, sleeveless gown Asir wore. Woven of iridescent blue and purple thread, the color shifted and shimmered with her every movement. The garment clung tight to her slender body, but the fact that the skirts had been slit from ankle to high on her thigh meant she was not hampered while walking. She'd loosely draped a simple blue stole, woven from the metallic thread used in her dress, across her back and through her elbows, completing the outfit. Other Bothan females wore similar gowns, but none so well. Though he was not wholly adept at reading Bothan body language and facial expressions, the rippling of fur on necks and shoulders of those they passed by told him that Asir's gown was making quite an impression indeed. Gavin thought he looked pretty sharp in his Rogue Squadron uniform, but he was a black hole compared with a supernova, and quite content with that role. As they reached the courtyard, a lithe female Bothan with black and tan markings excused herself from a circle of individuals who were listening to Borsk Failure holding forth on something. She wore a gown similar in design to Asir's, though it had been made of cloth of gold and had been accented with jet beadwork in the form of stripes. She beamed broadly as she approached them. "Asir Salar, you are a vision." Asir gave her friend a big hug. "Thank you for the invitation, Liska." Liska pulled back and looked up at Gavin. "And you are Asir's friend." Gavin executed a semi-formal bow. Gavin Darklighter of Rogue Squadron. Pleased to make your acquaintance." He took her hand in his and shook it gently. Liska sighed contentedly, then smiled at Asir. "So mannerly. No wonder you find him so attractive. How did you meet him?" Asir hesitated for a moment. "I was part of an operation in Invasec before the liberation. We met then." Gavin smiled. "She was trying to get me executed as an example to the imps." "You always did play a little rough, Asir." Asir shrugged. Luckily, he had Nawara Ven defending him, so the execution was delayed. Imps showed up. Gavin saved my life, and I his, in the ensuing firefight. Not much more to tell than that. Quite the first date, Asir. It's a wonder he dared go out with you again. Liska linked her arm through Asir's. You never seemed to get into this sort of trouble when I've been there to keep you safe. True enough. Liska looked up at Gavin. I'm going to steal her away for a moment or two, just to get caught up. You don't mind, do you? Gavin gave her a big smile and shook his head. Not at all. Seeing you again is all she's talked about since the invitation came. I'll just find myself something to drink. Asir reached out and gave his right hand a squeeze. Won't be but a minute. Have fun. Gavin watched Liska lead her away, then looked around, surveying his surroundings. Knots of individuals, almost exclusively Bothans, dominated the landscape. About the only place they were not predominant was at one bar, where a couple of humans, 2 Ithorians, and a handful of other non-Bothan individuals seemed to have taken up residence. Gavin drifted off in that direction, keeping his strides even and his head up, even though something in his belly made him want to hurry over there. He looked at the bartender. Loman ale, please. A short, balding man smiled over at him. You should drink the expensive stuff. The Bothans are paying for it. Perhaps, but I like Loman ale. Gavin accepted the frothy green glass of ale, sipped, then licked the foam off his upper lip. The ale was good, though not nearly cold enough for his tastes. Bothans don't seem to like particularly cold drinks, so that's not a big surprise, I guess. The shorter man offered Gavin his hand. Harriet Gordon, Ministry of State. Gavin Darklighter, Rogue Squadron. Harriet shook his hand firmly. Glad to meet you. I did a tour of duty with the diplomatic corps on Bothawui, so they felt they had to invite me. He pointed off toward a woman who looked positively dowdy amid a circle of Bothan females. That's my wife, Tatavan. She learned to speak Bothan, so she's quite popular among the Bothans. A useful skill, I have no doubt. I only know a few words. Gavin sipped his ale again. I came with Asir Salar. She's a friend of Liska Donkre. I know the family. I liaised with her father on Bothawui. Minor nobles, but they have a thriving trade business to support them, so they wield a bit more power than might be imagined by their place in the formal hierarchy. Powerful, really? She was able to bring you, wasn't she? Gavin frowned and drank again, killing the need for an immediate reply. I know she didn't bring me as a trophy. She told me that much, and I believed her. You make it sound as if she's trying to annoy some of the folks here. Not the impression I meant to make, I'm afraid. Asir is something of a renegade. She went to school with Liska and some of the others. I know, she told me. I'm sure she did. That school, however, was meant to prepare her for a life as a trader or in a governmental position. Without her family's permission, she transmitted an application to the Bothan Martial Academy and was accepted. She did very well there, and her family is very proud of her accomplishments, but they wonder when she will abandon what they see as adventurism and get a real career. Gavin's smile returned to his face. I doubt that will happen very soon. Asir seems very at home in the squadron. Don't underestimate the pull of the Bothan family structure. Their families are very tightly bound together. Nothing wrong with that. Harriot nodded, then looked toward his wife and paled. Gavin followed his gaze and saw a trio of male Bothans approaching them. The leader stood as tall as Gavin, though he did not have Gavin's bulk. Creamy white fur and golden eyes contrasted with the black uniform he wore. His subordinates wore similar uniforms, but their fur was a motley riot of orange and black. The lead Bothan stopped right in front of Gavin, but did not offer a hand in greeting. "I am Karka Krefe, grandson of General Laren Krefe. You were with Rogue's squadron at Borleus?" "I was." Setting his ale on the bar, Gavin aped Karka's stance by grasping his hands together at the small of his back. "Is there something I can do for you? Reports on the assault suggest my grandfather was poorly prepared for the assault and made foolish decisions in the battle." "And?" The Bothan's golden eyes burned with anger. "I would know if you feel these reports are correct." Gavin ignored the gasp from Harriot. "In my opinion, they are." Karka's open-handed slap arrived with no warning and caught Gavin over the left cheek, snapping his head around. Gavin staggered back a step, but the bar kept him from going down. He grabbed onto it with his hands, then straightened up slowly. He wanted to shake his head to kill the ringing in his ears, but he stopped himself and instead looked Karka hard in the eyes. "I understand you're being upset over your grandfather's death. I am upset because you have besmirched his honor. Be that as it may, don't slap me again." "Or?" Harriot stepped forward. "Please, let's not have an altercation here." Gavin reached out and grabbed Harriot by the back of the neck. He directed the diplomat back to his place at the bar. "We're not going to have a fight, sir." Karka's lip curled back in a snarl. "You have sullied the honor of the Krefe family. I challenge you to a duel." Gavin shook his head slowly. "No." "You refuse to accept?" "I will not fight you." "Then you are a coward." Gavin laughed aloud. Just a year previous, he would have leaped on Karka and done his best to pummel him. But his time with Rogue Squadron had changed him, so that was not an option. Actually, it is an option, but not one I'm compelled to choose. In the last year, Wedge and Corin and even Tycho had impressed upon him the fact that what others thought and said didn't matter. It was the person inside and what he thought of himself that mattered. That's what allows Tycho to endure everything he's going through. He's got a quiet kind of courage that doesn't require boasts and defenses, because it's the courage that kicks in when it's really needed. While part of him still wanted to know the satisfaction of using his fist to disassociate Karka's teeth from their sockets, another part of him reveled in his freedom to ignore the challenge. Because he would not allow himself to be aroused by the Bothans' taunts, those taunts had no power. They became pitiful in their efforts and transparent. And ignoring them hurts Karka more than any physical damage I could inflict upon him. Gavin met Karka's molten stare. "Call me a coward if you wish. I don't care. You are not my enemy. My enemy is the Empire and its remnants. Maybe you can't see that. Your grandfather could. Strikes me that you honor his memory more by continuing his crusade than in trying to hide mistakes he may have made." He extended his right hand toward the Bothan. Karka stared at it as if it were a snake, then snarled and spun on his heel. His subordinates fell into step with him, prompting a sigh of relief from Harriot as they departed. The bartender plopped a fresh Loman ale on the bar for Gavin. "To your health, sir." Harriot clinked his lum mug against the glass. You handled that well. Sorry I got in your way. No blood, no report. Gavin worked his jaw around and heard it pop. I'll be feeling that tomorrow. Asir appeared at his side. What happened? Gavin shrugged. Nothing, really. Harriet smiled. Just a couple of boys getting some exercise. Asir looked up at Gavin. Exercise? He smiled and nodded. Yeah, I gave that maturity you were talking about a workout. Felt pretty good, too. If you want to leave, we can. Gavin shook his head. No, stay and see your friends. Have fun. I don't think there's going to be any more excitement tonight. The fact that Borsk Failure was nowhere to be seen heartened Admiral Akbar greatly as he entered Mon Mothma's living quarters. The presence of General Kraken confirmed that the reason he had been summoned was business, but that everything would be conducted informally. Whatever action needed to be referred to the Provisional Council would be in its own good time. Had he thought Mon Mothma possessed a Bothan's sense of subtlety, he would have assumed the way her apartments had been redecorated were designed to encourage a sense of well-being in him. Diaphanous blue and green drapes rippled gently in front of the windows, the movement being caused by the air conditioning, though it did suggest the windows behind the drapes were open. The carpeting had a rich aquamarine hue to it, and the tile pattern used to decorate the lower half of the wall had a nautical motif. The upper part of the wall matched the carpet in color, but the recessed, oscillating lights in the ceiling gently picked up and sparkled from the rainbow pinpoints worked into the paint. Even the furnishings were more to his liking than most. Painted in greens, browns, and blues, they had an organic and flowing shape to them. They lacked the pure symmetry that most humans seemed to prefer. The table in the center of the room, for example, could have been water that had been poured out on the ground, frozen and then placed atop legs. The lack of sharp edges and jagged corners somehow drained tension from the room, and Akbar felt himself relaxing. Mon Mothma smiled in warm welcome. I thank you for coming so quickly after I sent for you. I know the trial is your primary concern and is occupying much of your time. The trial is indeed a concern of mine, but I consider it a cove, when my real concern is the ocean of security for the new republic. Akbar opened his hands. I must compliment you on the decor. I find it most pleasing. You grew up in one of Chandrilla's port cities, did you not? Yes, my mother was the governor there. I learned to love the Silver Sea. I find that making my home over in the image of where I lived in better times is good for my sanity. You have done a wonderful job. Akbar looked around the room again. It is a pity to bring the discussion of difficult times into such a beautiful place. There are always compromises that become necessary. Mon Mothma waved Akbar to a floating chair fashioned after a fan of blue seaweed. She seated herself in a similar chair, and General Kraken joined them by dragging over a green coral chair. There are some things that have come up that could require council activity, but I think it would be better to present them to the council as fait accompli. Akbar's barbels twitched, insulating the council from a backlash, and preventing the chance for people to profit from what we are going to be doing, materially or politically. Mon Mothma sighed heavily. There are times I can see glimmers of what made the Emperor decide to dissolve the Senate. I reject that course of action, but I can certainly feel its allure. I especially hate it when action that is necessary is delayed so various individuals can set themselves up to reap the benefits of doing what they have no choice but to do. Not the way it was when we had to deal directly with the Empire. I have ridden the crest of that wave myself, Mon Mothma. Being a rebellion was much more simple than being a government. Akbar settled back into his chair and folded his hands into his lap. "What is it you would have of me?" Mon Mothma looked at General Kraken. "You might want to give the Admiral some of the background on this." Kraken nodded. "Though the pro-Palpatine terrorists last struck 10 days ago, that attack has had a chilling effect on our Bacta distribution efforts. The Krytos virus is beginning to spread a bit more quickly than we projected when we got the Bacta from Warlord Zinj. People are balancing their fear of the disease against their fear of being at ground zero of a terrorist attack. Black market prices for Bacta are beginning to climb again because, in effect, the PCF attack has made our Bacta off limits to a lot of people. The demand for Bacta from other sources is thus increasing, and so are the prices." Akbar gave Kraken a wall-eyed stare. "Voru and his militia have not been able to crack down on the black marketeers." "Voru claims his people are concentrating on keeping the PCF under wraps. They're reacting to every rumor they get, and though we have not released this information to the public, they have uncovered a couple of bombs that our people think were created by the PCF. I do not for a minute think Voru is playing everything entirely straight, but his people are maintaining order in a sector we had no chance of controlling." "And how does this concern me?" Mon Mothma nodded. "General Kraken has been in charge of some ultra-secret researches into the Krytos virus. Details of them have been kept even from me, but their continuation requires a quantity of rill." The Mon Calamari pressed his hands together. "And that will require an expedition to Ryloth." "Precisely. Aside from getting the rill, I think this will be an excellent opportunity for us to open some diplomatic channels with the Twi'leks, even if it is only at a very low level." "And you will want Counselor Venn to go?" "Yes." Mon Mothma smiled. "All of Rogue Squadron, in fact. Commander Antilles made quite an impression there several years ago, and the contribution of Nawara Venn to the taking of Coruscant has attracted a lot of attention on Ryloth. This notoriety will add weight to our negotiating position. So you need me to delay the trial and release Rogue Squadron to this duty." The leader of the New Republic narrowed her eyes. "Is there a problem with this? Surely you can find a reason to grant a continuance in the case." Akbar's mouth dropped open in a silent laugh. "Find a reason? I could find a school of them, Chief Counselor. I applaud General Kraken's ability to uncover so much so quickly about Captain Selchu's involvement with the Empire. The pace of discovery is remarkable. The trial is moving with such alacrity that there is no way the defense has adequate time to prepare. Counselor Venn is doing his best, but this is clearly the most difficult assignment he's been given since joining Rogue Squadron." "So this is not a problem?" "No, though I suppose the continuance cannot be granted on the grounds that Rogue Squadron is going off on a secret mission to Ryloth." When silence met his question, Akbar opened his mouth in a smile. "I was being facetious. It was a joke." Kraken laughed, but Mon Mothma just smiled. "Forgive me, my friend, but as General Kraken will attest, I have not heard many things that make me laugh of late." "I understand." Akbar sat forward. "I will, of course, clear Rogue Squadron for the mission. Will you be wanting Arissi Delaret to fly that mission?" "I should think so. Is there a reason we would not want her on it?" Akbar shrugged. "Since she is involved in pushing the Zukfra Corporation to sell us a great deal of Bacta, I would think putting her in jeopardy on a mission would be contraindicative." Mon Mothma looked at her intelligence director. "Is she in danger on this run, General?" Kraken frowned. "We anticipate no trouble." Akbar blinked his eyes. "And if the mission is betrayed to the PCF?" "We have the Imperial spy, don't we? Isn't that why Captain Selchu is on trial?" "Yes, Chief Counselor." Kraken's dark eyes sharpened. "What the Admiral is suggesting is that we cannot be certain Captain Selchu was the only spy in service to the Empire. The potential for betrayal does exist here, and on the Ryloth side of things. While sending her out might endanger her, holding her back might be taken incorrectly by officials on Thyfera, dooming that deal. But if she dies, that could also hurt us. Mon Mothma shook her head. The lack of clear-cut decisions is what makes this job so difficult. The Thyferans seem to set great store by Arissi Dlaret's flying with Rogue Squadron. I suppose we will have to let her go. Akbar nodded. I concur. That is the tide on which you should sail. And you, General Kraken, Mon Mothma said, will have to make certain security around this mission is not breached. We cannot afford to have the mission disrupted, nor can we afford to lose Arissi Dlaret. Of this I am aware. General Kraken nodded solemnly. I understand the gravity of the situation. If there is a leak, we'll find it. Find it and eliminate it. The New Republic can afford for us to do nothing less. 20. I'm fairly certain, Colonel Voru, that I do not like this turn of events at all. Curtin Lure peered down at the smaller man, but clearly did not have quite the intimidating effect on him that Lure wanted. I invited you here to inform you of my plan as a courtesy, not to allow you to veto it. Fliri Voru shrugged. Ah, but I have vetoed it. No. No, I cannot allow this. Lure's hands balled into fists. My agreement with you was to let you select domestic targets that help weaken the New Republic's government. I have abided by your decisions in any case where the target was of that sort. This is not one of those cases. Lure stalked around his darkened office, flitting like a moth around the circle of light that anointed Fliri Voru and made his white hair shine brilliantly. The destruction of Rogue Squadron has been a priority with me since well before they took Imperial Center, and now they are within my grasp. I have a squadron of X-Wings here on Imperial Center that I will use to attack Rogue Squadron's base and destroy them on the ground. It will be perfect, and will allow me to finish a mission that has taken far too long to complete. Voru leaned back in Lure's tall chair and put his booted feet up on the surface of the desk, scattering a stack of data cards. What were once your priorities do not matter to me. I deem this attack too risky. Kraken will suspect I leaked information about Rogue Squadron's impending mission to you. No, he won't. Lure's fingers itched to be punching data up on his datapad, or to be strangling you, Voru. I uncovered evidence of a run to Ryloth based on fluctuations in the secondary real derivatives black market. I traced it back to a woman in the medical corps who's been making extra money producing her own brand of patent medicine. It's mostly lum, with real and a drop or two of Bacta in it. Useless, of course. But she's begun to raise the price. It's assumed that when Rogue Squadron brings the rill back to Coruscant, its effectiveness against the virus will be touted, and her medicine will be in high demand. I can give her to you, and you can point her out as the leak. Suggesting that a quack producing a folk remedy led you to Rogue Squadron is what will get me implicated. Nonsense. Lure slapped his hands against his hips in frustration. You know as well as I do that Ryloth is as dark a den of iniquity as exists this side of Varl. The Twi'leks have not supported the rebellion in any great numbers, so the most prominent Twi'lek in the New Republic is Noir Aven. The Republic has to use him as their negotiator, and, lo and behold, the prosecution asks for and gets a continuance of the case. That leaves plenty of time for Rogue Squadron to make the trip to Ryloth and back. The only obvious assumption is that they're going to make the trip. Lure shook his head. I've known where Rogue Squadron has been stationed for a while now. This is my opportunity to hit them right at a time when the failure of their mission will severely hurt the new Republic. Your reasoning is flawless, Agent Lure, but that concerns me not at all. Voru's dark eyes glittered. I even find your devotion toward the elimination of Rogue Squadron admirable. However, your taking action against Rogue Squadron does not suit me at this time. Therefore, you cannot launch your assault. And if I choose to ignore your advice? Voru twisted his head slightly sideways. Do you really want to test me, Curtain Lure? Lure hesitated, losing his chance to snap back a defiant answer. Anyone else asking that question would have filled the words with impending doom. But Voru asked it in an easy tone, as if asking a child if she were certain she wanted to do something that was obviously dangerous. His expression, his posture, bore no obvious menace, and yet Lure found himself more fearful of Voru than he would be of a buzz-adder coiled and ready to strike in his place. Testing you would get neither of us anywhere. I always thought you were more than reasonable. Voru swung his feet off the desk and swiveled the chair around so he could stand. He withdrew a data card from inside his militia tunic and tossed it on the desk. You and your people have been good and have done nothing of import for nearly 2 weeks. I have found you a new target. Lure exchanged places with Voru, spun the chair around, and dropped into it. He pulled himself around to face the desk and saw Voru's shadowed form standing opposite him. Lure shoved the data card into his datapad, punched up a directory, then opened the file labeled Target.die. The architectural renderings of a building showing stress points filled the small screen. The intelligence agent looked up. It's small. I don't see back-to-storage areas or barracks facilities. What is it? A school. School? Lure frowned. You mean a training academy? No, a school. For children. Children of the rebel leadership? Hardly. They've been too busy to breed. Voru shook his head quickly. This is just a normal school, with normal children. Some aliens, but mostly human. Why? Why? Because the students are drawn from the local population. Lure's frown deepened, and confusion made his voice tenuous. No, why hit a school? Come now, Agent Lure. You didn't expect to get great results without inflicting great pain, did you? Voru laughed lightly. You probably thought you could cling to some shred of honor. By hitting factories and military facilities and places where adults congregated, you could put fear into them. By hitting back-to distribution centers, you could make parents concerned about the welfare of their children. But it would be the Krytos virus that killed the children, not you. Is that it? Perhaps nothing. That is exactly what you were thinking. And because of it, your efforts would have been for naught. Voru leaned forward, supporting his body on both arms. The light from above hid his eyes in black triangles. Threaten a child, and you will unite the parents against you. Kill a child, and those who have lost it will retreat in mourning. Those around them will feel their pain and likewise look to their own families. They will keep their children close and out of schools. This will shatter the rebellion's ability to indoctrinate the young. It also makes the rebellion look unforgivably weak. People will demand things be done, and it will be left to me to do them. And one of the things you shall do is use me as a scapegoat for your evil. The illusion of control over his own situation evaporated in a heartbeat. To Lure, his future was clear. He would carry out more and more heinous missions for Colonel Voru. Then, eventually, Voru would betray him. He would remain alive and free until Voru had no further use for him. Then he would be broken and displayed as proof of Voru's virtue. It struck Lur as almost comical that he could see Voru's desire to strike at a school as evil. Yet his desire to hit Rogue Squadron was nothing more than duty. The difference, ultimately, was that the strike at Rogue Squadron would advance the cause of the Empire, while the strike at the school would only strengthen Voru's position. We are not as far apart as I would like to think, but neither are we as close as Voru sees us. Nor am I as stupid as he thinks I am. Lur hit a button on the datapad and read the list of materials needed to undertake the operation. When? A week. There will have been no news of the trial in that time, so this will really attract attention. Lur's head came up. Will you need me to sacrifice some of my men to your militia? Not immediately. A shadowed smile spread across the small man's face. I have several troublesome individuals who need to die in an airspeeder explosion. The chemical composition of the explosives will match those in the school bombing. That will send Kraken's people off in a direction I want, and leave you free to operate. Will you be selecting another target for us? Voru straightened up, retreating into shadow. No. Just go ahead and pick out a half-dozen targets you want to hit, and I'll pick one or two from your list. I'll use them as tests for my subordinates to see if they can figure out how we can profit from these things. Competition will keep them sharp, I would imagine. I'm certain you would, Agent Lur. Voru sketched a mock salute. I look forward to the results of your handiwork. Wedge looked around the lab set deep in the bowels of the Imperial Palace complex. So this is where the Krytos virus was developed? General Kraken nodded. You noticed, when you came in, that the place is kept under negative pressure. If the seals are breached, air flows in, not out. It precludes the possibility of pathogens getting out. Wedge frowned. But I thought the Krytos virus could not be spread by air, only by fluid contact, in drinking water, or when someone came in contact with bodily fluid from an infected person. That's absolutely true. But in this lab, they were manufacturing a virus that had never existed before. They wanted something that would mutate relatively quickly, so it could spread between species. With that sort of thing, the chance of a spontaneous mutation that would let it become airborne and still remain infectious is one that must be guarded against. Kraken led him on through a throng of white-coated lab assistants to a back room where Claren was using its hands to enter information into a datapad. A number of droids worked in and around the room, apparently orchestrated by a Verpine droid that looked much like a metal avatar of the Vratics. Claren drew its hands back to its thorax as Wedge entered the room. Commander Antilles, we are pleased to see you. The Vratics' right hand came out and gently brushed Wedge's cheek. Wedge stroked the Vratics' arm in return. The honor is mine. You know, I expect that my squadron will be leading the expedition to Ryloth. Yes, of this we are aware. We also know that Mirax will be traveling with you. Right. The trip to Ryloth from Imperial Center would take 5 days, and that was a bit long to be trapped in the cockpit of an X-Wing. 10 of the squadron's X-Wings would be loaded aboard a modified rebel transport, the Courage of Sullust. Wedge would travel with Mirax in the Pulsar Skate, with his X-Wing ensconced in the cargo bay that would, if things went as planned, would be filled with Rill for the return trip. The X-Wings would fly escort out of Ryloth. Then they would be loaded aboard another transport after the first leg of the journey, for the rest of the trip to Coruscant. Aaron Kraken patted the Vratics on the shoulder. As you asked, I have brought Commander Antilles. You have something to tell him? Yes, of course. Clarn rested both hands on Wedge's shoulders. We have analyzed the virus and various medicinal preparations. Real will have some effect against the virus. Its efficacy varies widely. We have been pursuing the reason for this. We have been advised that Real is classified in a number of different grades by the Twi'leks. Most of the Real available off Ryloth is of the lowest grade. They don't export the best, I can understand that. Good. The rarest grade of Real is known as Real Core. It makes up approximately 3% of all Real. The compound contains in it trace elements that appear to work against the virus, but exactly how and why, we are not certain. We need as much Real Core as we can get. Wedge nodded and patted the backs of the Vratix's hands. How will I know it? The Real Core tastes. Clarence stopped. You would not be able to differentiate the taste, we think. Probably not. Core absorbs light, except in the ultraviolet range. Wedge glanced at Kraken. Meaning? It looks black, like charcoal, except to someone who can see in the UV range. Kraken smiled. I have some gear that will be able to sort core from Real that's dyed black. You might check, though. Perhaps your Gand can see in the ultraviolet range. Wouldn't surprise me. He doesn't breathe or sleep and can regenerate severed limbs. I'll ask Oral if he can help me in that capacity. He looked back at Clarn. I'll get you your core. Do that, Wedge Antilles, and we shall cure the disease. And then I'll be bound by my promise to represent you to the Provisional Council. Wedge smiled and brought Clarn's right hand up to feel his face. We'll be back before you know it, I promise. And you know I keep my promises. 21. Cornhorn shuffled along in line with the other prisoners. He affected the dull-eyed, hopeless stare most of them displayed for their guards. He moved when told to move, and stopped when told to stop. In no way should any of the guards in stormtrooper armor conducting them to the mines have noticed anything out of the ordinary about him. To them, he should have appeared to be just like all the other prisoners being herded to the mines. He hoped against hope. The facade he put forward fooled them, because as dull and soporific as he might seem on the outside, he was seething and anxious on the inside. After only a week in the general population, he had decided to make his first stab at escape. He had briefly discussed his plan with Jan, and found the man's insights useful, but he had ignored Jan's entreaties to put off his attempt. The prospect of being killed in his first try did daunt Corrin, but not as much as he thought it should have. He had a hunch that he wouldn't be killed if he was captured. He knew that was foolish, and that he had no factual basis for making that judgment, but it felt right. During his career with Corsac, and as a pilot with Rogue Squadron, he'd gone with gut feelings before, and won more times than he'd lost. Although he did not have any facts to support his feelings about escape, he did have some circumstantial evidence that made him optimistic. First and foremost was the fact that he wasn't dead yet. He couldn't imagine Isan Isard keeping him or anyone else around unless they were useful. As long as he did not prove to be more of a bother than he was worth to Iceheart and her plans, he'd be kept alive. Second, and it was a rather bizarre fact, was the method of return for the unsuccessful escapees. Most of them came back as fire-blackened skeletons, or parts thereof, The only way to match them up with the people who had escaped would be through genetic testing. Since that was unavailable to the prisoners, they had to assume the bodies were, in fact, those of the escapees. However, since confirmation was impossible, Isard could have simply picked a prisoner out of the less secure prison levels and had him burned beyond recognition and dumped in the high-security area. As long as she could identify who had escaped, returning a close match would be pretty easy, and the high-security prisoners would be left imagining escape was impossible. Third, and finally, Corin saw that Jan really did care for the men under his control. His fear for Corin's safety was genuine, and not based in any fear of retribution against himself. As the leader of the rebel contingent, Jan felt responsible for the other Alliance prisoners. He'd seen enough people die in the fight against the Empire that he wanted to prevent people from throwing their lives away needlessly. He clearly believed that someday, that day being sooner rather than later, the Alliance would find them and free them, and he wanted as many of his people alive on that day as possible. As wonderful as Jan's care and concern was, it also tortured the older man. Corin could clearly see Isan Isard's fine hand in that. By letting Jan take responsibility for all the rebel prisoners, she created dozens and dozens of avenues to attack him. With each one of them who went away or died, a little piece of Jan died. How he had endured that much pain for so long, Corin could not imagine. But he hoped, by taking responsibility for himself, he could ease the burden on Jan's shoulders. 70 paces from the cave mouth, they passed the opening to the latrine. The fixtures in it were rudimentary, but did include a water spigot, so a minimum of hygiene could be observed. 30 paces beyond it, about halfway to the mine complex, the line of prisoners passed through a barred gateway that was locked closed at night. Corin thought its presence was unnecessary, since the imps had placed infrared detection units at both ends of the corridors. Then again, those units aren't really that hard to defeat, especially if the people monitoring them are as alert as the guards marching through the dust with us. A full 203 paces from the mouth of the cavern complex, Corin passed through what had once been a ship's hatchway and into the prisoners' workstation. Rumor among the prisoners had it that Lusankia dated from before the Clone Wars and incorporated parts from various ships that had been blasted to pieces in a naval action beyond the atmosphere. The scavenged hatch and the condition of the old worn tools did suggest a certain amount of antiquity to the facility, but that conclusion came so easily that Corin was disinclined to trust it. If that's what Isard wants us to think about her, Lusankia, then I don't want to think it. Beyond the hatch, they proceeded down a steep grade to a long rectangular cavern that had 5 tunnels shooting off it like fingers off the palm of a hand. All the fingers ended in doors that were cobbled together from ship bulkhead panels and held closed by chains and locks. The tunnels were big enough to allow a small mining droid to pass through them, but the doors were always shut when the prisoners came into the room, so Corin never saw the droids digging out the ore they processed. At the far end of the chamber from the entryway sat several piles of huge boulders. Men would work on them with heavy sledgehammers, bit by bit, breaking them down into smaller rocks. Other prisoners would carry those smaller rocks to the middle of the chamber, where more prisoners would smash them with smaller sledges. Yet more prisoners with shovels and screens would sift the debris, pitching back the larger stones. The resulting gravel would then be hauled in buckets to a conveyor belt that carried the gravel up and away. At the top of the conveyor belt, the gravel disappeared through a heavy steel grate. No one knew much about what lay beyond the grate. They knew air was blowing out of it because they could see a fair amount of dust blown back into the air around the conveyor belt. Most of the prisoners assumed the belt led to a blast furnace, where the gravel was melted down, or a mixing container where it was being made into ferrocrete. Corin argued that it was just as likely that the gravel was being dumped into hover trucks and taken out to pave walkways in some moth's garden, and if that was true, the grate was all that stood between them and freedom. All of the prisoners knew what they were doing was simply make work, but the imps had taken the precautions necessary to prevent work stoppages. The conveyor belt's workings had been sunk into the ground, so the prisoners couldn't get access to the motor and sabotage it. Steel fibers had been woven into the length of the belt to keep it strong, and had been tightened so virtually no slack appeared in the belt on its return trip to the depths of the mine's floor. A railing had even been set up to prevent prisoners from accidentally falling onto the belt or getting caught in the mechanism. Corin dumped his bucket of gravel into the maw of the container bolted on the conveyor belt. Humming away loudly, the belt started the gravel on its 20-meter journey to the grate. Corin watched it go for a second, then allowed the next man in line to bump him out of the way. Heading back to where Erlor was shoveling gravel into buckets, Corin took a quick inventory of the guards watching over them. A full squad of men in stormtrooper armor guarded them, providing one trooper for every 10 of the 80 prisoners in the work detail. 6 of the troopers carried blaster carbines. The other 2 crewed an E-web set up just inside the hatchway, making any attempt to rush out of the mine suicidal. The sharp slope up which the prisoners would have to charge would slow them enough that the 2-man heavy blaster would cut them all down. Though none of the guards were as big as stormtroopers, nor seemed as well disciplined as the Empire's shock troops, even they would have been enough to quell a prisoner revolt. Erlor tossed a shovelful of gravel toward Corin's bucket, but missed with half of it. "Don't do this, Corin." He kept his voice low enough that the rattling chuff of gravel pouring through a screen hid it from outsiders. "Wait. Learn more." "This is learning." He winked at the bigger man. "Guards have their blasters selected for stun." Jan looked over from the end of the screen he was holding. "You'll risk your life on the flick of a thumb?" Corin tapped himself on the chest. "Rogue Squadron, remember?" "Corellian, more like." Jan shook his head. "None of you have any respect for odds." "Why respect what you have to beat?" Corin gave each of them a nod. "Trust me, I have to make this run." Erlor dumped a final shovel's worth in the bucket. "May the Force be with you." "Thanks." Corin, letting the bucket dangle down between his legs, started the awkward, hunched-over ribet walk back toward the conveyor belt. His plan was simple. He'd dump his bucket, then hop over the railing and ride the belt up to the grate. Up there, at least as viewed from the work floor, there appeared to be enough shadowed space to conceal him. If he could then get down through the grate, or find a hidden passageway out, he'd be free. "You there." Corin looked over at the guard, pointing at him. "Me? Come here." "Why me?" Corin shuffled over toward the man. "Sir? Don't question me, prisoner." The guard, clad in the lighter-weight scout version of the armor, loomed over him. "As for the reason I picked you, You're new and need a lesson." Without warning, the guard brought the blaster carbine up and around in a one-handed backhand stroke that caught Korn over the right ear. Stars exploded before his eyes, and the clank of metal on skull started a fierce ringing in his ears. A flange on the barrel cut his ear and split his scalp, while the force of the blow spun Korn around to the left. Pain overrode panic. As Korn whirled, he held on tight to the bucket, brought it up, and let it fly when his tormentor came into view again. The gravel-filled container smashed into the guard's faceplate. The man's head snapped back as the blow knocked him from his feet. He stumbled backward as the bucket flew on, comet-like, spraying out a gravel tail. Korn's vision cleared, and seconds seemed to take hours to pass. The guard's carbine, the muzzle glistening with his blood, hung in the air. Korn knew he could snatch it before it hit the ground and burn down the two closest guards in a heartbeat. Half the guards in the detail would have been accounted for. Getting the rest would be difficult, but the other prisoners could swarm them. They'd take the guards' weapons and die trying to clear the E-web, or die trying to fight our way out of the belly of this prison. All of them will die, and their deaths will be on my head if I grab that gun. He heard the whine of a blaster and saw something blue shoot past him. All the prisoners dove for the floor. They shrank into a huddled carpet of dirty arms and legs, ducking their heads to avoid recognition, yet peeking out to see what would happen. All of them went down, save for one. Jan. Eyes filled with horror and pride, he nodded to Korn. Korn, understanding, nodded back. The stun bolt caught Korn square in the middle of his chest. It did to his nervous system what an ion bolt did to a machine. In one instant, every nerve in Korn's body fired, instantly racking him with pain, burning him up, shaking, crushing, and freezing him. All of his muscles contracted, bowing his back, grinding his teeth, and kicking him up into the air with a little hop. His limp body's impact on the ground probably hurt, but his nervous system couldn't route reports to his brain properly. So he really didn't know how he felt. Except it's not good. He saw Jan crouching over him. "I'll see they get you help." Korn wanted to nod, wanted to blink, wanted to do something to let Jan know he heard him, but he couldn't. About half the time he'd been hit with a stun bolt before, in training exercises, and a couple of times with Corsac in the field, he'd lost consciousness. The times he hadn't, he'd wished he had, because the feeling of helplessness created by being trapped inside a body that didn't work was worse than any pain. The medical team called for by the guards arrived rather quickly, bringing with them a repulsor lift stretcher. After they loaded their unconscious comrade on it, they reluctantly draped Korn over the man's legs, leaving Korn's head dangling and his hands and feet scraping along the ground as they hauled the two individuals out of the mine. Staring down at the floor, he couldn't see much on the trip out. The med-techs wrestled the stretcher into a lift, and the one to the right of the door, at the foot of the stretcher, punched a button and started the box ascending. Korn heard 3 tones, which he took to mean they had ascended 3 floors. Then the lift stopped, and the med-techs again struggled to get the stretcher out of the lift. They floated Korn on through corridors that appeared much more modern and maintained, if floor tile was any indication, than the rest of the facility. Finally, they brought the stretcher to a stop in a place where he caught the familiar scent of Bacta, and unceremoniously dumped him to the floor. He rolled onto his left side, his cheek pressed against the cold flooring. He caught snatches of the conversation between the med-techs and the MD droid that would be caring for the guard, but the ringing in his right ear made it difficult for him to catch everything. Moreover, he wasn't certain he could trust any sensory inputs, because what he was hearing through his left ear was simply impossible. Starting from above his head and continuing on down toward his feet, he heard the Dopplered sound of stormtroopers, real, well-disciplined stormtroopers, marching along. That was not remarkable in and of itself, except in that if they had been there, they'd have been marching over him. And as messed up as he was fairly certain he'd have noticed that. The only other alternative was that they were in a room below him, marching on the ceiling. And what that meant was, at that time, well and truly beyond his ability to comprehend. 22. Wedge thumbed his comlink on. What do you need, Mirax? Coming up on the Kala'uan starport, Wedge. I thought you might like to be up here on the bridge as we come in. It's quite the sight. On my way. He glanced around the cargo hold and nodded at his R5 unit. Hang on, Mynock. We're almost there. Keep a scanner on these crates for me, will you? The cylinder-headed droid beeped affirmatively. The R5 unit then exchanged some softer tones with the Pulsar Skate's Verpine maintenance droid. No, they can't be talking about me. Wedge laughed at his flash of paranoia and stepped out of the hold. The doors crunched shut behind him. Letting a hand trail along the corridor ceiling, he made his way along the spine of the ship to the bridge. He thought he might have been imagining things, but heat from the atmosphere already appeared to be bleeding in through the ship's hull. Scant wonder there are Twi'leks that think of Tatooine as a suitable place to flee to during the hot season here. He stepped down into the bridge and dropped into a seat behind Mirax. I'd forgotten how impressive this is. The tortured surface of Ryloth spread out before them like the shards of a shattered earthenware vase. Black basalt mountains thrust up into a dusky red sky. Centermost in their view of the planet stood a massive mountain with a huge tunnel cored into the interior at its base. The smaller holes dotting the face of the mountain would have appeared to be natural openings, except for the regularity with which they were arranged. Because the planet rotated on its axis once per year, the same side of Ryloth always faced the sun. Kala'uan existed near the terminus line, where day and night met, making it one of the cooler sunside locations. Because of Ryloth's elliptical orbit, the planet did have seasons, though most humans could not tell the difference between summer and the cool season since both were unbearably hot. Yeah, impressive and impressively treacherous. Liet watched the crosswinds as we entered the tunnel. The Sulistan pilot chittered angrily at her. I know you can't miss the rocks out there. I just want to make sure we miss the rocks. Mirax smiled. No heat storm activity today, it seems, but the currents can still be tricky. Right. Liet Tev took the Pulsar Skate down into the canyon that led to the tunnel. Harsh winds had smoothed the stone to the consistency of polished glass in some spots, and had torn away huge dagger-like slabs in others. Smaller areas of damage to the rocks, some graced with a splash of paint or metallic debris, gave mute testimony to the need for care in negotiating the approach to Kala'uan. The Pulsar Skate slipped into the approach tunnel with plenty of room to spare on all sides. Liet flicked on the ship's external running lights and floods, filling the dark tunnel with jagged shadows. Up ahead, a massive portcullis slowly rose into the tunnel's ceiling. As they flew past it, Wedge guessed it was at least 30 meters thick and would require a lot of pounding before it admitted unwanted visitors. Mirax glanced back at him. Ever get the feeling that the portcullis is as much for keeping folks in as it is for keeping them out? Only when I'm on the inside of it. 3 years had passed since his first and last trip to Cala'uan, when he and the rest of Rogue Squadron had arrived unbidden and in pursuit of a Twi'lek. The circumstances of this trip were certainly more favorable. Even so, just to make certain there were no grudges being borne against him, he'd put Emtray's scavenging abilities to good use and had him round up a plethora of gifts for the Twi'leks. Mirax nodded. Cala'uan is the one place my father figures he didn't make out like a bandit. The Twi'leks are tough negotiators. I hope that skill holds for Nawara's efforts on behalf of Tycho. Mirax's brown eyes narrowed. I hope so too, I think. I know you believe Tycho had nothing to do with Korn's death, but I can't be so sure. I wish I could, really, because Tycho helped me save Korn at Borleus. Don't forget that Tycho saved me and the rest of the squadron on Coruscant. I've not forgotten that, but while he was saving you, Korn and I were saving each other from the Empire and the traitor in Fliri Voru's organization. She patted Wedge on the knee. We've been over this a dozen times, and I'm getting better about it. I really am. I don't cry nearly as much right now as I did. Wedge tipped her face up with his left hand and brushed a tear from her cheek with his thumb. Hey, being sad doesn't reflect badly on you at all. Thanks. Mirax sniffed a little. It's just that it seems so ridiculous sometimes. We'd not even dated. We didn't know each other that well. For his death to hurt this much, we should have been a lot closer. That's the trick of it, Mirax. You were a lot closer than you imagine. The two of you shared a lot of the same qualities. Wedge smiled. Your father and Korn's father were mortal enemies. Why? Because they were a lot alike, too. Both of you had strong relationships with your fathers, which is reflected in how you turned out. Under different circumstances, old Booster and Hal Horn probably could have been friends. You and Korn became friends because you met under those different circumstances. She frowned for a moment. You are probably right. I could also help myself get over this, I think, if I could just finally accept the fact that Korn's dead. Listening to the comlink call when he went in, that was pretty nasty. But we never found a body. I know it's stupid to make anything of that, what with the building coming down on him and all, but my father always said that if you don't see a body, don't count on someone being dead. He did once, and it cost him his eye. I remember the story. Wedge laughed lightly. Now I remember it. That explains a lot. What do you mean? Biggs, Porkins, Korn, my parents? I never saw their dead bodies. Partly because of your father's story, I suspect, and just human stubbornness. I find myself sometimes expecting to see them walk into my office. Mirax's face brightened. Or you think you see them walking along in a crowd. You catch a glimpse of them. She glanced down. Part of me thinks that we see them because we don't truly believe they're dead. Maybe the barrier that separates the living from the dead is permeable as long as there is someone who doesn't accept death. Sith spawn, listen to me. I'm talking like a glitbiter. That's not a problem, Mirax. I understand. Wedge leaned forward and kissed her on the forehead. And I don't think your theory is all that wrong. I don't imagine we can bring people back to life by hoping, but letting their memories live on inside us is not a bad thing to do at all. The Sulistan cheebled something at Mirax, prompting her to spin around in her command chair. She hit several switches above her head, then punched a button on the console. Landing gear deployed. Repulsor lift drives engaged. Kill thrust and set her down gently. Liet's melodic grumble accompanied the delicate thunder of the pulsar skate's landing. Mirax slapped a button on the command console, and Wedge immediately felt a rush of warm air as the ship's gangway lowered itself. Mirax nodded toward the aft and the opening. "After you, Commander Antilles." "Thank you, Captain Tarek." Mirax smiled. "By the way, I think you look slicker than a Hutt's slime trail in that native garb." "Thanks." Since the mission was diplomatic in nature, Rogue Squadron had been supplied with clothes like those their counterparts on Ryloth would wear. Because of the planet's oppressive heat, the natives tended to wear loose, bulky, hooded cloaks over their other garments. The nature of the clothes they wore beneath the cloaks depended upon their occupation. Twi'lek warriors tended to be clad in a loincloth, wrapped leggings to the knee, fingerless gloves, and a highly decorative bandolier that did still serve a martial function. Their cloaks also tended to be abbreviated, as if their whole costume was meant to show they were tough enough to endure even the harshest of conditions on the planet. Wedge's attire varied only slightly from that Twi'lek warriors wore. His brown boots came up to his knees, and beige trousers had been tucked into them. To that he added an emerald green loincloth and a bandolier of the same color. All of his battle ribbons and awards had been embroidered on the bandolier, starting with 2 Death Star representations at his right shoulder and ending with a symbol representing Coruscant near his left hip. The crests of the Alliance and Rogue Squadron stood side by side over his heart. His cloak was a darker green than his bandolier, and had been lined with a shiny red fabric that formed 2 red wings when he folded the cloak back behind his shoulders. He descended the gangway and looked up. Kala'uan Starport occupied a colossal cavern which had been hollowed out of the heart of the mountain that sheltered it. Above his head lay level upon level of Twi'lek clan warrens, comprising the living quarters and work areas of over 100,000 Twi'leks. He could only guess at what the warrens looked like. According to Nawara, few were the non-Twi'leks who ever saw them, and those individuals were people a clan had acknowledged as a friend. The Courage of Sullust had landed off the skate's starboard wing. Nawara then disembarked and came walking over toward Wedge. They wore similar clothes, though Nawara's loincloth, bandolier, and cloak were all a deep shade of purple. His cloak had been lined with a gray that was slightly darker than his skin tone. "Are you ready, Commander?" Wedge nodded. "Lead the way." Nawara did, and Wedge followed a step behind him and one to his left. "It looks like our welcoming party. Is the Shak clan still the head clan here?" One of Nawara's braintails ran back along its spine. The tip of it jerked up and down in what Wedge had been told was the Twi'lek equivalent of a nod. "Koshak is still the master of the starport. It would appear, from the colors of the individual next to him, that someone from the Olan clan has chosen to greet us as well. Kasna Olan, perhaps?" Nawara shrugged. "Possibly. I don't know him. The Olan clan and mine do not mix much. No animosity, just little association with each other. His presence here could be good, or could be very bad." Wedge smiled, stepping up beside Nawara as they both stopped before their hosts. Nawara then bowed deeply, bringing both his braintails down to dangle limp by his knees. Wedge aped his bow, then opened his hands and pressed their backs against his thighs. The gesture was slightly awkward, but was meant to symbolize exactly what the limp braintails did: a lack of negative feelings and thoughts about the people in front of him. Without braintails, he had to rely on the universally peaceful symbolism of an empty, open hand to make his intent clear. Wedge and Nawara straightened up at the same time. Then their hosts bowed to them. Scarlet cloth swathed the corpulent Koshak. The gold badges of his office and clan held his outer cloak closed at his throat, though his round middle poked through the central opening. Wedge got an eyeful of Koshak's red robe and a wide cloth of gold sash pressed into the double duty of containing his girth and supporting a pair of Savari flash pistols. Kasna Olin would have seemed thick-set except by comparison with Koshak. His black cloak covered a bright yellow robe and blue sash. The gold office and clan badges he wore were smaller than Koshak's, but the craftsmanship on them seemed more delicate and less overpowering. Kasna Olin held his bow for a second longer than Koshak, but straightened up with less effort. The heavier Twi'lek opened black-taloned hands. "In the name of Kala Uin's clans, I bid you welcome, Nawar Aven. In the name of my clan, I am pleased to be accepted at Kala Uin." Nawara turned to his left. "I am pleased to present to the clans of Kala Uin my commanding officer." Kasna Olin stepped forward between Nawara and Koshak, extending his hand to Wedge. "Nawar Aven, you have no need to introduce Wedge Antilles to us. We remember him from his last adventure on our world." Wedge smiled and shook Kasna Olin's hand. "Good to see you again." "And you." Kasna Olin took a step back and paused for a second before his head-tails began to twitch up and down. "You have done much and learned much in the time since we have seen each other, not the least of which is learning how to dress." Nawara glanced over at Wedge. "Commander, I did not realize—" "No reason you should have, Nawar." Wedge hitched a moment. The way the Twi'leks ran Nawara's name together, he couldn't be certain exactly what Nawara's clan name was. When in doubt, go with indigenous custom, Nawar Aven. "It was an adventure the squadron had well before you joined it. Suffice it to say, it was resolved to the satisfaction of all interested parties." "It was indeed, Wedge Antilles." Koshak stretched the last syllable of Wedge's name into a whole sibilant phrase of its own. "And now you are come here, seeking satisfaction of another kind." "Quite true, Koshak." Wedge half-turned and pointed back at the two Alliance ships. "We have for you some wondrous things drawn from the various worlds of the New Republic." As he turned back to face the starport's master, he noticed Nawara and Kasna Olan speaking to each other in low tones, with their brain-tails convulsing wildly. Koshak closed his pinkish eyes and settled interlaced fingers over the bulge in his middle. "I am certain what you have brought will be impressive. Shall we begin our negotiations?" His offer seemed a bit abrupt to Wedge, and the surprised look on Nawara's face indicated he also thought something was amiss. What's going on here? Before Wedge could venture a reply, Nawara gently grabbed Wedge's right forearm. "While the commander applauds your alacrity in seeing to his needs, we have been traveling for days to get here. He chooses to invoke Twaijani." Koshak's eyes popped open with the speed Wedge would have expected if the starport master had felt a gun being jammed against a spine. "I welcome Wedge Antilles and would have granted him Twaijani without reservation if I felt he did not find our climate oppressive." "Open your eyes yet wider, Koshak." Kasna Olan gestured toward Wedge. "He is a warrior in truth as well as dress. Even in the hot season, he would not be discomfited." "Your courtesy in reminding me of that is appreciated, Kasna Olan." Koshak's words came out light and even, but the violent twitching of his brain-tails seemed to belie the benign tone of the reply. "Wedge Antilles, You and your people are to consider yourselves our guests. We will see to your pleasure, then to our business." "You are most kind," Wedge said, believing Koshak to be anything but. "I don't know what he has in mind as our pleasure, but I'm certain his will be business, and I don't anticipate that being much fun at all." 23. Elbows planted on either side of the data terminal's keyboard, Ayala leaned forward and rubbed her hands over her face. The jolt of excitement she had expected had come, but it faded far too quickly. Fatigue and an unfocused fear flooded through her in its wake. She could feel herself beginning to slow down, but she refused to surrender. No giving up now. I won this one. She pressed her fingers against her eyelids. I think. She had begun her quest to locate the Duros captain, Lai Nutka, in a most organized and methodical way. She pulled as much as she could about him from Imperial and Alliance sources, and compiled a profile of him based on that information. The most complete Imperial record came from a planet named Garki, where Nutka and his crew had been imprisoned for several months on charges of smuggling for the Alliance. Nutka's presence on the planet had been well documented, and the prefect Barris, Nutka's imperial adversary, had paid dearly for his brush with the Alliance. Garki was where Korin met Nutka. Alliance files were far more generous in the amount of information they provided. Nutka had indeed moved shipments for the Alliance, but he acted on their behalf only when it suited him. He didn't appear to have firm ties to the Alliance, not even as firm as those Mirax Tarek had. Nutka's distance from the Alliance, yet willingness to work with it, certainly put him in a gray area. That might have been why Tycho chose to trade with him. Ayala's inquiries then went off in several directions at the same time. She started a search for any records pertaining to any of the aliases and various ship identification codes she could find for the Star's Delight. She was less interested in the Alliance material than she was the Imperial records, but she did note that Nutka had not been off on missions for the Alliance at the time Tycho said he met with him on Coruscant. She also dug deeper into the person who was Lai Nutka himself. The Duros were a race of tall, slender, blue-skinned beings whose facial expressions seemed, to most humans, to be entirely dour. They remained aloof, and it was often said that they lacked noses because they were disinclined to stick their noses into business that did not concern them. Most Duros remained neutral concerning the rebellion, but a few brave individuals like Lai Nutka dared trade with the rebels. Only in this did Lai Nutka appear to be different from the majority of his people, which made researching him much easier. Ayala's greatest triumph was in locating the series of young adult Duros novels from which Nutka drew inspiration for his various aliases and the new names of his ship. He had mixed and matched first and family names of characters to create aliases for himself, and then for each alias gave his ship a name that was not associated with the corresponding characters in the books. But everything had indeed come from that pool of names. When none of the aliases she already had for him turned up an Imperial record, she tried inventing additional aliases, using the process she imagined Nutka himself had used to create his new identities. She started pumping these possible aliases through the Imperial computer and hoping for the best. The computer had reported back a lot of misses, but finally she got a hit. Just 4 days before Tycho's meeting with Lai Nutka, a modified Corelli Space Jims North 3 freighter named Nova Child entered the Coruscant system. A Duros named Hess Glilto had been listed as the captain of record. No departure for that ship or captain had been recorded, but this didn't surprise Ayala. The one record providing the information about his arrival was in a duty log filed by Lieutenant Virar Nida of Orbital Solar Energy Transfer Satellite 1127, after Coruscant had fallen to the Alliance and after Tycho Selchu had been taken into custody. Though officially part of their duty, OSET's officers seldom maintained or filed such logs, but from what she could see, Nida had been obsessive about it. The log had data concerning incoming and outgoing ships that traveled in-system during Nida's watches on the station. The lack of a departure record for Novachild could have meant nothing more sinister than that the ship had left while Nida was sleeping, but Ayala felt in her gut that was unlikely. She sat back in her chair and looked at the data on the screen again. The fact that no other Imperial records mentioned the Novachild or Hess Glilto told Ayala the records had been deliberately purged, and anyone with the access needed to purge those records could easily manufacture and enter the data that shows Tycho was in Imperial Intelligence's pay. Or Tycho himself could have doctored things to make it look as if he had been framed. Ayala slowly shook her head. The information she had was intriguing, but essentially useless. She could not prove Lai Nutka and Hess Glilto were the same person. The Novachild's arrival put it on Coruscant a couple of days before the meeting Corrin had witnessed, but she couldn't exclude the possibility that the ship had departed before the date of the meeting. Unless she could definitively place Nutka on Coruscant at that time, she couldn't prove Tycho was telling the truth. And I'm not so sure I want to do that. She sighed. Dirac had told her about some of the conversations he'd had with Tycho. He was more convinced than ever of Tycho's innocence, and his opinion did carry a lot of weight in her mind. Even so, if Tycho had caused Corrin's death, Ayala didn't want him to be able to get away with it. I owe Corrin that much. A familiar hoot brought her back to the present and sparked a smile on her face. Whistler. The small green and white R2 beeped happily. Behind him, toddling along, came Rogue Squadron's black, clamshell-headed M3PO unit. Good morning, mistress. Morning? Ayala glanced at the chronographic readout at the top of her datapad's screen. I don't believe it. I've been here 8 hours. Dirac will kill me. Emtre's head canted to the left. I would hope not, Mistress Ayala. That would be a crime, and I was speaking metaphorically, Emtre, not literally. Ayala frowned at the droid. I meant that he would be upset with me. Ah, I see. Ayala patted Whistler gently on his domed head. So what are you two doing here in the computer center? Whistler warbled nonchalantly. We can tell her, Whistler. Emtre's head righted itself and thrust forward, giving Ayala a good view of the gold eyes burning in the hollow of his face. You do want the truth to triumph, don't you? Ayala nodded slowly. Every day it seems I'm hearing less and less of it. What have you got? Emtre pointed toward her data terminal's I.O. port. Whistler, hook in there and show her what we found. Whistler squawked rudely, a sound Ayala recognized as one she'd often heard the droid use to chasten Corrin. Her throat thickened as melancholy tried to suck the life out of her, but she shook her head. She looked up at Emtre and forced words out past the lump in her throat. What have you been doing? We have finished the tasks Master Ven set for us before he left with the others, so we started going over transcripts and noticed an underlying assumption everyone seems to have made concerning the conquest of Coruscant. And that is, it is assumed that Isan Isard let us have the world because she wanted us to have it. Infected as it was with the Krytos virus. The stresses possessing it has put on the Alliance certainly are great, and the assumption is probably valid, but there is no straight-line correlation between her desire to let us have the planet and actions taken in the final days. I'm not certain at this hour I follow what you're saying. Ayala rubbed at her burning eyes with her left hand. Can you break it down and be more specific? Certainly. Emtre glanced down at the R2 unit. Show her the current disease case grid. Whistler chirped happily. The data on the terminal screen vanished beneath a graph that plotted incidences of sickness over time in red. A thick blood-red line quickly blossomed into a triangle with a steep hypotenuse, then leveled out into a rectangle that began to flare upward again over the last 10 days. The disease had spread quickly at first, but had plateaued, until recently. Ayala nodded. The plateau indicates the period when the disease stopped spreading because Bactotherapy managed to keep it under control. Exactly. The graph of fatalities has a similar profile. I can imagine. This is pretty horrible. True, mistress. Whistler, now run the +6 graph. +6? The projected disease report graph we would have seen if the planet had fallen to the Alliance just 6 days later than it did. The new graph exploded from the starting point and spiked quickly off the top of the screen. Projected fatalities in this model are 85% of afflicted populations. Ayala's jaw dropped open. Whole alien populations would have been wiped off Coruscant. Exactly. This model, when broken down by species, shows a complete depopulation of Gamorreans, Corran, Twi'leks, Sulistans, and Trandoshans. The chances of the disease traveling off-world are incalculable, but the potential for galaxy-wide extermination of some species cannot be discounted. She blinked and rubbed at her eyes again. Why are the models so different? Silvery highlights flashed from the edges of Emtre's black carapace as he raised his hands. One reason is highly speculative. First, it seems that in boiling off a reservoir to create the storm that brought down the planet's shields, our efforts destroyed a large amount of the virus present in the planetary water system. Second, and far more germane to our discussion, is the abbreviated incubation period our arrival gave the disease. Had the Alliance arrived just a week later, we would already have had a wave of deaths and a whole new round of infections because of contact with bodily fluids from the victims and the virus in the water system. Ayala nodded slowly. If we had been just a week later in liberating the planet, there would have been no way to save it. Non-human members of the Alliance would have fled, dooming their own populations. Without non-human support, the Alliance would have foundered. That seems probable, mistress. Yeah. Ayala's brown eyes tightened. So the reason the imps stopped our initial effort to shut down the shields was to keep us from taking over the world too soon. For Iceheart, it wasn't a matter of if, but when we'd take the world. And since Tycho's contribution to our efforts were what enabled us to bring the shields down before the time that would have been optimal for Iceheart, we can suppose he wasn't working for her. Emtre nodded, and Whistler trumpeted triumphantly. Unless, of course, that's exactly what Iceheart wants us to think. Ayala shook her head. Not bad work, you two, but it's about as helpful as what I found on Line Nootka. I can put someone who ought to be him flying something that ought to be his ship here about the time Tycho said he met with Nootka, but I can't prove it. I'd dearly like to believe Tycho is being framed, but I don't see a good reason why Isard would be devoting so many resources to getting someone who is really not that important. Whistler reeled off a series of sharp bleats. Yes, I will tell her. Emtre looked down at Ayala. Whistler says discrediting Tycho will discredit Rogue Squadron. If Tycho is convicted, Commander Antilles will be distracted. Tycho's conviction could also cause an inquiry into the events of the first assault on Borlaeus. He could be blamed for the disaster, absolving the Bothan general of his mistake, and that might make the Bothans feel they can grab for more power. I can follow that, but it's too risky a return for Iceheart to take an interest in it. There has to be something else. There is, Mistress Wasiri. Emtre lowered his hands to near his hips. Whistler says Isan Isard would do it because she's cruel. That idea landed in Ayala's gut and sat there like one of Hoth's frozen continents. You know, Whistler, you may have something there. Toying with an innocent man like that is exactly what she would do, especially when it meant that the Alliance was dancing to a tune she called. Of course, that doesn't prove Tycho is innocent, but thwarting her is enough to make sure I keep digging until I learn what's really going on, one way or another. 24. Corn scratched at his right ear, flaking off some crusted flesh. Yeah, I know it sounds as if I got hit harder than I did, but I'm convinced I'm right. He looked at Jan. I think it's a good shot at getting out of here, or at least one that has to be explored. I agree. Erlor shook his head. Too far-fetched. Which is why I want to test my theory when we're down in the mine. Erlor's massive left hand stroked his beard. Will you give this foolishness up if your experiment fails? Jan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Corrin. Will you? Corrin hesitated before answering. Though he had not blacked out, the MD droid had kept him in the infirmary overnight for observation. At least Corrin assumed it was overnight, having had no way of judging the passage of time. Corrin had gone over in his mind what had happened and came to two conclusions. The first, which no one doubted, was that the guard had singled him out because someone had mentioned his desire to escape. Though Corrin hadn't mentioned it to anyone other than Jan and Erlor, the questions he had asked of the inmates would have been enough to alert even the most dense of individuals to his plans. The second thing he had concluded, and had spent the last week attempting to convince Jan and Erlor was true, was that they were all upside down. The technology for creating and negating artificial and real gravity was ancient. Ships of all sizes and stripes could generate their own gravity. Reversing the gravity in the complex would lead any escapees to assume that by going up, they'd be getting closer to the surface and freedom when, in fact, they'd be getting farther from it and killing their chances of escape. If Corrin had heard troopers marching past, any escapee would run full-on into at least one level occupied by soldiers. Even if he didn't get captured, by the time he realized what had happened, he'd have a long way to go just to get back to the prison level, much less go beyond it to freedom. He shook his head. No, I'll still go, even if my experiment is unsuccessful. I have no doubt that I'm right. The experiment is just to convince you I'm right. Erlor folded his arms across his chest. Why do you care if we believe you? If I'm right, you can come with me. The big man held up his ruined right hand. You'd find a cripple of little use to you. I've learned to become patient. I'll wait for you to come back. You're wrong there. Corrin looked at Jan. How about you? The older man sat silently on his billet for a moment, then shook his head rather firmly. Forgive me. There is no way I can go. But I allowed myself to indulge in the fantasy. You're strong. You could make it. I appreciate your assessment of me, Corrin, but it is overgenerous. Jan shrugged. Besides, just as a desire to keep me safe prevents our people from harming our imperial compatriots, So a desire to keep our people safe prevents me from joining you. If I escape, Iceheart will kill the lot of us. I'll remain here and keep them safe until you can bring help back." Korn frowned. "So neither of you will go?" "No." Erlor shook his head. "You'll be on your own." Unspoken in that sentence was the conviction there was no way to guarantee that the imps didn't have spies among the Alliance prisoners. And my traveling alone means that if I'm a spy, I won't be taking anyone else with me. Don't worry, I'm no Tycho Selchu, nor will I let myself be betrayed by one another time. Jan's eyes narrowed. Tycho Selchu? He was here once for several months. They called him out one day, and he vanished. Was he a traitor? He's the reason I'm here. He gave the imps override code data on a headhunter I was flying. They took control, and I'm here. Korn forced his balled fists open. Isard told me Tycho is on trial for my murder, so justice does prevail. Erlor scratched at his jaw. Selchu was a sleeper, wasn't he? As much as Korn hated Tycho, that description sent a shiver down his spine. Within the prisoner population were individuals who were suffering severe shock from their interrogations. Most were ambulatory, but not much beyond that. In the brief time he'd been in the general population, he'd seen one or two of them recover to a certain extent, but their attention spans and short-term memory were short and shot, respectively. They did seem to get better, but only gradually. I believed he was, but that must have been an act. If you think about it, being a sleeper meant many people would speak in front of him. When he recovered, he'd have folks trying to help him with his memory. Jan shook his head. When he got to the point where he should have been better, they pulled him out and debriefed him. He had me fooled. He had a lot of people fooled, Wedge Antilles included. Korn nodded firmly. He's not fooling folks any longer, though. Just goes to show the Empire doesn't win them all, not by a long shot. And if my experiment works, we'll give them one more loss to account for. In some ways, Wedge was surprised by his reaction to the display of hospitality Koshak put on for his benefit. He found it both barbaric and somehow naive. An area had been cleared near the Alliance ships. Opalescent glowstones, technological lamps designed to look like natural stones, had been brought out from homes and arranged in a circular pattern. While red and gold highlights played through them, the illumination they produced was coldly blue and white. It made the humans into pale ghosts and rendered the Twi'leks as cyanotic ice creatures. Rogue Squadron and the ship's crews had been invited to the celebration. The visitors arrayed themselves in a circle that put them 5 meters from the outer edge of the glowstone circle. Twi'leks from various clans interspersed themselves among the visitors, with one who spoke passable Basic acting as interpreter for 2 or 3 others. Wedge harbored no illusions about what was going on. His people were being interrogated, albeit politely. Their stories would be compared at Twi'lek councils, and decisions would be made about the future of Ryloth based on what the Twi'leks learned. Servants passed around the outside of the circle, offering the visitors food, drink, and gifts. The musicians, who had been assembled opposite him, played a variety of string and wind instruments, producing notes that ran up and down on a 13-note scale. Wedge found the music only marginally painful, while Liet Save and Errol Numb seemed to be moving in sync with the notes he couldn't hear. Out behind the cold, spectral light cast by the glowstones, life continued as usual in Kala'uan. People walking by gawked for a moment or two and many brain-tails, or leku, as Wedge had learned they were called in Rylothian, twitched with silent messages about the assembly. Wedge didn't really have eyes for much of what was happening outside the visitors' circle, primarily because of what was going on at its heart. A lithe, petite, Twi'lek female dancer spun and leaped through the air. Her tattooed leku lashed out like whips, then whirled down and enfolded her like ivy. The tails of the loincloth she wore similarly clung to her body, sliding away as she whirled, to reveal silken flesh over taut, powerful muscles. She gave Wedge a pixie wink, prompting a smile from him. Then she twirled off to charm another of the visitors. Kasna Olan dropped a braintail over Wedge's shoulder. Sienra is the only positive thing Bib Fortuna ever accomplished. He stole her from her dark side family and meant to present her to Jabba the Hutt. In preparation for that, he had her taught to dance as well as she does. She was saved from Jabba by your Luke Skywalker. She always dances wonderfully, but this night she approaches perfection because of the gratitude she feels to the Alliance. She is spectacular. Wedge could not deny that he found her dance exciting and even stimulating, but that bothered him just a bit. By seeing her as being so seductive and beautiful, and reacting to her on a physiological level, it was very easy for him to forget she was a living, thinking creature. That made it deceptively simple for him to see how the Imperials found objectifying and dehumanizing other races justifiable. If they seem like animals, or appeal to you on an animal level, clearly they are animals. Kasna Olan tapped him on the shoulder. It would be possible for a private dance to be arranged for you, my friend. I appreciate the offer, but Kasna Olan's voice dropped to a whisper. Sienra asked me to convey that suggestion to you on her behalf. She is well aware of your history and considers you quite a hero. I see. Wedge considered for a moment all the offer implied, and felt sorely tempted. Sienra's sensuous beauty, from her full lips and dark eyes to her fluid and athletic grace, hinted at pleasures he'd not had time to enjoy for, if I can't remember off the top of my head, it's been well and nigh too long. But is here and now, with Sienra, the time to change that? Wedge smiled at Kasna Olan. Convey to her my profound appreciation of her offer, and my sincere regret at having to refuse. Ultimately, I am here as a representative of the Alliance. Perhaps some time when I am merely here as myself, she will understand, I think. I hope so. Wedge frowned for a moment. I have a question to ask you about something you said a moment ago. Alec twitched. Ask. You pronounce my name as Wedge Antilles and Nawara Ven's name as Nawara Ven, running them together. When you mentioned Bib Fortuna, you distinctly broke his name up. Why? Kasna Olan nodded slowly and let his leku slip from Wedge's shoulder. Bib Fortuna was a member of the Una clan. Because of his predations on his own people, he was cast out. The joining of personal and clan names is, among us, a sign of belonging. Breaking the names apart is a statement of the distance between that person and his people. Wedge nodded. How do you decide what a name will become? Nawara is a member of the Ven clan, but you make his surname into Aven when you pronounce it. And I know your name is Antilles, but I break it in two. Exactly. The Twi'lek laughed lightly. Naming conventions are determined by a venerable set of rules, superstitions almost, that transform names into auspicious omens. Ven, for example, translates into basic as silver. Nawara would translate roughly as speaker or tongue, either of which suggests a gifted negotiator. However, if his name were pronounced as Nawaraven, because of the peculiarities in Rylothian, his name would mean tarnished silver. By changing the pronunciation slightly, we retain the correct meaning. I'm impressed. Wedge smiled openly. So what does my name mean, the way you pronounce it? The Twi'lek shrugged. There is no good, direct translation of foreign names, but Wedge Antilles comes close to Slayer of Stars. I like it. It is much to be preferred to the alternative suggested by the basic pronunciation, which is difficult to translate. Give me a rough go at it. Kasna Olan's braintails twitched sharply. Being generous, it is one so foul he could induce vomiting in a rancor. Wedge shuddered. I prefer your pronunciation, I think. A gentle vibration running through the ground forestalled further lessons about Twi'lek culture. He assumed the vibration was produced by the raising of the portcullis, so he looked off toward where the tunnel entered the Kala Uan cavern. Boiling up out of it, in 3 pairs, came a half-dozen uglies. The X-Wing fighter's distinctive S-foils jutted out from the sides of a TIE fighter's ball cockpit. The stabilizers had been fastened to a collar that surrounded the cockpit, and as the fighters maneuvered and cavorted in the air above the assembly, he saw the S-foils rotating around the cockpit, making the design similar in principle to that of the B-Wing fighter in service with the Alliance. Never seen those before. Must be a homegrown Twi'lek design. The S-foils collapsed into a single wing on either side of the cockpit. Then landing skids extended from the bottom of the collar, and the peculiar ships descended. They landed in a rough semicircle facing the Alliance ships, easily menacing all the visitors. One of the cockpit hatches opened, and a huge Twi'lek pilot emerged from the top of the sphere. He wore a black Imperial flight suit, but a scarlet loincloth and cloak had been added to make it seem closer to native warrior attire. His lekku had been tattooed with a variety of sinuous and serpentine shapes, which Wedge supposed were Rylothian glyphs, but he could not even guess at their significance. As the warrior strode over to the circle, the music died, and the servants shrank back. Sien Ra stopped her dance and retreated into Wedge's shadow. Wedge stood, with Kasna Olan on one side, and the great, lumpish Koshak on the other. As the warrior came closer, Wedge saw he was positively huge, easily 40 centimeters taller than Wedge, and massing at least another 30 kilos. How he actually managed to jam himself into the TIE cockpit, Wedge couldn't imagine. The warrior stepped through a quickly widening gap in the circle, then stopped 5 meters from Wedge. I am Taldira, first among Twi'lek warriors. You, the lekku-less, who wears the clothes of a warrior. You are Wedge Antilles? Wedge did his best to ignore the faint retching sound Taldira made in the back of his throat as he pronounced Wedge's name. I am Wedge Antilles. The Twi'lek warrior raised an eyebrow at Wedge's reply. And you have come here for Rill? I have come for Rill Core. Wedge's reply won a gasp from Koshak and a leku twitching from Taldira. "Is there a problem?" "None, Wedge Antilles, if—" Taldira drew a pair of slender vibroblades from sheaths hidden in his bandolier. "You are willing to fight to prove you are a warrior. A warrior should deal with warriors. Win the fight, and the core shall be yours." Wedge's stomach tightened, and his heart began to pound. As a pilot, in his X-Wing, he had no doubt at all that he'd be able to vape Taldira and his X-Ball. In a vibroblade fight, though, as much as he would have preferred to avoid fighting, he knew he really didn't have any choice in the matter. The core was vital to stopping the Krytos virus. If I have to carve this Twi'lek behemoth up to get it, I will. He held out his right hand. "I will fight." Taldira tossed him one of the vibroblades. "A warrior should deal with a warrior." "My thoughts exactly." The warrior's leku writhed up and down once affirmatively. "Good." Wedge flicked the blade on with his thumb. "Come on, I'm ready." "You are, but your opponent isn't." Taldira looked around, studying each of the rogues. They all wore Twi'lek warrior garb, and the disdainful expression on Taldira's face suggested he found something wrong with that. He openly appraised them, looking each of them up and down before passing from one to the next. Will he pick one of them as my foe? Wedge felt his stomach begin to implode. I know Twi'leks can be cruel. Is he going to force me to slay one of my own people because of some affront we've given him? Taldira looked back at Wedge. "I have made my choice. Prepare yourself." Wedge nodded. "I'm still ready." "Good." The warrior casually tossed the vibroblade to Koshak. "I choose you." The starport master's eyes ballooned as he bounced the inert vibroblade from hand to hand. It slipped from his grasp and ricocheted off his stomach before tumbling toward the ground. The obese Twi'lek began to bend over, thick fingers wriggling slothfully in a vain attempt to catch the blade before it could hit the ground. In one flowing motion that nearly shamed Sienra's performance, Taldira swooped forward and plucked the blade out of the air. It hummed to life, and with one deft cut, split the brooch holding Koshak's cloak closed. The garment puddled around Koshak's feet, and a stiff-arm blow to the chest dropped the starport master on top of it. Taldira grabbed one of Koshak's brain-tails and yanked none too gently on it, then pressed the vibroblade to the Twi'lek's throat. "Warriors should deal with warriors, Koshak. Wedge Antilles came to us as a warrior, leading a band of warriors, including our own Nawaraven. You knew of this mission to Ryloth, but hid that knowledge from me so you could profit from the gifts our visitors would bring. That is fitting conduct for a merchant, but not a warrior, Koshak." Taldira delivered the altered pronunciation of the starport master's name harshly, filling it with scorn. Wedge had no idea of what it meant, but he was glad Taldira's anger wasn't directed at him. Taldira released Koshak and turned the vibroblade off. He resheathed it, then turned toward Wedge. "The blade you possess is my gift to you, Wedge Antilles. This core you want will be delivered to you, a gift between warriors. It is happily given in the hopes it can heal those who have been touched by treachery and cowardly action. All I ask in return is your forgiveness for this breach of etiquette." Wedge turned his vibroblade off and tucked it into the top of his right boot. A warrior does not hold another warrior responsible for the actions of a merchant." He turned and pointed to the Alliance ships with his left hand. "On those ships, I have gifts from my warriors to yours, offered in spirit shared by warriors." Taldira clapped Wedge on both shoulders. "There is much honor in you, Wedge Antilles, and in your rogue squadron. I will be most pleased if, while the merchants scurry about unloading and loading our ships, you will continue to join me in Twaijani." Looping a leku over Wedge's shoulders, Taldira pointed at the musicians. "Play for our guests. Play the best you ever have. You are playing for the pleasure of warriors now, and nothing less than the best will do." 25. Korn's mouth felt like a desert, and it wasn't just because of the dust created by working the grater. He'd been planning his little experiment so he could test his theory about the prison's orientation for the last 2 days, and was fairly certain that what he had in mind would work perfectly. Despite his confidence, he'd hesitated, telling himself he'd wait for the rock that would work the best. He'd found the rock on the grate. It had something of a clamshell shape, momentarily reminding him of Emtre's head. It fit easily in his palm and would fly well. It had enough mass to it to make his throw possible, and yet had a narrow enough cross-section and dark enough color that it wouldn't easily be seen in the cavern. His mouth was dry because the fear coiling in his belly was sucking all the moisture out of him. He couldn't think of what he had to be afraid of. His life couldn't get any worse. He was locked in the highest security prison the Empire had ever known. Most people had never even heard of Lusankya, and most of those who had thought it was a rumor. Even during his time on the Corellian security force, he'd only heard passing references to it. Beyond believing that it existed and was not a good place, he'd known nothing about it. Korin caught other prisoners in his work group looking at him, and in their expectant glances he found the source of his fear. "I'm afraid of being wrong and disappointing them." Only Jan and Erlor knew what he intended to do, but a number of other prisoners had been recruited to stage the distraction that would allow him to act. They had figured out he was going to be doing something related to escape, but they had no clue what it was, nor did they expect to be told. Despite their ignorance, they were all enthused with the idea of helping him out. Hopes they had long since abandoned were being revived by his escape attempt. Korin closed his fist around the stone. This had better work. He looked over at Erlor, who, in turn, nodded to 2 men working with the smaller sledgehammers. One of them brought his sledgehammer down on the ground hard, then loosened his grip so the tool cartwheeled away. The handle grazed another man, who screamed, clutched at his shin, and started hopping around madly, all the while swearing he was going to kill the clumsy oaf who let go of the hammer. The workers backed away from the careening hammer and the 2 men, then started shouting encouragement to them in hopes of goading them into a fight. Korin retreated along with the others, then stopped when Erlor and a knot of 3 prisoners screened him from the guards. He looked at the rock, gave it a kiss, then hauled back and hurled it up toward the apex of the ceiling, 30 meters away. Come on, come on. Korin's theory had been simple. If the prison was oriented upside down, then gravity generators would be operating beneath his feet to keep him in place. The generators were clearly strong enough at this surface to hold him to it, but the farther he got from them, the weaker their grasp would be. If, in fact, the cavern's ceiling was actually closer to the core of the planet than where he stood, the planet's natural gravity would be strong there, If that were true, if his theory was correct, the rock would hit and hold. Down on his level, the guards began shooting into the crowd. Stunned prisoners began to collapse in waves. Up above, the stone clipped a stalactite. Deflected, it continued to travel upward, but now at an angle. As Corin watched, the stone seemed to slow and begin to stall. All around him, blue stun bolts dropped prisoners. Two of the men screening him went down. Then Erlor twitched and fell to the ground, down to the ground. The stone fell up. The stone rattled up in between two stalactites and nestled there safely. As it settled into place, two tiny points on it twinkled, and Corin imagined it was Emtre's head, and he'd just gotten confirmation of his theory from the droid. I was right. There is a way to escape. The stun bolt's blue agony played over Corin. Once again, every nerve in his body fired, every muscle tightened, every joint creaked. Racked by pain, he collapsed with the others and rolled onto his back. The world swam in and out of focus, and he knew, this time, he was going to black out. That should have filled him with dread, but when he could see clearly, Emtre looked at him from afar. And looking at the stone, he knew he was looking down, which meant things for him were definitely looking up. Ever Daracote, slaving with the other Imperial prisoners at the far end of the cavern, turned to look at the commotion the rebels were causing, but he did not hurry to do so. It would have been beneath him to let them think their squabbles were of interest to him. Affecting an air of nonchalance, he turned and watched them disinterestedly. Then he saw Corin Horn. The diminutive rebel had irked him the first time they had met, then had compounded his error by gloating over his part in taking Borlaeus. As the rebel reared back to throw something, Daracote almost called out a warning to the guards, but something forestalled him. He watched Corin make his throw and saw a small missile shoot up toward the ceiling. Daracote lost it in the shadows above and began to wonder what Horn was up to. The rock he had thrown clearly was insufficient to dislodge a stalactite or trigger a collapse of the ceiling. As unwise and annoying as Horn had appeared to be, Daracote never would have classed him as suicidal. Yet if he was successful in an effort to dislodge a big piece of rock, it would drop straight down on him and the carpet of stunned prisoners covering the cavern floor. The Imperial general saw Horn go down. The little fool will likely be hit by the rock he threw. Serves him right. Daracote almost turned away, but stopped to see if his prediction would come true. It did not. He did not see the stone fall back to the earth. This started General Daracote thinking. He prided himself on being intelligent. He had, after all, created the Krytos virus. It was not his fault that Isan Isard's expectations for it were unrealistic. He had done his best, but that was not good enough for her. So he ended up in her private prison, subject to her whims. The whims that imprisoned me can also free me. Daracote could think of dozens of explanations for why the stone did not fall back to the cavern floor. The simplest explanation was that it had become lodged between stalactites. However, for that to happen, Horn would have to be incredibly lucky. He doubted the prisoners would have staged the sort of charade that shielded Horn's effort just so he could test his luck in a place that, ultimately, housed those who were utterly without luck. One by one, Daracote examined and discarded explanations for the rock remaining on the ceiling, and, at last, hit upon the only one that seemed to make sense. Iceheart has us standing on our heads. Any fool who tries to escape to the surface will just go deeper and deeper into her prison. Horn discovered this fact, tested his hypothesis, and has his result. And, just as obviously, he means to use it to escape. The general slowly smiled. He could easily let the guards know Horn was planning to escape, but doing that would make him nothing more than an informant. Informing was weak, and would not be rewarded by Isan Isard. She wanted action. She wanted him to do something to atone for his failure. To please her, he would have to act, because taking action was strong. This Horn will bear watching. When he moves, I will be ready. Derrico tugged at the abbreviated sleeves of his tunic. He will become the source of my redemption, and I will once again know the glory of service to the Empire. 26. Thank you, Admiral. I do have questions for Tsilin Well. Noiraven sorted through his set of data cards, then fed one into his datapad. On the long journey to and from Ryloth, he'd read Well's depositions, and had formulated a series of questions to ask her. There really was little to dispute in what she had to say, but he needed to make certain the tribunal understood the limitations of what she had testified to. In direct testimony, the Quarren had seemed a bit testy, and Admiral Akbar had admonished her to be cooperative. If needed, Nawara knew he could exacerbate that natural Mon Calamari Quarren enmity and completely discredit her testimony in Akbar's eyes. General Salm and Maydeen, on the other hand, might react negatively if he provoked her. Combat piloting is often much easier than this. Nawara looped Aleku over his shoulder. Agent Well, according to your earlier testimony, you've been auditing Imperial expenditures for years. Is that correct? The Quarren's facial tentacles quivered. I have said this, yes. And the purpose for studying these expenditures was to estimate how much money the Empire was pouring into anti-rebel activities, correct? Yes. This means you were looking for evidence of expenses that were hidden, black projects, so to speak, that did not appear on any official Imperial budget. The Quarren nodded. Budgets for such things are regularly hidden within other programs. A terraforming budget might, for example, have miscellaneous expenses linked to it that cover the cost of military development projects. Prior to our taking of Coruscant, I would compare known expenses with the budget expenditures and create a picture of what the Empire was spending. I see. Namora glanced down at his datapad. Now, you have told the court that my client, Captain Selchu, was paid approximately 15 million credits over the past 2 years. This would be the amount of time that has passed since his escape from Imperial custody. Is that a fair summarization of your testimony? The Quarren's turquoise eyes glinted wetly. I indicated that 15 million credits is all we have been able to uncover. The money is located in 6 different accounts. There could be more. But you are uncertain of that? Counselor Venn, since the occupation of Coruscant, I have been working night and day, analyzing intelligence accounts. There are literally millions of accounts. I feel fortunate to have uncovered the 6 we have found so far. Nawara pressed his hands together. But these 6 accounts are not the only accounts you have looked at, correct? No. I have reviewed thousands of accounts myself, and my staff has reviewed nearly 1 million. So, the accounts you have linked with my client are not remarkable? I don't understand the question. Allow me to rephrase it. Noara smiled. How many Imperial agents have you found that have funds in numerous accounts? A translucent membrane nictitated up over Cillin Wells' eyes. A few. A few what? Dozen? 100? 1,000? Dozen. And how many of those individuals have 6 accounts? The Quarren shifted slightly in the witness chair. So far, none. But we have a great deal of work to do yet. Noara nodded. Now, discovering the links between these files and an agent is not easy work, is it? No. Is one of the difficulties that Imperial intelligence took pains to make it difficult to locate the identities of their agents? Yes. Do they encrypt data? Yes. Do the encryption routines vary in difficulty depending upon the value of the agent? Objection. Hala Edic stood. Calls for speculation on the part of the witness. Admiral, Agent Weld is overseeing an intelligence division that has been at war with Imperial intelligence for years. Clearly, she would be familiar with the degree of security the Empire used to protect its assets and hide information. Overruled. You may answer the question as best you are able. Wells' facial tentacles rolled up and slowly unfurled. Encryption does become more difficult the more valuable the asset. The methods used to hide Captain Selchu's identity show him to be of middling importance to the Empire. Noara smiled. So you have uncovered other agents on the same level of importance as him? Dozens. Hundreds. And each of them had 15 million credits paid out? The Quarren hesitated. No. No? How much were they paid? Thousands. So you're saying that while Captain Selchu was protected like an agent of little value, he was paid out of all proportion with his apparent worth to Imperial intelligence? That is one conclusion that could be drawn from the accounts. Is the other, perhaps, that he was set up to look like a valuable agent as part of a frame-up? Objection, speculation, withdrawn. Noara nodded to Commander Edic. Agent Well, how much money has Captain Selchu taken from his accounts? Well's tentacles writhed. None. To your knowledge, is there any evidence that Tycho Selchu knew the accounts existed? No. Perfect. So these accounts could have been set up and made to look as if Captain Selchu was an Imperial agent without his knowledge, specifically to discredit him in a trial like this? Yes. Noara let his smile blossom fully. And in your experience, has Imperial intelligence ever set up such accounts to attempt to make the Alliance think someone is an agent in their employ? The Quarren glanced down at her hands. Yes, at least once. And who was that? Cillin Well glanced up at the bearded man sitting at Admiral Akbar's left. General Krytos Medine. I found the accounts and also proved they were false. And you have diligently applied yourself to proving the accounts that you have linked to Captain Selchu are false as well, correct? The Quarren shook her head. That is not part of my job. So you just manufacture evidence for the state? Truth means nothing? Objection. Sustained. Admiral Akbar looked down at Noara. You have made your point, Counselor Venn. There is nothing more you can gain on this line. Yes, Admiral. Noara returned to the defense bench. No further questions. In the holding cell, Noara rubbed some warmth back into the tip of his right leku. No, you're right, Captain. We did score points today. I think General Medine will question whether or not you're being paid off. Tycho smiled over at him. That's good, yes? In a way, yes. What do you mean? Noara shrugged. The idea that you're an agent who was being paid by the Empire isn't supposed to impress the tribunal. It's meant to impress the public. It's only one of 3 motives that would explain your actions. It does provide the prosecution with an embarrassment of riches. Greed is the easiest thing for most folks to understand, especially when you're talking that much in the way of credits. Tycho's binders clicked against the edge of the table as he slid his hands from it and held them against his chest. Korn's threatening to expose me is another motive. What's the last one? Lusankia. Nuara opened his hands. The tribunal, at this point, has a choice. If they assume you betrayed the squadron because you were being paid, or because you feared what Korn would uncover, they can convict you of murder and treason without any problem. Everyone will understand what happened, and there won't be any messy details to deal with. If they decide, on the other hand, that you did what you did because of Imperial brainwashing at Lusankia, then they would be bound to find you innocent by reason of diminished sapience. In that case, you'd be placed into a hospital and treated for your affliction, to be released whenever you are cured. Tycho stared down at his hands. Which could be never. That's your nightmare. Their nightmare is that some MDO droid with a cognitive matrix analysis package will unscramble your brain and declare you cured in a week or 2. They'd have to let you go free, which would make the justice system seem impotent. Tycho's head came up, and the bright blue of his eyes surprised Nuara with its intensity. What you're saying is that the Sabak cards have been programmed against me. It's worse than you know. Nuara jerked a thumb toward the exterior wall. The day we got back from Ryloth, the Palpatine counterinsurgency front blew up a school. It's been 36 hours, and they've still not found all the bodies. Some were vaporized in the explosion, unrecoverable, just like Korn's. Both humans and non died in the blast. Someone claiming responsibility said that such acts of terror would continue until the state's sham trial of you, an obviously innocent man, was ended and you were set free. What? Tycho shook his head. In court you showed that the imps had planted the information to frame me. And now you're telling me that they're saying I've been framed? What's going on? Your trial is divisive. The government is using it to show they, unlike the Empire, can handle things in an open manner. Imperial agents, on the other hand, are making it look like evidence is being trumped up against you. It makes humans think you're a sacrifice being offered up to keep the Alliance together. The non-human population already thinks you're guilty and somehow responsible for the Krytos virus. It doesn't matter that you had nothing to do with it. Tycho leaned forward and slapped his hands on the table. Nuara, you have to let me testify on my own behalf. I can convince them I'm innocent. The Twi'lek sat back. You've been talking to Derek again, haven't you? Tycho nodded. He visited me while you and Wedge were gone. Aside from Winter, he was my only visitor. He says that talking to me has him convinced I'm innocent. That's great for him. But he was also an Imperial prisoner, so he feels a sense of kinship to you. Most other folks don't have that bond. Tycho raised an eyebrow. You endured Imperial discrimination against non-humans. Can you really say you weren't an Imperial prisoner? Nuara hesitated for a moment. The greatest thing for him about joining the rebellion had been having the weight of oppression lifted from him. As a non-human, he was treated as inconsequential by the Empire. Imperial magistrates would ignore him and his objections, or they would overrule him and threaten him with contempt for wasting the court's time by bringing up points of law. He knew that at any moment he could be gathered up in some intelligence sweep and incarcerated for whatever was left of his life, and no one would know. Fear was once a constant factor in his life. Then he joined the Alliance, and while he didn't fully leave fear behind, he was given control over it. Now, with the Empire in retreat, that same control had been extended to others. Even the most despised individuals in the Empire now knew freedom, and still have a taste for revenge against their oppressors. Yes, I could say I, too, was their prisoner, Captain, but that doesn't matter. The fact is that if you testify, Commander Edic will destroy you on cross-examination. How? She'll go back through your life and make it into a mockery of what it's been. Nawara's eyes narrowed to bloody crescents. She'll point out that you volunteered for the Imperial Academy and were a successful TIE fighter pilot. She'll suggest you were so callous that you were speaking to your family and fiancé via the HoloNet at the precise moment Alderaan was destroyed. All because you had learned, being as you have always been an Imperial intelligence agent, when your world's destruction would take place. Tycho's jaw shot open. But that's preposterous. You and I know it's preposterous, but there are countless people out there who would believe it. You've been to the Galactic Museum. You've seen how the exhibits about the Emperor twist facts into lies. It's no surprise that such twisting can take place. The fact is, though, that people believed the Emperor died at Endor, destroying a rebel Death Star. It will be very easy for those same people to believe the worst of you. Nawara hooked a talon hand over Tycho's binders. You don't remember your time at Lusankia, but she will make your amnesia sound like lying. And she's good, very good. She'll have you saying things you don't want to say. Damage will be done, and we won't be able to recover from it. Tycho slumped back in his chair, dragging his hands into his lap. We've really got nothing to prove my innocence, do we? We have testimony about all you have done that is positive and good. Whistler and Emtre came up with an analysis of the Krytos virus infection pattern, and I can get experts up to show how your actions actually made it much milder than it could have been. And we're still looking for Lai Nutka. So you're telling me that we need a miracle? Nawara nodded. I'd take one if you had one to offer, but then again, I wouldn't worry too much. Winning this trial is merely impossible, and we're rogues. We'll get it done. Tycho sighed. Or die trying. 27. Ah, Commander Antilles, welcome. Admiral Akbar stood as the man entered his office. I apologize for the short notice, but time rolls away as the tide. I came as quickly as I could, Admiral. Wedge gave the Mon Calamari a friendly smile. It must be important. It is. You're the first person outside the Provisional Council to hear this. The Mon Calamari opened his mouth in the closest approximation of a human smile he could muster, hoping to put his visitor at ease. The Zukfra faction on Thyfera has agreed to send us a substantial shipment of Bacta. Your squadron, all of whom were called back to duty and are currently under a communications quarantine, will be sent out to meet the freighter convoy and bring it back here to Coruscant. I see. Wedge's face took on a suitably grim expression. Aren't we a bit small to be protecting a convoy of, 30 ships? 20, actually. Most are small ships, like the Skate. We have a few larger ones going, but our hauling resources have never been abundant. Akbar's chin fringes wriggled. We are having to rely on stealth and secrecy to safeguard the shipment, and not by my choice. The whole matter of negotiations about all this Bacta have become very delicate. Wedge raised an eyebrow. How so? We never expected your visit to Ryloth would be kept secret, but the news of it traveled more quickly than we expected. Apparently the Thyferans know we obtained Ril from Ryloth. Some of the Thyferans wanted to cut us off from Bacta completely, pointing to your trip as an attempt to circumvent them. Cooler heads prevailed, so we're getting this shipment, but it is barely sufficient to keep people alive. If the basic combinations with Ril work, we might double the effective strength of what we have, but that's still not going to be enough to effect a final cure of the Krytos virus. Akbar sighed as weariness washed over him. While Zakfra officials are willing to send us the Bacta to keep us paying them credits, they are very wary of advertising the fact that they're working with the New Republic. They only benefit from all this if they are able to sell Bacta to all sides in the conflict. They want this convoy to appear to be a private enterprise. It was suggested that Mirax Tarek could take credit for it and profit from it. They will get the ships to our rendezvous point. Then we take over. You'll ostensibly be on a training mission and offer the escort as a courtesy. Wedge frowned. Rogue Squadron is a high-profile outfit. We're bound to be watched. Why use us? You have a Thyferan. The Mon Calamari's lip fringes twitched. It has been suggested that having Arissi and Rogue Squadron present to guide the ships back here to Coruscant would prove to the Thyferans that we appreciate the risks they are taking. Do I sense Borsk Phalia's furred hand in this? You do, though he was not alone in it. The council meeting where this plan was floated seemed more difficult than any of the battles I've fought against the Empire. The possibility of having our Bacta supply cut off is causing people to take whatever steps they think of to appease the Thyferans. Wedge's eyes narrowed. The big problem we have with the Thyferans is that they could cut us off at any time. They have the monopoly, so they can do that. The fact that Real Core might make Bacta more effective against this virus does not diminish our need for Bacta. Before the Empire aided the Zakfra and Zoltan corporations in monopolizing the Bacta trade, we might have been able to find other sources of Bacta. Now we have no choice but to trade with them. While we could manufacture our own Bacta, the startup costs for a facility that could produce what we need would, well, I can't say it would bankrupt us, because the New Republic may already be over that line. And you didn't hear that from me. No, sir. So, Commander, you see our dilemma. We are dependent on the Bacta cartel, yet our supply is shaky. Steps taken to secure our supply could anger the cartel, if those steps do not include them, or could anger our enemies enough that they strike at the cartel itself. Warlord Zinj's iron fist could put a chill on convoy traffic and cause us significant trouble. But they would stop shipping him Bacta, too. True, but his need for it is not as great or urgent as ours is. Point taken. Akbar shrugged. As smugglers put it, we have all our spice in one freighter, and other solutions to the problem seem impossible. I know Rogue Squadron prides itself on doing the impossible, but I think this Bacta problem is beyond even your capabilities. Perhaps, sir. Wedge's curious reply seemed tinged with deception, but Akbar found it hard to believe Wedge would be involved in plotting. He has been spending a certain amount of time in General Kraken's company, and Kraken's reportage to the Provisional Council has been handled by subordinates of late, but to combine those things into a plot would be leaping to a conclusion of Borskian proportions. Even so, it does seem rather plausible. Do I take it you disagree with my assessment, Commander? Wedge's shoulders shifted uneasily. I would have to say, I think you're probably correct, sir. But Rogue Squadron has done many things in the past that we thought impossible. Akbar nodded. You realize that anything you might do in this regard could have catastrophic results if the Thyferans disapprove. If I were involved in anything, sir, that would be foremost in my mind. Very good. Whatever you are doing, I wish you grand success. General Kraken will be briefing your people. May the Force be with you, in all you do. Wedge smiled. Thank you, sir. Akbar hesitated. Then his eyes shrank to demi-lunes. Be careful, Commander. Billions of lives hang in the balance. If something goes wrong, I doubt if even your status as the conqueror of Coruscant will save you from becoming more reviled than Tycho Selchu. 28. Curtin Lure stared at the glowing holographic text hanging in the air in front of him and found himself poised between unbridled terror and unbound elation. The message offered him a way out from beneath Fleary Voru's thumb, but only if he took steps that could easily anger Isan Isard. Doing that could destroy him, but doing nothing clearly will destroy me. The text, after it had been decrypted and decoded, carried a simple yet explosive message. 20 ships, New Republic and privately owned freighters, would be traveling from Thyfera with a shipment of Bacta bound for Imperial Center. Rogue Squadron was to meet them in the Alderaan system. As if all the Bacta in the galaxy could heal that wound, and guide them in on the return trip to Imperial Center. The message contained the times and coordinates, easily allowing for the interception of the convoy. If he destroyed the convoy, he would advance the Imperial cause beyond even Isan Isard's wildest dreams. He had the means to do just that at his disposal. His earlier plans to substitute a look-alike group of fighters for Rogue Squadron and have them strafe the squadron's base required him to put together a full dozen X-Wing fighters. They would be hawkbats among granite slugs if he set them on the freighters. He was more than willing to do that, blasting every single freighter from the Pulsar Skate to the Rebel's Pride into free-floating atoms. He had only one problem. He wasn't supposed to know what the message said. Imperial spies in service to the rebellion had been given a variety of ways to make contact with their superiors. Certain public terminals, for example, had special coding that routed messages along secure lines to specific destinations. A data disk could be recorded and left in any number of blind drops for pickup by agents. Face-to-face meetings could be and had been arranged, even with the highest-profile agents around. Whatever was necessary to move information would be done. The rebels were not without countermeasures, and they were effective when they wanted to stop information from getting out. Fortunately, Coruscant was still more of an Imperial world than it was a Rebel one. While Rebel computer code experts had gone through the planetary computer system and shut down many of the most obvious stealth ways into it, they had not found them all. The Rebels would clearly have preferred to avoid using the Imperial computers at all, but running Coruscant without them was impossible, so compromises were made. The Imperial agent in Rogue Squadron had resorted to one of the most simple stealth ways in the system to get the message out. A coded message was created and saved as usual, then deleted. The command used to delete the message was a batch command, one commonly used to purge a month's worth of old messages at a time. When the computer asked for a date from which to begin the purge, the agent gave it the date and time, down to the second the message had been created. The ending date for the purge was the same date and time. The deletion routine in the system took that information and began special processing. A copy of the message was whisked away to a randomly chosen memory sector and there encrypted. At the original memory location where the message had been stored, zeros were written to erase all traces of the message. Then corrupted copies of other documents were written into its place. A scan of files would show documents and programs in the normal process of being overwritten. No trace of the coded message was left in its original location. The agent was safe. The encrypted message was transferred through a series of accounts and finally ended up on a data disk that was dumped into a blind drop. One of Lure's special intelligence operatives retrieved it and brought it to him. Lure himself decrypted and decoded it. He told himself he did so because messages from that agent had normally traveled directly to Isan Isard. The fact that he had ended up with a copy meant the normal channels of communication were closed, and he wanted to make certain delays did not prevent action from being taken to capitalize on the information. Had I forwarded it to Iceheart blindly, I would not be caught in this trap. Because the rendezvous would take place in less than 3 days, there was an open question as to whether the message would reach Isard in time for her to do anything about it. Lure felt fairly confident she would act to destroy the convoy, and his own squadron had enough firepower to chew up the 20-ship convoy with little problem. A pair of proton torpedoes would destroy most of the freighters, which meant a full dozen could die in the first pass. Another volley of torpedoes would cripple or kill the others, and the X-Wings could follow up with lasers to finish off the survivors. Probably not flashy enough for her, but if my X-Wings were marked up to be Rogue Squadron ships, and the newsnets have been full of examples that making last-minute changes to match the paint jobs will be easy enough, I can sow more discord and distrust between the people and the rebel government. Iceheart wouldn't like that. The problem with doing just that, however, was that the operation did not help him eliminate Voru as a threat. If, instead of destroying the convoy, he hijacked it to another system, he would have control of a very large shipment of a vital commodity. While Voru had a solid lock on the back-to-black market on Imperial Center, there were other worlds clamoring for the medicine. If he used his supply correctly, he could enrich himself. He would betray Voru to the rebels, not to the government on Imperial Center, but to the constituent governments on the various rebel homeworlds, thereby increasing distrust between them and the rulers on Imperial Center. Or I can enrich myself, buy a world all my own, and put Boba Fett on retainer to slay my enemies. That thought brought a smile to Lure's face. The list would not be long, but it would not be an easy one to complete. A fitting challenge for a man with his skills. Lure closed his eyes and gently massaged them beneath his eyelids. As satisfying as enriching himself would be, he realized he had to be very careful. Killing Voru and Isard would provide him short-term pleasure, but he had to be looking at his long-term position. His first step was to guarantee his survival. His second, to maximize his potential for power. Hijacking the Bacta worked just as well to hurt the rebellion as did destroying it, but it left him vulnerable to accusations by Isard that he wasn't devoting himself to his duty of destroying the rebellion. She could easily see the hijacking as a move to make him independent of her, and she would not like that. I can always argue that I wanted to get out from under Voru's influence and nothing more. He doubted that such an argument would insulate him from her anger and retribution when she found out what he had done. and he knew she would find out. It was a question how much time he had until she did. If he could keep her in the dark for a month, either he would have gained enough power that he did not need to fear her, or she will have had me killed. He realized once again that only by escaping her could he possibly survive. This gives me no choice. He carefully began to compose a message. He told her of his intent to use the duplicate rogue squadron to eliminate the convoy. He would later argue that he would have said destroy if that's what he had meant to do. Time being of the essence, I can't give her the whole plan. I can merely let her know I am dealing with the problem. He scanned his message, then prepared it for sending. He almost sent it immediately, then hesitated. No, if I send it now, she could possibly countermand my orders. I'll give her a day's warning. By the time she considers what will happen, it will all be done. And Curtin Lure would be one giant step closer to being free. 29. 4 minutes to reversion to real space. Noir then began a quick systems check on his X-Wing. Lasers were powered up and linked for offside firing in pairs. He had 6 proton torpedoes and had configured that weapon system to shoot them one at a time. Fuel was good. Acceleration compensator was set 0.05 off full, giving him a feel for his position in space, and his life support systems checked out, including the heated stockings into which he fit his Leku to protect them if he got blasted out of his cockpit. He shivered. He'd been shot out of an X-Wing during the first Battle of Borlaus. The concussion of ejecting had stunned him. He'd floated in space, helpless, in the midst of a roiling dogfight. Cold nibbled away at his fingers, toes, and leg tips, while a little chronographic indicator flashing on the inside of his helmet's evac visor counted down the minutes until his air supply quit. Watching the seconds slip away, he'd felt time was moving a lot faster than it should have. I knew I was going to die. He shook his head. Then Captain Selchu showed up and saved me. He didn't have to do that. In fact, he was insane to do that. After he pulled me to safety, there was no way I could ever think he was an Imperial agent. A beep from his R5 unit marked 30 seconds to reversion. Thanks. Even up my shields forward and back. I don't expect trouble, but I want to be ready. The droid complied with the request, and Noir prepared himself for the rendezvous with the Bacta convoy. Rogue Squadron's 2 flight, led by Lieutenant Pash Kraken and including Gavin and Shield, as well as Noir, was supposed to break off and head sunward to cover the tail end of the convoy. The last ship was to be the Pulsar Skate, so they'd form up on it. 1 flight, with Wedge in the lead, would take the head of the convoy, and 3 flight, which was still 1 pilot short, was to orient itself toward any trouble. Not that there should be any. The shards of Alderaan formed an asteroid field, commonly known as the Graveyard. The majority of traffic into the sector came from Alderaanian expatriates, returning to see the sun beneath which they were born one more time, and to leave grave gifts among the asteroids. Others came to plunder those grave gifts, and some even claimed to have seen a massive armory ship named Another Chance among the planet's ruins, though Noir thought that ship as much a legend as the fabled Katana fleet. I wanted to ask Tycho if he wanted me to leave anything for him, but I wasn't allowed any contact with him after I was briefed. Noir had recorded a message and saved it in the computer for Tycho in case he didn't make it back, but the mission was supposed to be little more than ceremonial. Aside from their timetable slipping by 3/4 of an hour because of a fuel pump failure that delayed their takeoff, the mission had gone exactly as advertised. But it's the ones that are supposed to be easy that hurt the most. The white tunnel through which his ship had been hurtling exploded into a million separate pinpricks of fire. Some of those pinpricks resolved themselves into distant stars, while others refused to shrink. Green darts stabbed into some of the brighter points in the system. Then those points exploded. Sith spawn. S-foils into attack position. Wedge's voice came through the helmet comm unit strong and cool. 12, give me a full scan of the sector. 1 and 2 flights on me. Nawara reached up with his right hand and flicked the switch that split his stabilizer foils into the cross pattern that gave the fighter its name. Nudging his stick to port, he brought his fighter in on Pash's starboard flank, with a fighter length separating them. I've got you, 5. Thanks, 6. Errol Nunb broke into the comm channel with her report. Caught a flash of something big heading out. A superstar destroyer. It's gone, but in system we have 24 eyeballs, 2 lambs, and a strike cruiser designated Termagant. What about the freighters? We just saw the last one explode. Nawara's stomach folded in on itself. Gone? They're all gone? An Imperial SSD wouldn't leave much behind. Fear and revulsion filled Risati's voice, and Nawara could easily visualize the hard look in her hazel eyes. We're going in. Right, rogue leader? 12. Any sign of the skate? No, Commander. Nothing at all? No beacon? There's no beacon from half the hulks I have on my scan. Errol's voice softened a bit. A superstar destroyer has enough power to completely vape any of the ships in the convoy. Right. Wedge's voice trailed off, and no one spoke to fill the void. Blast it. All right, listen up. We're going in, and we're going in hot. The strike cruiser is our primary target. Proton torps, dual fire. I want it down and out immediately. Arisi's voice crackled through the comm unit. That means the TIEs will have no way to get out of here. The edge in Wedge's voice came through unadulterated. Is that a problem? Not for me, lead. Nawara keyed his comm unit. What about the lambs? The 2 Lambda-class shuttles carried weapons and could be tougher than TIEs to handle because they also sported shields. We give them one chance to run. After that, they can go away too. Errol again spoke. I'm downloading TAC data to everyone. Termagant isn't straight imp. It's allied with Zinj. Was allied with Zinj. Wedge's ship began to lengthen its lead over the others. Come on, rogues. Warlord Zinj apparently wanted the Alliance's attention. Here's where we make him pay for that mistake. Following Wedge, the squadron sped in toward Zinj's forces and the convoy debris. The convoy had been ambushed out beyond the graveyard and a bit below the system's orbital plane. Rogue Squadron had come in on the other side of the orbital plane. Because of this, and because of the way Zinj's forces chose to orient themselves respective to the system, by flying down to them, Rogue Squadron was, from their perspective, flying in up at their bellies. Nawara watched his tactical screen. Because the TIEs were making strafing runs on what were left of the freighters, they had no unit cohesion. With the enormous amount of debris in and around where they were flying, Nawara would have been surprised if they had any clue about Rogue Squadron's approach. So the ambushers get ambushed. How fitting. With the flick of his thumb, he brought his weapons control over to proton torpedoes. Another touch of a button, and he linked both launching tubes. Range to the Termagant stood at 4.5 kilometers. The X-Wings closed fast as Wedge led them down and around the freighter debris field, then over and in at the strike cruiser. Nawara's heads-up display went from green to yellow as the cruiser filled his sights, then blazed red as his R5's keening wail announced he had a target lock. Rogues, launch now! On Wedge's command, the squadron fired their proton torpedoes in near-perfect unison. 22 torpedoes streaked in at the lozenge-shaped strike cruiser, coming up toward the ventral hull. The first couple detonated brilliantly white against the ship's shields, but the rest pushed on through. Several exploded against the hull, shredding and blackening armor plating, while still more burst inside the ship. Argent fire gushed from the ragged hole in the ship's hull, then geysered out of several smaller openings on the upper part of the ship. The strike cruisers, as a class of ship, had been highly lauded because of their unique construction. Built around a central skeleton that bound the bridge to the engines, their other components were completely modular. A cruiser configured to carry troops could, after a short stay in some space yard, emerge a TIE carrier like Termagant. Strike cruisers allowed the Empire to change the makeup of the Imperial fleet without building entirely new ships. That strength is Termagant's weakness. As the torpedoes exploded inside the ship itself began to break apart. The prow drifted upward as if the ship had run into an invisible wall. Armored hull plates shattered where they had covered the seam between the bow and the starboard tie hanger. The forward part of the hangar started twisting as it ripped free of the skeleton. The cruiser began to roll. Then the whole front half of the ship spun off as the ship's waist evaporated in the inferno the torpedoes caused. "The eyes of the warlord are upon us," Gavin quipped. "Ties inbound." Nuara flipped back to his lasers and broke to port with Pash. Coming up over the top, they climbed toward the incoming eyeballs. He punched all power to his forward shield and prepared for a head-to-head pass. He dropped his crosshairs on the growing speck that was an approaching TIE starfighter. He watched the range close, then popped a quick shot off. A pair of laser bolts glanced off the eyeball's port panel, imparting a spin to the ship. Nuara started to dive after it, but with his speed, he overshot it. "I got the other half of it, Six." "Thanks, Gavin." Nuara evened out his shields and pulled back up. Inverting his ship, he completed a big loop and followed the rest of the squadron back into the fray. In the boiling cloud of fighters, friend and foe flashed past so quickly that it was impossible to account for everyone's position. Nuara knew a number of the other pilots in the squadron had a situational awareness that was superior to his own, but he figured this battle had to be taxing even them. And if you take long enough to line up a shot... The hiss of lasers gnawing away at his aft shield completed his thought and sent a jolt through him. "I have one on my tail. I'm going to try to shake him." Nuara hit the right rudder pedal, swinging the X-wings aft to port. He kicked the ship up onto the starboard S-foil, then pulled the stick back and curled down into a corkscrew dive. He throttled back a bit, hoping his pursuer would overshoot him, but the aft scan showed the pilot pulling a twisting roll and dive that covered more distance, keeping him in behind Nuara. The Twi'lek punched the throttle forward and enlarged the gap between them, then broke hard to port and started to climb again. Maybe that will get rid of him. Lasers hissing on his aft shields again told him the tactic hadn't worked. Nuara rocked the X-wing back and forth and bounced it up and down, making it a tough target to hit, but the TIE pilot stayed with him. "I have to do something." Sweat formed on his upper lip and leaked in at the corners of his mouth, coating his tongue with the taste of copper. His leku twitched in their fabric prisons. "Maybe if I run into the graveyard." He started to pull up and head for the asteroids when something behind him exploded. He glanced at his aft monitor and saw no TIE there. "Thanks." "My pleasure, Six." Arissi seemed pleased with herself. "My wing would be distraught if you were hurt." "I owe you for the both of us." "Acknowledged, Six." Errol Nunn's voice broke in on the comm channel. "Lambs are running. Thanks, 12. Let them go. Wedge's voice lacked none of its earlier vehemence. We've got plenty to do here. Nuara brought his X-Wing up and evened out the shields. Trailing Arissi back in toward the fight, he saw 2 or 3 ties explode. Another came shooting out of the dogfight, then barrel-rolled in on Arissi for a broadside shot at her. 4, break up. Nuara snapped his fighter up on the port S-foil, then climbed. He swooped in on the eyeball, stayed with it as the pilot juked down, then hit his trigger. The first pair of laser bolts only melted holes in the starboard solar panel, but the second hit the ball cockpit dead on. The tie began to spin out of control, then exploded in a cloud of brilliant incandescent gas. Debris sparked off his forward shield as he flew past the outer edges of the fireball. Lead, 5 here. The ties are breaking off. They're heading for the graveyard. I copy, 5. Rogue Squadron, let them go. You can't be serious, Lead. I am, Gavin. But what they did doesn't matter right now. They're dead, and they know it. I don't want any of us getting dead. Regroup in your flights and stand by. A momentary squeal ended Wedge's transmission, telling Nuara that the commander was shifting over to a different comm unit frequency. Nuara rolled his fighter and dove down to where Pash and the other 2 members of Two-Flight were orbiting. Peering out through his cockpit canopy, he got the first good look at the remains of the convoy. If humans can bring themselves to do this to a convoy of ships hauling Bacta, I'm glad I'm not human. A few of the freighters were still recognizable as such. Hull compartments had been blown open by explosions. Bacta that had geysered out through the holes had flash-frozen into monuments to the terror the ship's crews must have felt. Fires burned deep in the hearts of several ships, consuming the last remnants of atmosphere. Pieces of other ships drifted through the area, slamming into one another, breaking up yet further to careen into other dead hulks. The worst image Nuara saw was of one small ship, one barely bigger than the skate, that appeared, from the prow to midships, to be intact. Back of that point, the ship did not really exist. At least, nothing recognizable as a ship. Turbo-laser fire had hit so fast that the latter half of the ship had been liquefied. An amorphous blob of metal fringed with condensed metal mist, like the down from a silvery bird, trailed in the ship's wake. The sheer violence of the attack that had destroyed that ship shook Nuara. The transparent steel cockpit panels on the ship had blown out. He realized the superstar destroyer's turbolasers would have superheated the atmosphere in the ship. The crew would have been cooked inside and out in the blink of an eye. They would have been dead before they knew what had happened to them. But their last moments must have been full of terror because of the SSD's presence. Nuara keyed his comm unit. Hypothetical question. You're part of a convoy with minimal arms, and you come out of hyperspace in the shadow of a superstar destroyer and a strike cruiser that's deployed its ties. Do you provoke an attack? Ural cannot see how anyone would be that suicidal. Right. So you'd surrender and tell the SSD that you're hauling Bacta, which is currently very valuable. Nuara frowned. It makes no sense for anyone to have killed the convoy. That's why to know Warlord Zinj is to wonder about his sanity. Disgust filled Pasha's voice. He's definitely someone who needs a lot of killing. Count me in. Me too. A squeal came through the comm unit. Then Wedge spoke. I've just had word with the ties. They're giving up. They were uneasy with the mission, and they don't like the fact that we showed up. They're going to recon the hangar sections of Termagant and see if they can reboard. Why? That hulk's not going anywhere. The engines are in the other half, and it's headed for the graveyard. I noticed, 4. They're going to check for survivors and try to pick up enough oxygen to survive for as long as they can. Pash, I want you to take 2 flight out of here and make for Tatooine. It's about 8 hours out, give or take. Gavin can guide you into Mos Eisley. Refuel there, and hire a freighter that can carry a dozen ties. Get it here and haul the pilots clear. I'm sure your father would like to debrief them, so you should probably bring them to Coruscant with you. As ordered. We fly cover for the freighter in case our friends have any ideas about trying to commandeer it? Right. Though I don't think you'll find much opposition. How so? Scan the debris. There's a lot of TIE parts out there, and... Noir looked at the readout, his R5 scrolled up his screen. X-Wing debris. But we didn't lose anyone. No, we didn't. Some of the anger drained from Wedge's voice. Of course, that's not what Zinj's people say. They say they already killed off Rogue Squadron, right here, defending the convoy the way it was supposed to. Then we arrived and showed them we were tougher to kill the second time around. Noir blinked. But that makes no more sense than attacking the convoy in the first place. No, it doesn't. But there's no time to try to figure it out now. You get to Tatooine. We'll check for survivors here, then head back to Coruscant and report. See you there in a day or so. Wedge sighed. If, by then, you come up with any brilliant thoughts on what's happened here, I know I, for one, will be more than willing to listen to them. 30. Curtin Lure would have been trembling with outrage, but the lethargy of despair had a higher priority. He knew his days were numbered, and he wouldn't have bet on double digits even if given the longest of odds. He freely assumed the only reason he still lived was because Isan Isart enjoyed the thought of him cowering in fear, dreading each new day. Yet even facing certain death at her hands, Lure did greatly admire how Isart had gotten him and Warlord Zinj and the New Republic in one simple set of maneuvers. Rogue Squadron would also have been caught in the trap had their operation not fallen behind schedule. And if I had not been playing my game... Within 24 hours of the ambush at Alderaan, Zinj had sent a message to Coruscant via what was left of the Imperial holonet system, indicating he and his people had attacked the Bacta convoy because, according to his sources, the Bacta was tainted and would have exacerbated the Krytos virus problem. He further claimed that Rogue Squadron had been present, had indicated they knew the Bacta was tainted, and had fully intended that it should be distributed on Coruscant to get rid of the xenotrash the Empire had left behind. He said he had no choice but to destroy the convoy and Rogue Squadron, then beseeched people to overthrow the New Republic's government and flock to his banner. The only problem with his message, which was broadcast worldwide, is that it followed, by roughly 6 hours, a report about the attack on the convoy. This attack report had been delivered by the government and included holographic images created by and with commentary from members of Rogue Squadron. Zinj's claim that he had destroyed the unit were proved false, and helped make the rest of his comments appear likewise untrustworthy. Lure shook his head. Isan Isart had clearly leaked to Zinj the information about the convoy. His report that he was sending a rogue squadron of his own to eliminate the convoy clearly would have arrived too late for her to get it to Zinj. Lure had only given her 16 hours' notice of what he was doing. Yet the timing of Zinj's message to Coruscant suggested strongly that it took him at least a day to make it to Alderaan from wherever the Iron Fist had been. All of this meant the message that had been routed to Lure and warned of the squadron's mission had also, somehow, made its way to Isard. She had acted based on that original message, then got Lure's follow-up message later. The appearance of his rogue squadron meant that Zinj didn't wait around for the genuine unit to put in an appearance. He just struck and destroyed them all. Rogue Squadron had embarrassed him in the past, and this was his chance to get back at them, which he truly believed he had. The tainted Bacta story clearly was an afterthought to mollify those people who might be upset by his destruction of so much Bacta. The loss of the Bacta had struck quite a blow to the hopes of people on Coruscant. Coupled with that was a report from a governmental accounting office that indicated there was less real available than previously thought. Several provisional council members suggested it had been stolen, but statisticians showed how the shortage was actually an artifact of good distribution. The previous supply, which had been supposed to last for 2 months, was down to 7 weeks, because more was getting out to more people. It struck Lure as amusing that the government was still fighting the Emperor's ghost. It was the Empire's doing that had prompted everyone to look for the truth behind government statements. The fact that the Republic might be telling its citizens everything there was to tell did not stop people from thinking there might be something more to the story. Teaching trust is a long process. Learning it is an even longer one. And Isan Isard has, in short order, learned she can no longer trust me. Had he done nothing and simply relayed the message to her when he got it, her plot would have discredited Zinj, resulted in the loss of the Bacta, and caused the destruction of Rogue Squadron. While she had no proof that he intended to steal the Bacta and use it for his own gain, he knew she didn't need proof to condemn him. She knew he was smart enough to see how powerful that Bacta could have made him. If he had succeeded, he would have amassed enough power to begin to play on her level. Now, he was just a failure. And failures, as far as she is concerned, are worthless. She would discard him as soon as the optimal use for him arose, which means I must find something to do with myself before she does. Lure allowed himself to laugh and banish some of the fear. He had plans to make, big plans, plans for the future, and plans to get me to the future. Gavin Darklighter cleared his throat and rapped gently on the door jamb of Commander Antilles' office. "Excuse me, sir." Wedge looked up from his desk, a bit haggard and bleary-eyed. "What can I do for you, Gavin?" "I'd like to speak to you if I might." "In private, sir?" Wedge straightened up in his chair, then nodded and waved Gavin to the seat in front of the desk. A couple of keystrokes killed the holographic lists of numbers hanging in the air above Wedge's holopad. They looked like quartermaster reports to Gavin, but he couldn't be certain, since he was reading them from the backside of the hologram. "What is it, Gavin?" How to begin? Gavin seated himself, then looked down at his hands. Sir, we, the squadron that is, have been discussing the situation at Alderaan. It was really pretty bad. I mean, those of us in Two-Flight got to see it a second time when we went to get the TIE pilots, and the destruction seemed even worse than we'd thought. Wedge nodded and rubbed his eyes. "I know. I helped edit and narrate the government's report on the ambush. Warlord Zinj's Iron Fist did a first-class job of ripping the convoy up from one end to the other." Gavin frowned. "When I talked to the others, they said you've been pretty quiet about all that. About Mirax dying and all. I mean, I didn't know her nearly as well as you did, of course. I got to know her on the run into Coruscant when we came in secret, and I liked her. Not romantically, you know. Not that there was anything wrong with her, but even I could see she was interested in Corrin. Anyway, I remember you coming to talk to me about Lujane Forge when the imps killed her, and how much it helped, and I thought—" "You thought it would help me to let my grief show?" "Well, Your best friends aren't here for you. Captain Selchu is in jail. Princess Leia has dropped out of sight, and you and Mirax were close, so—" Wedge smiled and sighed, then leaned back in his chair. "I appreciate this, Gavin, more than you know. I guess, with Mirax, I'm still in shock. There was no trace of her or the pulsar skate, so part of me wants to believe she had an astrogation error and jumped someplace else, that she wasn't there at all. I think we'd all like to believe that, sir. It's ridiculous, of course, but that's part of the reason I'm not ready to let her go, you know." Wedge frowned. "It seems as if everyone I know, all the friends I make, are getting ground up by the Empire or some malignant little offshoot of it. Fighting against the Death Stars? Well, someone dying there somehow had meaning. The convoy, though, they were just bringing Bacta to a sick world. Even though their deaths have catalyzed the Provisional Council into making a decision concerning Warlord Zinj, their lives were wasted. And I guess I'm tired of that sort of waste." Gavin looked up. "We're going after Zinj?" Wedge tapped his datapad. "I was going over information concerning our supplies for deployment against him. I don't know many details, and couldn't tell you any of them if I did, but this convoy hit has made Zinj a big target. Admiral Akbar wants this data rather quickly, so I really should get back to it." "If you say so, sir." Wedge leaned forward on his elbows. "Look, Gavin, I appreciate your coming here and talking to me about Mirax. I don't think I'm ready to go into this all the way right now, but I'm coping. It hurts, but I'm coping." Gavin nodded. "Yes, sir. Walling it away just delays things. If you ever decide you want someone to talk to, you'll be the first person I call." Wedge smiled and sketched Gavin a brief salute. "Go get yourself some rest. And that goes for the rest of the squadron. If we're going to be going after Zinj, I want us ready to move as fast as possible." Borsk Thalia stood behind his desk and smoothed the creamy fur around his face. "Please, Asir Salar, do come in. I'm honored that Rogue Squadron's newest ace has time to visit with me." The black and white furred Bothan bowed her head respectfully, then stood at attention as the door closed behind her. "I am honored a member of the Provisional Council noticed me." "Noticed you? My dear, you are quite impossible to refrain from noticing. Aside from your performance in the squadron, you were positively stunning at the Dankre party the other evening. Please be seated. No need for formality here, is there?" Thalia remained standing until she had taken her seat. She moved with an ease and strength he recalled possessing in his youth. Though he was not that long past his physical peak, he could already see how much he had lost from when he was her age. Borsk Thalia also realized that had he been her age again, he would have been love-stalking her. He found her quite attractive, freely acknowledging that the white blazes in her fur gave her a dangerous look. The fire in her violet eyes likewise threatened to seduce him, but with maturity, unlike humans, he had moved away from personal vanity. Whereas a man might take a mistress her age to prove his continued virility, for Thalia, that choice would prove he had not yet sufficiently focused himself on what was truly important in life: the pursuit of power. "I wish to communicate to you, Asir, the congratulations and adulation of the people of Bothawui. You are well on your way to taking your place in the constellations of Bothan heroes, like the Martyrs, and even your predecessor in Rogue Squadron, Peshk Vrissik. You liberated Coruscant and now fly with the New Republic's most famous fighter squadron. Your parents are very proud of you, and other Bothan parents everywhere have virtually no reservations when it comes to their children choosing you as a role model.
Thank you, Counselor. Asser's violet eyes blinked. I would think parents could find far better role models for their children than me.
Perhaps, but I should not be concerned about your liaison with the human, Galen. Thalia purposely misidentified her lover and was rewarded by a flash of anger rippling the fur of her neck and head. Xenophilia is not unknown among us, and your dalliance adds a hint of romance to your image. Your Galen seems very capable of handling himself in a wide variety of situations, case in point being the way he diffused the Crefe problem. Moreover, you are quite discreet. Admirably discreet, actually.
His name is Gavin. Gavin Darklighter. His cousin was one of those who died destroying the first Death Star.
And our martyrs died to enable the Alliance to destroy the second Death Star. It is fitting that heirs to two heroic traditions should find comfort together. Thalia raised a hand to calm her. Please, forgive me if this mention of your personal affairs angered you. I did not mean to cause you any discomfort. I fully understand the sort of bonds that can be forged between people who endure adversity together. Others are not so accepting of things they see as different.
Thank you, Counselor. Asir frowned heavily. Some other members of the Bothan community here are positively imperial in their xenophobic attitudes.
That is not good at all. If you will permit me, perhaps I can help you with this problem. I have ample opportunity to speak with various groups, Bothan and other, here and back on Bothawui. It does no one any good for you to be persecuted for things that really are beyond your control. I was young once. I know how hot one's blood can be. I will use my influence to get attitudes to change.
That would be most kind.
I'm glad to be of service.
Thalia smiled.
In fact, I had hoped to be of service to you when I invited you here, but this was not the subject I wanted to address.
Asir met his gaze unflinchingly. Yes, sir?
You were part of the mission to Alderaan, as I recall, yes?
Yes. I flew wing for Commander Antilles. I got the kills I did because he hung back and covered me.
I see.
Thalia pressed his hands together, fingertip to fingertip.
The timing of your arrival in the Alderaan system has become a point of interest for those conspiratorially minded individuals within the government and without. You were late, and the convoy was destroyed.
The younger Bothan's eyes narrowed. If we had been on time, we would have been destroyed, just like the convoy.
Quite so, quite so. And it is a good thing you were delayed. Still, you realize that tests on the samples of Bacta ice that were brought back to Coruscant do show the Bacta to be tainted and spoiled, in accord with Warlord Zinj's allegations.
Forgive me, sir, but those samples were blown up, flash-boiled, and peppered with debris. That they show up contaminated and useless is really no surprise.
Under normal circumstances, I would agree with you.
What do you find unusual about these circumstances?
Thalia gave her an indulgent smile. Clearly the convoy's timetable was leaked to Warlord Zinj. Since the Zukfra faction on Thyfera has seen fit to send Bacta to the New Republic, it is safe to assume it was the rival Zoltan faction that tipped Zinj about the shipment. Even so, we cannot rule out the possibility that members of this government sabotaged the effort to bring Bacta to Coruscant.
You can't be serious. That would make Mon Mothma or others out to be monsters who had sunk to Isan Isard's level or below.
Of course, I don't believe that is the case. But the problem is that others do think it's possible. I'm afraid that you could become implicated in all this because of your membership in Rogue Squadron.
He pressed his hands flat on his desk and leaned forward. I want to insulate you from any possible disaster coming down the line. Disaster? Rogue Squadron will be sent out with a task force being used to punish Warlord Zinj. It could very well be that this Alderaan incident means certain superior officers in the military see Rogue Squadron as a problem. Committing you in an action that destroys the squadron would eliminate that problem. I'm not saying this is what will happen, of course, but it could. And I would like to put some insurance in place that prevents this from coming to pass. Asir's head came up. What kind of insurance? Thalia gestured toward her with opened hands. I would like you to prepare a report that indicates the delay in Rogue Squadron's arrival was a product of human error. Such a report could be used to strengthen the conspiracy theory. If I were to use it in such a capacity, yes, it could. But I would never do that. Never? Asir raised an eyebrow. You know the Bothan saying. Never means the right opportunity has not yet arisen. Then I should amend my statement. I would never use it except if I deemed it necessary to curb human excesses. You know, and the Krytos virus is but one example, mankind's capacity for cruelty to its own is infinite. The human members of the Alliance have not turned on us or on Rogue Squadron, but that's not to say they will never do that. Thalia tapped his desktop with a talon. You were a Bothan. You were born with obligations and responsibilities. Writing this report is just one of them. Asir nodded. I understand, sir. Good. I'll want that report within 72 hours. Don't fail me. No, sir. Asir rose from her chair and bowed her head to him. I understand the price of failure, sir, and I have no intention of incurring that debt. 31. It's too easy. Though everything was going absolutely according to his plan, Cornhorn felt some unmitigated disaster was lurking ahead of him. The imps who hung out near the mouth of the cavern hadn't bothered to make comments as he and Erlor headed off down the dark corridor toward the latrines. They walked close together, letting the infrared images of their bodies merge into one, creating a single image for the IR monitors at either end of the corridor. Once inside the latrine area, Korn had doffed his tunic and soaked it in the single sink, then pulled the clammy garment back on. He likewise soaked his head, then smiled up at Erlor through the water running down his face. I'm set. Erlor raised a bushy eyebrow. Korn nodded. Yes, I have to go. I have no choice. Korn slapped him on the arm, then headed to the entrance. Erlor followed, patted him on the back, then walked back toward the billet cavern, weaving slightly from side to side to widen his IR image. Thanks, my friend. Korn, still sodden, turned to the left and walked on toward the mine. He kept his pace slow and turned sideways to present a narrow profile to the IR monitor near the gate. He wasn't certain that this would really minimize his heat image, but it was worth a try. His wet hair and tunic would be more effective in that department. Erlor's efforts to present a big target farther up the corridor might also help eliminate him from notice. 30 paces beyond the latrines, he reached the double gate. In the darkness, he groped along the flimsy metal surface for the lock and chain. His fingers gently brushed across the number pad on the lock, but he resisted the temptation to try random combinations. He didn't know if a failure would set off an alarm somewhere or not, but he did know that trying to figure out the right combination would take enough time to make him drier than a Tuscan raider. unless I got lucky, and no one is that lucky. From the lock to the opposite door, Corin counted 16 links and winced. 17 links had provided him a tight squeeze 2 nights previously. Corin gripped the gate halves, pulled them as far apart as possible, then tucked his right shoulder through the opening. He exhaled as much as he could, worked a leg through, then pushed and pulled himself the rest of the way to the other side. He squatted on the other side of the gate and rubbed at his chest. Just as well none of the others wanted to try to get out. Aside from some of the older prisoners and a few of the sick ones, no one could have fit through there. Staying low, he worked his way forward. When he reached the entrance to the mine corridor, he turned into it and allowed himself a quiet sigh. I can't believe how stupid they've been. Corin realized his criticism of the guards was not fair, primarily because their lack of security seemed deficient only in light of his theory about the orientation of the prison itself. No prisoner in his right mind would attempt to escape and head deeper into the bowels of the planet. The laxity in securing the path to the mines served as a strong clue that the mines did not offer a way out. If they did, they would be more secure. Security is predicated on 2 things: the odd orientation of the prison and the fact that even if someone gets out of the prison, getting off whatever world we're on is by no means assured. Corin shivered. If we're in the depths of Hoth, or in the desert of Tatooine, or on the backside of Kessel, this escape attempt will end quickly enough. Despite those inauspicious thoughts, which sparked new feelings of unease in him, Corin pushed on. He reached the hatchway leading into the caverns and found it open. Well, perhaps I am lucky, just a bit. He would have felt luckier if he had a light of his own, but the prisoners had no access to anything more technologically sophisticated than a shovel. To navigate through the darkness, all he had to guide him was the faint glow from the amber-ready lights at the base of the floodlights they used when working in the mine. Corin had mentally mapped them the way an astronomer mapped constellations, and he knew exactly where to head to get to the gravel loader. Having oriented himself toward his goal, he stood straight and started to make his way down the slope. Pain exploded across the middle of his back, numbing his legs. He pitched forward and tried to tuck into a ball, but his legs ignored him. He knew from the pain in his back and knees, as they alternately struck the stone slope in his tumble, that his spine hadn't been severed. While this was good news, it paled within the larger context of his having been attacked in the mines. He hit bottom and skidded to a halt on his back. He could feel the burning tingle of sensation returning to his legs, but they felt like lead and had no strength in them. The poor footing provided by the gravel, combined with the weakness in his legs to keep him down, which he saw as a distinct problem, as a massive, bulky shadow eclipsed several of the amber lights. The orange glow, though very weak, clearly illuminated the edge of the upraised shovel the man held. Nothing personal, Horn, but you're my way out of here. Dericote? How did you get past the gate? You couldn't have squeezed through. The shovel remained at the top of the arc for an overhead blow. I have money hidden away, in numbered accounts. I bribed a guard for the combination to the gate lock, same as I bribed them for ingredients for my nectar. Appeal to his vanity. Buy yourself time to be able to move. Very clever, General, and too clever to let you recover. Goodbye. The shovel began to fall. Corin rolled to the left and felt the shovel bounce off his right shoulder. He expected another blow, but instead heard Dericote gurgle and the shovel clatter to the ground. Gravel hissed as the imp's bulk twisted around into Corrin's line of sight. He heard someone grunt, then the sound of a falling body, but Dericote's silhouette remained upright. Reaching back with his right hand, Corrin grabbed the shovel's shaft, twisted his grip, and whipped the metal end around. He caught the imp in the back of his legs, upending him. Gravel sprayed Corrin as Dericote hit the ground. Rolling up onto his knees, Corrin smashed the shovel down on the man's stomach, and when Dericote's hands dropped to cover his belly, Corrin caught him with a blow to the head. Dericote went limp. Is he dead? Corrin looked over to where the voice had come from. Jan? Yes. How? The older man came close enough that Corrin could hear the wet rustle of his tunic. I noticed Dericote wasn't around. He's too big not to see. Erlor told me you were off. I assumed he was informing on you, so I came to stop you. When I saw him standing over you, I had to do something. Corrin reached out to check Dericote for a carotid pulse and found the braided cord Jan used to tie his hair back wrapped around the man's neck. He handed it back to Jan, then checked Dericote's pulse. Weak and thready. I must have broken his skull. Leave him. They'll think he fell trying to escape. We can get back before they notice. Corrin shook his head. Can't do it. If they find him here, they'll know we know Lusankia's secret. We'll never get out. He grabbed the upper part of Jan's right arm. Come with me. We can drag the body off and deposit it somewhere. They'll never find it until we're long gone. The older man laughed lightly. Oh, they will notice my departure more quickly than anyone else's. I can't go for that reason. And because they'll kill the others? Yes. I'm going to come back for you, you know. Whenever I get clear, I'm going to have Wedge bring the squadron in and we'll get you out. I know that, son. I'm counting on it. Jan clapped him on the shoulders. I might never have known your grandfather, but I'm certain he'd be proud of you. I am. May the Force be with you. And you, sir. I'll clear away signs of the struggle. If you drag Dericote with you, I'll give you a head start, and then I'll report he's missing. They'll be searching for him, but they'll not be looking in the places where you could hide. We'll cover for you as long as possible, but anything more than 12 hours is optimistic. I copy, Jan. Corrin got up and began to drag Dericote's body by one arm toward the gravel loader. Jan grabbed the imp's other arm and helped. Together they hefted him up on the safety railing. Corrin checked Dericote's neck for a pulse. Nothing. He's gone. Someday, perhaps, no one else will need to die in service to the Empire. Agreed. They upended the man and let him fall. Though Corrin couldn't see Dericote hit, he did hear a crunch. Again, Corrin. May the Force be with you. Thanks. Until we meet again. Corrin shook Jan's hand, then climbed the railing and slowly lowered himself into the darkness. He stepped on Dericote's body, then crouched and scuttled under the conveyor belt. Beneath the belt itself, where it fed back into the drive engine compartment, Corrin felt around the outline of a hole in the sheet steel lining the pit. He'd first seen it a week earlier when shoveling gravel out of the pit, and knew it was what he wanted in the way of an escape tunnel. Now, if only Dericote will fit. Corrin wrestled the fat man's body over the 60-centimeter-wide hole and stuffed him through. He heard another muffled impact, then slipped into the hole himself. This has got to work. Corrin had previously noticed that there was no access panel for the drive engine compartment. If the engine broke down, it had to be accessed from another point entirely, which meant there was another way into the compartment. Down inside it, Corrin found himself on a steel grate catwalk. He crawled around, reconnoitering by touch. Finally, off to the left side of the compartment, near an access hatch, He found a light switch and punched it on. One dim panel provided the illumination for the chamber. Corin quickly dragged Dericote over to the closed hatchway. Then he turned the light off again. He listened at the metal hatch but heard nothing. His mouth dry, his nostrils filled with gravel dust, Corin took hold of the hatch's internal handle and eased it back. The latch system squeaked just a bit and rasped some, too, all of which sounded to Corin like the sounds issuing from an Imperial torture chamber. Certain he had alerted all Imperial forces in the facility to his presence, Corin carefully opened the access hatch. The rectangular room on the other side of the opening was empty. Corin let out his breath, not realizing until that point he had been holding it. Just to be on the safe side, before he entered the room himself, he dragged Dericote's body over and shoved it through the hatchway. So far, he's been a good point man. Dericote fell to the floor of the room, and Corin slid easily through the hatch after him. He closed the hatch behind him and dragged Dericote's body to the doorway. Beyond it lay a cylindrical corridor, roughly 3 meters in diameter. A red stripe of tiles spiraled down through it, starting at the center of Corin's side and ending up on the ceiling 15 feet away. Decorations. And who says the imps are all gloomy? Corin started off into the corridor and found himself stumbling to his left. To make matters worse, Dericote's body slid in the same direction. Waves of dizziness slammed through Corin as he tried to walk the corridor straight through. He finally lost his balance and fell, ending up with his spine pressed to the red line about a meter into the corridor. Oddly enough, lying there felt normal, even though he could see he was lying firmly against one of the tunnel's side walls. He shook his head as if that would clear up the problem. Then he let his head slip back and rest on the red tiles. Of course. This has to be a transitional corridor. Gravity is directly oriented on the red strip. It takes you from upside down to right side up. With reason thus injected back into his world, Corin scrambled to his feet and started hauling Dericote along. His shoulders ached from the exertion, but he had no intention of leaving the man behind. Finding a place where Dericote's body could be hidden or allowed to fall from a height before being discovered would provide the imp searchers with what they wanted and buy Corin time to complete his escape. As long as they're looking for a fat man, they won't be looking for me. At the far end of the tunnel, Corin straightened up. The room he found himself in, though dimly lit, appeared to be a utility room. He saw panels dealing with climate control as well as electrical power and other conveniences he had so recently lived without. From the number of different zones on the climate control panel, he knew the facility beyond the door was fairly large. He listened at the fiberplast door, but heard nothing from beyond it. He drew in a deep breath, then hit the door release and crouched in the shadows as the door creaked open. The doorway provided access to a fairly opulent hallway, which reminded him, rather faintly, of images he'd seen of the Imperial Palace. Great. I escape a prison to find myself in some Imperial moth's palace. It's certainly better than the hole I just got out of. But getting out of here unnoticed is not going to be that easy. He shrugged. But easy isn't the object of this exercise. Escape is. Escape I will. 32. Noir then traced a talon through the ring of moisture left behind on the table by his mug of Loman ale. I shouldn't be here. This is madness. He drank more of the bitter and spicy ale. This is insane. By rights, he shouldn't have been anywhere near a tap calf, much less a dim, smoke-choked place like the Hut Haven. The prosecution had rested its case and had left Nawara in a serious bind.
While the evidence presented had been, for a large part, circumstantial, it was a mountain of circumstance. He had character witnesses, but nothing to refute the basic facts upon which the prosecution was basing its case, which meant he ultimately had nothing. Which is why I'm here. 2 hours earlier, he had received a message requesting the meeting. He would have ignored it, but it had been signed Hess Glilto, the name Line Nootka had assumed on his last trip to Coruscant. Whistler had gotten the name from Ayala, and that had prompted the droid to flag the message when it came through to Nawara. Whistler also reported there was no way to trace it back to the sender. It had come through a public terminal. It's not a good thing when a lawyer is given to meetings with mysterious witnesses to bolster his case. If the person he was to meet was really Lai Nootka, the state's case against Tycho would fall apart faster than a Jawa-fixed droid. Nootka could prove he'd met with Tycho on the night Corran said he saw Tycho meeting with Curtin Lure. Once that fact was established, it showed Tycho had nothing to fear from Corran and, hence, had no reason to want him dead. Of course, I've got no reason to suppose it will be Nootka. Probably will just be some glitbiter looking to make money in return for some rumor. Nawara raised his glass to finish it, but before he could swallow the liquid, he saw a tall, slender figure enter the tap calf. The figure wore a hooded cloak that hid him entirely. It's just the way Nootka appeared in Corran's description of him. Nawara straightened up as the figure cut through the crowd, then slipped into the booth's other seat. Nawara offered his hand. Nawara Ven. A pair of long-fingered human hands came out from beneath the cloak and pressed flat against the table. I know who you are, and you're not Lai Nootka. Nawara's eyes narrowed. Are you going to take me to him? No. I would apologize for the deception, but I am not sorry. Lai Nootka will not be coming. He is dead. What? Can you prove that? He's dead, and I cannot prove it. The man's voice came low but strong from within the shadowed hollow of the cloak's head. I can, however, prove your client was not meeting with Curtin Lure on the night Corran Horn saw him. Nawara's Leku writhed as disbelief flooded his voice. You deceive me, and then expect me to believe you? How can you prove that? The man tugged the hood back far enough to admit some light, and Nawara felt his heart ache. He looks like the ghost of Grand Moff Tarkin. I can prove it, Nawara Ven, because I am Curtin Lure, and I was nowhere near Tycho Selchu that night. In fact, I have never met him. And you can verify where you were? Yes, I have evidence enough to satisfy you. Lure smiled slowly. And evidence about spies throughout the New Republic that will satisfy even General Kraken. What? This is too good to be true. This can't be happening. Nawara's jaw shot open. You're lying. You can't be who you say you are. I can, and I am. I will testify on your client's behalf, provided the New Republic is willing to offer me immunity from prosecution for any activity I have undertaken on behalf of the Empire. They will pay me 1,000,000 credits, create a new identity for me, and get me off Coruscant. I will tell them everything they want to know, and then some. Every Imperial agent on Coruscant will be exposed. It is that simple. But Nawara's mind was reeling. The implications of what Lure had said were staggering. How can we be sure? Lure grabbed Nawara's hand and impaled his own palm on one of Nawara's talons. A bead of blood bubbled up. Nawara heard the sound of cloth tearing, then saw Lure blot the blood with a strip torn out of his tunic. He tossed the bloodied cloth to Nawara, then tore another strip from his shirt and bound his hand. Take the cloth to Commander Edic.
Have her duplicate my Imperial file, then run a DNA comparison between the duplicate and the sample. She must run it against a duplicate of the file. If she runs it against the file itself, others might discover you're checking me out. Once you're certain I am who I say I am, you will broker the deal for me. It is a take-it-or-leave-it deal, no negotiation. Once you have the deal made, you will hold a press conference. At one point during the conference, whenever you wish, you will say, I am very confident, supremely confident that we will win. I don't think I've heard you say that so far in the proceedings, so that will be the signal.
No, I don't think I've said that. I know I haven't felt it.
When you give the signal, I will send you another message to arrange pickup. At that time, you and Ayala Wasiri will get me. I don't want to see anyone else, just you and her. You, I have to trust. Her I know well enough to trust. You can't betray me, and she won't. Anyone else, anything fancy, and no one will benefit from my information. Got it?
Nawara nodded slowly. I understand.
Good. You have 5 hours.
5 hours? That's not much time, especially starting at midnight. Nawara frowned. He almost added that he couldn't call a press conference at 2 or 3 in the morning, but the media operated in a frenzied enough atmosphere that he could tell them to meet him on Kessel at noon, and they'd find a way to be there. I need more time.
You don't have it.
Lure nodded once, and the hood slid forward to again hide his face.
I don't have it. This all happens on my timetable. If it doesn't, if there is trouble, a lot of people will be sorry. I can give freedom to your client and Coruscant to the New Republic, for which I am asking so little. See that it gets done.
33. Corrin squeezed himself back in the corner of the library's cabinet and waited. He decided it was just as well that he didn't have a chronometer, because he would have constantly been looking at it. It seemed as if he'd been hidden away for years, though he knew it had hardly been more than 15 minutes. I can only hope that some of the criminals I hunted felt like I do now while stormtroopers are hunting me. Corrin had been able to make a basic scouting run on the facility where he found himself, and had concluded 2 things. First, the utter lack of windows suggested that this facility was underground. Given the general taste for grand vistas and high towers he'd seen in Imperial architecture on Coruscant, this led him to believe that whatever the planet's surface looked like was not worth seeing. This, in turn, made him think the surface was inhospitable and, therefore, not a place he wanted to travel without proper equipment. Second, he concluded there had to be a secret exit from the facility. Aside from the tunnel back to the prison, the only visible means of leaving was a lift that had a keypad and clearly required a code for operation. While he assumed the Moff who owned the place would have had the code for the lift, he couldn't imagine the Moff did not also have a private bolt hole. Unfortunately, his hurried survey of the area hadn't given him any obvious candidates for its location. One thing he had found was a garbage disposal chute. He dragged Dericote's body to it and dumped it in. He distinctly heard a splash. Then a disgusting odor wafted back up, so he closed the hatch. It was only when he realized that he didn't smell much better himself that he decided, if things got tight, he'd go through the chute and take his chances getting out that way. The Imperial facility had a layout that was a lot like a TIE starfighter's cross-section. The lift, garbage chute, and utility area formed a central core through which ran a long corridor. It intersected 2 corridors at right angles, one at each end. All of the corridors
had high ceilings and doors running off them every 7 meters or so. His first impression of opulence had not been diminished in his survey of the facility. The entire place had been decorated with golden brown wooden panels and hand-carved trim. Not being often treated to the lifestyle of the rich, Corin couldn't identify the wood, but he was fairly certain the faint rose scent filling the air came from it. He made a mental note to ask Arisi what kind of wood it was, since he assumed she would know. More impressive than the wooden furnishings were the huge xenoscapes that took up whole walls in some of the rooms. Some were filled with water and had brightly colored fish swimming through them. Others contained dense, foggy atmospheres, or boggy environments in which things flapped and slithered. Each room had its own private xenoscape, and while most of the creatures looked harmless, a couple looked positively lethal. Despite getting frightened by the sudden appearances of several luminous beasts along the wall of a darkened room, Corin was glad for the xenoscape's presence. Some specimens were large enough that life-form scanning equipment might have trouble differentiating him from them, frustrating a search. In his experience, that sort of equipment was most valuable in determining where life forms were not, so that searches could be confined to the places where they were found. He assumed that if searchers were forced to go over the level carefully, he could elude them in a deadly game of hide-and-seek. But then he'd not been counting on the methodical nature of stormtroopers and how they did their work. During his scouting run, a squad of 8 came up through the turbo lift and immediately posted 2 men in the facility core. The remaining 6 broke up into 2 teams of 3 and proceeded to go through each wing, room by room. Once they finished in a room, they closed the doors and used a datapad to set the locks and seal the room. He'd fled from them as carefully as he could, but they pushed on. Finally, he'd found himself herded into what, in the golden glow of the large aquatic xenoscape along one wall, appeared to be a very nice library. The shelves on 3 walls were lined with box after box of data cards. Both desks in the room had tabletop datapads with holoplates that could provide a fully tridimensional data scanning experience. The chairs all seemed comfortable, and had the room not been built on an immense imperial scale, Corin could have considered it cozy. It had its quirks, though. In stumbling about, he stepped into a circular design on the floor. He would have thought it a continuation of the inlaid wooden pattern, but it felt cold and synthetic to his bare feet. He had barely stepped into it when a holographic image was projected down from the ceiling and filled the circle. Corin leaped back and raised his hands to protect himself. 10 feet tall, an image of the Emperor stared down at him. The figure looked strong and almost majestic, not at all the image of the twisted, malignant man who had overthrown the old Republic and created the Empire. The hooded and cloaked figure stood there, then slowly raised his hands toward the ceiling. They returned to his side, vanishing as the cloak slid closed. Then the figure shrank to more human proportions and melted away through the circle. That display so unnerved Corin that he immediately sought cover. He noticed a long row of cabinets beneath the xenoscape. He opened one of the cabinet doors, but found he couldn't see much inside. The space smelled cramped and close. It reeked of mildew and reminded him of the location Tycho had found for the rogues to hide while they prepared to liberate Coruscant. Had there been another choice, he would have taken it, but the crisp click of boots on the floor outside the door told him his time had run out. He crawled over some small boxes and into the narrow space, then pulled the door closed. The cabinet had been compartmentalized. He found himself in a cubicle barely a meter high and wide, though it did extend back nearly 2 meters from the door. A thick metal crossbeam framework supported the weight of the transparasteel xenoscape above him and the water it contained. Fiberplast panels lined the compartment on all sides and felt as solid as rock as far as his buttocks and spine were concerned. He pulled himself through the crossbeams and into the compartment's back half. He arranged the boxes and canisters in front of the cabinet to shield him, but he knew even a cursory look would reveal his presence. I hope they have a nice place in the shrine down there for my head. Stomach acid burbled up into his throat, but he choked it back down and endured the burning. Probably doesn't hurt as much as blaster bolts will. He tried to recall the pain from the times he'd gotten shot, at Tallassee and in the mines, but sensation seemed distant and unrelated to what he knew he would be feeling in short order. He heard muffled voices from the other side of the cabinet door. Clicks and hisses accompanied them. What can they be discussing? Despite the ache in his spine and the burning in his throat, Korn smiled. Maybe one of them decided searching these cabinets is stupid because there's no way Deracote could be hiding in here. Then, through the soles of his feet, he felt a slight vibration shake the cabinet framing. If searching the cabinets was what they were arguing about, my team lost, which means I've lost. Another cabinet door closed, this one closer if judged by the strength of the vibration. Then he felt the quiver of a cabinet being opened, followed by a strong tremor when it was shut. That's it. He's getting frustrated. No one is in the cabinets. No one can be in the cabinets. They're too small to hide anyone. Much too small. Korn pulled his legs up to his chest and wrapped his hands around his knees. He actually heard the cabinet next to his open. A comlink clicked. He thought he heard the word, clear. Then he definitely felt the cabinet slam shut. Korn pressed himself back into the corner. There's no one in here. There's nothing to see here. No one is hiding in here. It's all clear. The door opened. There's no one here. This cabinet is empty. A light flashed in. It started at the far end. Empty, 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 all clear. The light swept across toward him. What a waste of time searching this cabinet. It's empty. There's no one here. The light snapped off before it hit his face. The stormtrooper helmet, which had taken on the proportions and ugliness of a Hutt's ghost in Korn's sight, pulled back. It's empty. There's no one here. Korn clutched his knees more tightly to prevent his heart from pounding its way out of his chest. Are you sure? Despair exploded in Korn. What sort of an idiot would trap himself in these cabinets? The door slammed shut and bounced back ajar when the magnetic latch failed to catch. Korn caught part of a heated exchange between stormtroopers. He missed the initial comment, but the sharp reply came through loud and clear. If he's stupid enough to try to escape, he's stupid enough to hide in those cabinets. Finish checking those last 2 cabinets, then seal the room. This level is clear, so we move up. Korn heard the other cabinets open and close, but it was the thunder of a storm that had passed him by. He dared not relax, and bumped his head against the top of the cabinet when a stormtrooper reshut the door to his compartment. The burning in his lungs matched that in his throat. Then he slowly exhaled and drew in a new breath. He wanted to jump out of the cabinet, escape its coffin-like confines, but he didn't know if the stormtroopers had left the room yet. Again he waited. He knew he had gotten lucky, but he was able to convince himself that it wasn't just luck that had saved him. In his time with the Corellian security force, he had participated in countless searches for suspects. There came a point where he knew, in his gut, that the suspect had fled and his attention flagged. From what one of the stormtroopers had said, he concluded the library was the last room to be searched on that level. If so, the stormtrooper checking the cabinets was probably bored out of his mind. Because he was bored, he got sloppy. Corrin smiled and started breathing more normally. Good thing he had his helmet on. Otherwise, he would have been able to smell me. He waited a little longer, even beyond the point where he wanted to crawl out of his skin. He fought against the panic rising in his heart. If I panic, I die. Cool. Calm. You've been in tighter situations before. Take it easy. He concentrated on breathing and waited for his pulse rate to go down, then slipped from the cabinet. He found himself alone in the library. The lights in the Zenescape provided him ample illumination to find his way around, but he still wasn't certain what he was looking for. He assumed it was too much to ask for any of the boxed data card sets to contain plans that would allow him to escape the room. Still, he'd conducted enough searches of criminal strongholds to find it easy to imagine that one box of data cards might be a dummy that, when pulled out or tipped up on an edge, would open the door to a secret hiding place, or, better yet, the Moff's bolt hole. It would have to be something obscure, something no one would ever choose to look at on purpose. With that as his search parameter, he found a lot of choices. The sheer variety of data card collections impressed him. But each box he tried contained the appropriate data cards. At least I can improve my mind while trapped here. Given enough time, I could become the galaxy's expert in all sorts of things, including worlds I've never heard of, like this Corvus Minor. He pulled the slim box labeled The Complete History of Corvus Minor off the shelf, and was disappointed when no secret door opened up. He was about to put it back when he noticed the weight didn't seem quite right. He opened the box and dumped a compact holdout blaster into his hand. If a blaster is considered the complete history of Corvus Minor, I'm thinking it's not a vacation spot. He put the box away and checked the blaster's power pack. A half-dozen shots. It probably won't get through stormtrooper armor, but it can make them dive for cover. Keeping the blaster in his hand, he continued his survey of the library. He found no more surprises, and gave up hoping there was a history of Corvus Major that would contain something more substantial in terms of weaponry, like an X-Wing. Frustrated by the lack of success of his search, he turned his attention to the data pads. He wasn't sure the computers would be much more help than the library's inventory had been, but he assumed he could get some basic information to help him out. Most dedicated data pads included basic information about their surroundings. Something as simple as a map showing the evacuation route in case of fire or rebel invasion would point him toward exits. Provided I can get into the system. Had Whistler been with him, the droid could have sliced into the system with ease. While he did know a few things about code slicing himself, he'd relied on Whistler's skills so much that he could only perform rudimentary assaults on a system. If there's a password for gaining access to the system, I'm blocked right there. At the smaller of the desks, he flicked the holopad on. He opened some of the drawers, looking for the sort of data card that might contain password information, when a word appeared suspended above the holopad. Inquiry. Corrin's smile blossomed. Whoever had last used the datapad had finished by turning off the holopad instead of logging off the computer. This deep in a secret Imperial facility, the chances of an Alliance spy getting to that terminal were slender, And if the security procedure for getting access was laborious enough, merely shutting the holopad down could seem like a tempting, if unsecured, alternative to making the system secure. Whatever the reason, I don't mind. Corin called up a system catalog and shifted to the Lusankia database. Hundreds of names scrolled past, too fast for him to read, so at the next prompt, he called up his own record. It seemed fairly complete and decidedly up to date on data about him since his joining Rogue Squadron. Tycho's doing, no doubt. He highlighted a data link labeled Lusankia and saw a brief history of his stay in the prison. Comparing the date given for his arrival with the date line on the bottom of the holographic image, he realized he'd been in captivity for 6 standard weeks. That was longer than he'd been able to count, but his interrogation had been full of lost and warped days. He highlighted another data link. Next to the legend C status was the code R1. Corin chose it and got a quick explanation floating above the desk. R1, resistant in primary phase. Notes: the subject could not be induced to fire upon positive icons, despite being subjected to their hostile intent in simulation. His resistance in the second round of testing occurred sooner than in the previous round. Subject is unsuitable for conversion. Corin stared at the green words burning in the air above the desk. When he had thought about it, he had assumed the simulator flights he had taken were just part of an interrogative technique. The technique let him fly, which made him feel good. If things were done correctly, that good feeling could be transferred to the imps. Then he'd tell them what they wanted to know. He could imagine it working just that way with any number of folks. They'd be seduced into giving up information without realizing what they were doing. Clearly, that was not what Isard had been trying to do with him. She was trying to make me over into a monster, just like Tycho. She wanted me to become a tool she could use against the Alliance. He shivered and wished he could somehow open his skull and scrape the memories of what he endured from his brain. His eyes narrowed. Well, your conditioning didn't work. I'm not your tool. I'm your enemy. And when I get out of here, I'm going to hurt you. He got back to an inquiry prompt and called up Tycho Selchu's file. Finally, I'll have proof. Corin summoned up the Lusankia data and had highlighted the C status code before he really looked at the value listed there. R1. No way. That was my code. He called up the data and sat back, stunned. R1. Resistant in primary phase. Notes: though the subject's initial response to Imperial icons was positive, this appeared to be an artifact of his years spent at the Imperial Academy. It did not last long. Subject aggressively attacked Imperial icons. When those icons were overlaid with Alliance data streams, the contradiction caused the subject to become catatonic. Subject is unsuitable for conversion. But that's not possible. Tycho's a spy. I know it. Anger tore through Corin and immolated his brain. He wanted to believe that Isan Isard had planted this information so he'd not believe Tycho was a spy, but she had no way of knowing he'd get where he was to see it. Besides, his having that knowledge would serve no purpose to her benefit. Even supposing Tycho were killed by the Republic and Corin were allowed to escape and point out that Tycho had been innocent, that would cause strife in the New Republic, but how much? Was it worth the elaborate charade of letting him escape? Corin got up from the chair and began to pace around the room. Isard had fed his hatred of Tycho and supported his conviction that Tycho had been a spy. That made no sense. From his file, she would have known that he'd have been far more tortured inside by being told that he'd been wrong, that his mistake was the foundation for Tycho's treason and murder trial. His own sense of personal honor would have eaten him up inside when he realized an innocent man was going to be convicted of a crime because of his mistake. Lost in his thoughts, he stepped into the circle in the middle of the floor. The Emperor descended upon him, and Corin jumped back. He snarled up at the image and marched on through it. Quite the mess you created with your empire, you know. Corin realized that Isard's actions made no sense to him because she was coming at things with an imperial sense of ethics. Ethics that frightened him. She fed his hatred of Tycho because it gave her a button to which she knew he would react. His hatred was unthinking, and she didn't want him thinking at all. Once she got me reacting through emotions, she could manipulate me. The problem was that my feelings in favor of the other members of Rogue Squadron overrode my hatred for Tycho. And maybe, just maybe, somewhere deep down, I didn't doubt him. However, there is evidence of a spy being connected with Rogue Squadron. He returned to the datapad and punched in the names of all the personnel in the unit or support staff. They all came up blank. Feeling a bit frustrated, he called up Tycho's file again and read over the parts concerning his time at Lusancia. The details were pretty much in keeping with what Tycho had told him. He didn't remember much of his time there. Then he was transferred to Akritar. The Lusancia file made reference to his escape from that facility and included a couple of notes about Tycho's life since then, but didn't include much detail until data started flowing from the Rogue Squadron source. Pacing again, Corin began to work things out in his mind. If Tycho was not an Imperial spy, then he wouldn't have been meeting with Curtin Lure. As much as Corin was certain he had seen Lure that night, he admitted that having seen the man earlier in the day at the Imperial Palace had rattled him, and could easily have made him misidentify a Duros in a hooded cloak as Lure. Bits and pieces of things began to drop into place for him. By a simple process of elimination, he narrowed down the list of possible spies, and one name rose quickly to the top of the list. No doubt about it. But then, that's what I thought about Tycho. I have to get clear of here and check some things out. I can't afford to be wrong this time. He looked up as the Emperor towered above him. Corin stepped back. You know, the sheer ego it takes to plant your image in your own facility is unbelievable. This display does nothing but take up space. It struck him as another useless bit of imperial ostentation. Then it occurred to him that just as the cabinets hid the structure that supported the Zenescape, the holograph did do more than one thing. It stops people from standing on this spot. Corin stepped forward and oriented himself to face in the same direction as the Emperor. The world hazed out slightly as the hologram settled down over him, but out of the corner of his left eye he caught the momentary red spark of a low-grade spotting laser being shot at him. It flickered on and off a few more times, then the Emperor's hologram collapsed around him. As it did so, the circle shifted and began to descend beneath the level of the floor. The cylindrical hole closed over the top of him, then a man-sized panel slid open in front of him. Through it, he saw the entry portal to a luxurious private tunnel shuttle, similar to what we used to move prisoners from the detention center to court on Corellia, though this is much, much nicer. The panel closed, and the circular platform began to ascend again. Corin found himself once more in the library and smiled. He went to the datapad, got back to the prompt he'd found initially, then shut the holopad off. Picking up the holdout blaster, he inserted himself again into the Emperor's image. The lift again took him down, and he entered the tunnel shuttle. In the forward compartment, he found a keypad and controls, but he had no idea how to program destinations. Up at the top, he saw a red button marked Return and poised his hand above it. I don't know where this will take me or how long it will take for me to get there, but anywhere is better than here. He hit the button and sat back in the hope he'd enjoy the ride. 34. That's it, then. Lure smiled and killed the sound accompanying the holographic images of Noir-Aven's press conference. The Twi'lek had said the phrase. The New Republic would become Lure's new home. It's just as well Corran Horn is dead. Our being on the same side would have killed him anyway. Lure folded up a small transportable datapad and slipped it into his pocket. Once he left his office, he would use a public access site to plug in and send the directions for his pickup to Noir-Aven. Sending it from his office would have been easier, but would have increased the probability that a copy of the message would fall into Isard's hands. Though he planned to be hidden well away by the rebels by the time she discovered he was missing, he wanted as much time for his disappearance to take place as possible. At his desk, he copied files from his desktop datapad to a data card. Helvin, come here. One of his special intelligence operative cell leaders entered his office. Sir. Lure held the data card out to him. There has just been an announcement concerning the Selchu trial that leads me to believe there will be a fair amount of attention centered on the proceedings today. We shall take advantage of that. These are the plans and authorization for a strike at the largest of the Republic's back-to-storage areas, the one in Invisek. The one guarded by Voru's militia? Is there a problem with that? No, sir. The target is no more secure than any other rebel facility. It is just that we have refrained from hitting targets he is guarding so far. Indeed. Lure shrugged. An oversight on my part. Voru thought himself immune to our wrath. He learns now he was wrong. A smile tried to squirm its way into the SIO man's face, but failed to do more than tug at the corners of his mouth. Sir, when do we strike? Court begins early in the morning. Time to strike to occur with the first witness. That gives you approximately 5 hours. It's done, sir. Very good, Helvin. You make me proud. Thank you, sir. The SIO man turned and practically ran from the office. Lure would have laughed, but he feared that might have betrayed his true intentions. The attack he had designed would call for a strike force of 30 SI operatives, 3 cells worth. He designated a Bacta facility as the target because he knew Isard would approve of it and might set aside, even for a moment, her fears about him. He chose Voru as a target both to strike at the man's vanity and so he could hurt the man personally before he sold him out to the rebels. Stick the vibroblade in and modulate the oscillation rate. Lure prepared the plans for transmission to Isard by adding a note stating he intended to personally supervise the operation, and then sent them. He shut down his datapad, then took one last look out the window of his sanctuary at the brilliant galaxy of synthetic stars below him. There will be other towers and other chances to rise to such heights. On a whim, he turned on all of his lights and left them burning like a beacon in the night as he abandoned his office and set out on the most dangerous mission he had ever undertaken. Rubbing sleep from her eyes, Ayala Wasiri entered Hala Edic's office. You look as haggard as I feel. Hala looked up at her with bloodshot eyes. You don't know the half of it. Noir-Aven called me just past midnight. I've spent 2 hours meeting with him and various Provo Council members. This is all madness. Why tractor beam me into it? Hala smiled. Because you've been the one who's harbored little doubts about Tycho Selchu's guilt. We've got a witness now who can confirm his innocence. We have to bring him in, and you're going to help Nawara do the job. Ayala blinked her eyes. A witness? Nutka came forward. Nope. Hala sat back, and mischievous light played through her brown eyes. Someone who demanded your presence. Said he'd only trust you to bring him in. Who could that be? Ayala's eyes narrowed. Give me a name. Can't. This office isn't secure enough. Hala pointed toward the office window and the drapes drawn over it. Someone you knew well, once upon a time. Ayala frowned. Drapes? Curtains? Her jaw dropped open. Curtain lure? It can't be. It is. Code name is Behemoth. Right. He's the biggest intelligence agent we've brought in so far. What's the drill? Hala yawned. Sorry, Nawara just gave his little media conference, so Behemoth knows the deal is set. Nawara will be coming here, and we'll be waiting until Behemoth can get him a message about pickup. I've arranged for you to get an armored airspeeder. You'll take Behemoth to a safe house. Nawara then will depose him. Then you'll pack him up and bring him here in time for court. We want him in and out fast. We're counting on secrecy, because he should have enough information about Imperial ops that almost anyone could want him dead. Ayala nodded. You're not afraid I'll kill him? Not before he clears Selchu of Horn's murder, no, I'm not. Kraken will want him after that, but my only concern is his impact on this trial. Hala shrugged, then blew a lock of black hair from in front of her face. I've already told you he cut an immunity deal, so the only justice that will be done in this case is getting Selchu off. You know how these deals work. Yeah, they stink worse than hut sweat. But you give something to get something. Ayala sighed. Don't worry, I'll bring him in safely. Never was worried about it. Ayala pointed to the hololink on the office's other desk. I need to speak with Dirk. Hala frowned. Not a good idea. If I don't, he'll wait up. He always has, but he's really not that strong anymore. No details, right? Right. Go ahead. Hala stood and smoothed the wrinkles in her skirt. I'm going down the hall to brew up something hot, dark, and stimulating. Can I bring you some? Please. Ayala sat down at the desk and entered her home link number. She smiled reflexively when Dirk answered. It's me. So it is, and with a smile. Dirk stifled a yawn with his hand. Forgive me. How are you? Is there anything you need? I can run it over. No, I'm fine, really. She forced her smile to broaden. I just called to let you know I'm not going to be coming back home this morning. Anything wrong? Irritation washed over Dirk's face. No, can't be if you're smiling. Something good, then? Work. Work I can't tell you about. You'll find it fascinating when I can. I can't wait. Sounds as if you have a big day ahead of you. They glanced off to the side for a moment, then nodded. I'll get some fruit and put it together for your lunch so you can snack on it if there's a break. Will that work? That'll be perfect, darling. Ayala touched the HoloLink's screen and caressed her husband's face. It really is going to be a big day tomorrow. You'll see why I can't say anything. I understand. Thank you for letting me know you're safe. I can try to get back to sleep now. Please do, Dirk. Get all the sleep you can. Enough for both of us. I'll do my best. He smiled at her. Be careful. I love you. I love you too. Ayala hit a button and broke the connection. She sat back and sighed deeply. It's very strange to find myself having to safeguard a hated enemy so he can exonerate a man in the murder of a good friend. I'm not sure Corin would appreciate the irony of the situation, but I do know he wouldn't want an innocent man imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. I think that's as close to peace of mind as I'm going to get out of this. I just hope it's enough when all is said and done. 35. Never, in all the time he had secretly worked for Isan Isard, had he gotten a message that revealed her to being close to panic. The messages she had sent concerning the remnants of Rogue Squadron and the need for their elimination had been more controlled and confident. Even after the Alliance took Coruscant and she disappeared, her messages had revealed a core of confidence that her activities would bring about the destruction of the New Republic. He had to admit that she had not been far wrong in her beliefs in that regard. The Krytos virus had created such a demand for Bacta that the New Republic had all but bankrupted itself trying to meet the minimum demand for the life-saving liquid. They had been desperate enough to strike a deal for Rill with the Twi'leks, a gamble that could have caused angry Thyferans to cut off the Bacta supply completely. Confidence in the government had begun to erode because of the Bacta crisis. Warlord Zinj's predations on a Bacta convoy had dealt the public's belief in the government a serious blow, from which they would attempt to recover by sending a task force under Han Solo's leadership to kill Zinj. In fact, however, the more insidious damage to the government had been done by the government itself with the Selchu trial. Originally, Tycho Selchu had been held up as an example of the evil perpetrated by the Empire. But Nawara Ven's spirited defense had pointed out that the evidence against Selchu was circumstantial and probably manufactured. The obvious displeasure expressed by Rogue Squadron's cherished heroes at Selchu's trial helped underscore the weak foundation for the government's case. He neither knew nor cared if Selchu was innocent. Isard was very capable of arranging it so an innocent man appeared to be guilty, or vice versa. He did know she was using the trial to hurt the government, and her efforts clearly were succeeding, which is why the tenor of the note surprised him. In addition to summoning him to a meeting place, the note directed him to dispatch teams of his people to various sites in the Imperial Palace and Senate Hill areas. They were to go armed and shoot on sight the individual whose file sheet appended to the message. Many of the locations would be all but impossible to get to at this hour: a 43rd floor foyer in the Imperial Palace, an unused area of the Galactic Museum, an old Imperial Senate subcommittee room. Moreover, it struck him that the only place she wasn't asking him to send his men was the Imperial Courthouse. Since she wanted everyone in place before court could open, and since the target apparently possessed information she didn't want revealed, he assumed she had the courthouse covered herself. Fliri Voru frowned. She should have gotten Lure to send people out to these other sites, too, not just the courthouse. He flicked on his datapad and called up the reports from the people he had monitoring the activities of Lure and his operatives. Of Lure, there was no report within the last hour, when he left his tower. Lure had gotten much better at eluding surveillance over the past several weeks, but he always showed up again in places that made reacquiring him painfully easy. The reports on some of Lure's operatives, on the other hand, sparked Voru's interest. 3 teams, a full 30 individuals, had congregated at the warehouse facility Lure used to store his heavy weaponry. That makes for a big operation, and I've given Lure no targets for such an operation. Fliri Voru realized that one of his facilities was going to be the target of that operation. Isard's orders were scattering his troops so he couldn't defend against the assault. It has to be coming against the Bacta storage facility. That's the only target I control which she would see as valuable. She wants to take it down to hurt the Republic, but hitting any of the others would make as much sense. The only thing this gives her is a terrorist strike against me, which strengthens my cover and distances me from association with her. Ordering him to be in a meeting place at a specific time was meant to get him out of the back-to-storage area so he'd not be killed. If she confided in him the reason she wanted him out, he'd refuse to do what she wanted, choosing instead to protect his Bacta and the profits he could reap by selling the wastage that occurred with each shipment, as well as the other loot I have stored there. Despite the fact that her summons was meant to save his life, he took little joy in it. If things went as they had previously, she would appear in hologram and berate him for what he had or had not done for her cause. She used the fact that she could betray him to the rebels as a bludgeon, and he cringed suitably when she did so, which seemed to satisfy her need to see him under her control. As nervous as her message suggested she was, he expected quite a beating. What she does not understand, what she has never understood, is that I don't fear her at all. The Emperor considered me a rival. She is nothing compared to him. I work for her because her goals and mine coincide. I can play her off against the Republic and benefit in the meantime. Flirivorus smiled. He prepared orders dispatching militia teams to the sites she wanted, though he reduced her request from 12 people at each location to 3. The rest he ordered summoned to his Bacta storage facility. He planned to have them moving as much Bacta and other loot as possible to the various storage facilities he had scattered all over Imperial Center. When she wants to know why I evacuated my facility, I'll tell her the Alliance tipped me to a strike. And to make that seem true, Vorus switched his comlink to a secure frequency and initiated a call. He allowed the sleepy individual on the opposite end of the link to awaken enough to understand basic. Then he spoke slowly and carefully. "Forgive the hour of this call, Counselor Failure, but I knew not where else to turn. I have learned of an impending PCF strike at a Bacta storage facility. If we act quickly, a great tragedy can be averted." All Wedge could see of Emtray in the darkness was the droid's glowing gold eyes. "What is it, Emtray?" "Forgive the intrusion, Commander, but we have just gotten an urgent message from Admiral Akbar. There are terrorists about, and we have to stop them." Wedge shook his head to clear it. "Terrorists here? In our area?" "No, sir. They're going to hit a Bacta storage site. You're to fly cover for our troops opposing them." The bedsheet slid down around Wedge's waist as he pulled himself up and pressed his back against the headboard. "Call in the squadron." "I have, sir. They're all coming in, except for Master Ven. He's not answering his comlink." "Keep trying. When you get him, I want to speak with him. Get to Zrai and start pre-flight on our X-Wings. Tell him I want no fueling delays this time." "Done, sir." Emtray pointed at the datapad on the desk in Wedge's room. "The primary briefing document has already been downloaded for your review." Wedge smiled. "Thanks." He threw back the covers and stepped out of bed. "Calf, lots of it, for me and for the ready room. I have a feeling this mission is not one we can fly in our sleep." 36. A tone brought Corrin awake. A jolt of fear ran through him when he couldn't recognize his surroundings. He knew he wasn't in Lusankia anymore, or at least he hoped that was the case. But the thought that his whole escape might have been some elaborate charade staged by Isard to break him down gnawed at his spirit. He hauled himself off the very comfortable bantha hide divan. He'd not intended to fall asleep, but the tunnel shuttle's appointments were plush and seductive, especially in comparison with what he had endured in Lusancia. This is more impressive than the Hotel Imperial. The shuttle had a small refresher station, which had allowed Corin to take his first shower since his capture. The Lusancia diet had not been very high in protein content, so his hair, beard, and fingernails had not grown much during his captivity. Still, he could have used a shave. Then again, in this tunic, I'm hardly presentable. He laughed. If it were really that luxurious, there would have been a closet with a full wardrobe on board. Holdout blaster in hand, Corin walked over to the egress hatch and opened it. Waiting for him was what looked like a private lift. The box, paneled with dark greel wood, was otherwise featureless. This made Corin a little apprehensive. Without controls, he had to assume it was programmed to go to a specific place. I don't know if I want to be there, but I suspect it will be better for me than here. He entered the lift, and the doors closed behind him. The car ascended quickly and quietly. Corin shook the lees of sleep from his head. He squeezed himself into the corner of the car just left of the doors, out of direct line with the opening. Blaster in his right hand, he was ready to pivot on his left foot, duck low, and come out shooting if he had to. The lift slowed, then stopped. The doors opened, whisper quiet. The musty scent of stale air rolled into the lift. Corin brought the neck of his tunic up over his nose, then dropped it again, realizing it smelled slightly worse than the chamber beyond the doorway. He peeked out quickly, and beyond a gauzy wall of spiderwebs, saw a gray room and shadowy figures scattered about it. He ducked back, then looked out again. No one is moving. Aside from the spiders and whatever they snack on, there's nothing living in here. He sliced the web wall in half with his left hand, then stepped into the long, rectangular room. Dust billowed up around his feet and coated his soles. Slender, dust-laden web strands hung down from the ceiling like vines in a forest. Some of them attached themselves to the figures in the room, as if etheric umbilical cords maintaining the figures in their twilight existence. Corin had no idea where he was, but the taint of evil in the room threatened to overwhelm him. That surprised him, because he saw no active threat and didn't feel directly menaced. The sensation reminded him of his days back in Corsac, when he entered the scene of a particularly violent massacre of spice runners who had angered Durga the Hutt. It was all destruction, but not wanton. It was completely calculated and deliberate. The figures he saw were all statues and mannequins. As he approached the first one, a little light flashed on in the space before it, and resolved into a hologram of the head and shoulders of a man. A voice from the base of the statue said, "Avampost, Jedi Master from Chandrila, served with distinction in the Clone Wars." Corin looked up at the head of the white marble statue to see if it matched the hologram, but the face on the statue had been destroyed. The stone had melted back to the level of the ears and streamed down over the figure's torso. Nothing else about the statue's shape enabled Corin to figure out if it was Post or not. Then again, why would the hologram of Post be connected to this statue if it isn't him? Corin frowned. And why remove his face? Corin moved deeper into the room. The muted illumination came from glow tiles set near floor level and enabled Corin to pick out two darkened doorways set into one of the longer walls. But he didn't feel compelled to head out and explore the area beyond them. He couldn't explain it, but he had a hunch there was something important in the room, something he had to find. While intellectually he knew running far and fast was the best thing for him, his father had always encouraged him to follow his hunches. Doing that has kept me alive. No reason to change now, especially now. As he moved through the chamber, it became obvious that the statues and display cases were all exhibits in some sort of museum. A Jedi museum. Everything pertained in one way or another to Jedi Knights and Masters, with the vast majority of them having served in the Clone Wars. Just over 40 years ago, all of these people were alive. Without fail, whether the representation was a static hologram with little mementos, or a life-size statue, or a mannequin dressed as the person it represented, the Jedi's image had been ruined. Some statues lay in pieces on the ground. Some of the mannequins had limbs missing or holes pounded through the torsos. All of them had been defaced. Most literally, though some had only their eyes carved out. He could not discern a pattern to the damage, beyond the fact that all the faces were maimed in one way or another. But Corrin knew there was one, keyed to the mind of the person who had done it. Discarding his prison tunic, Corrin pulled some clothes from one of the broken dummies and got into them. The rough-spun brown trousers and pale pullover tunic itched against his bare flesh and threatened to drive him crazy. From what I remember of Jedi stories, a Jedi would have chosen such clothes just to force himself to learn to ignore the physical sensations distracting him. His clothes become an exercise in concentration. He couldn't remember where he'd heard that. It had to have been from his grandfather or father, because the Jedi were extinct by the time Corrin had learned they had existed, and people who wanted to avoid Imperial scrutiny didn't display much interest in the Jedi Knights of old. Corrin's hand went to his throat to touch the medallion he'd worn since he'd inherited it from his father. A medallion he'd left with Whistler for safekeeping before his mission to Coruscant. Mirax Tarek had identified it as Jedi Credit, a medallion issued in limited numbers to mark a Corellian Jedi's elevation from Knight to Master. I guess carrying it around was my father's way of covertly defying the Empire. Corrin pulled on a Jedi's brown cloak and fastened it at his throat. He swirled it around himself, sending lint nerfs scurrying across the floor and leaping from the top of a display case. A glint of gold in that case caught Corrin's eye. He stepped closer and swept dust from the glass with his hands. His mouth went dry. That medallion. It's just like the one I wore, save for the way the eyes have been gouged out of it. Who is that? Irritated that the holographic legend didn't play, Corrin jiggled the case. A hologram began to glow, creating an image of a slender man hovering above the glass, about 20 centimeters high. A voice, starting low and slow, then speeding up into a soprano, accompanied the display. Neja Halcyon, a Jedi Master from Corellia, died in the Clone Wars. The light from the holographic projection bled below into a static hologram. It showed Halcyon standing with a boy. The basic legend running down the edge of the image read, Neja Halcyon and an apprentice. The projection snapped off and the hologram went dark, but it took Corrin several seconds to become cognizant of that fact. That boy. That was my father. He'd seen holograms of his father as a child, and the boy in the image looked very much like Hal Horn had at that age. He even looked a bit like me. But that can't be, can it? Corrin frowned mightily. Mirax had told him that the commemorative medallions were given to family, friends, students, and masters by the knight who appeared on them. If my father had been his apprentice, that would explain how he got the coin. But he never said anything about knowing a Jedi or training with him. My grandfather did, but he never mentioned this Halcyon. That hologram has to be wrong. I have to have seen it wrong. He jiggled the case again, but the projection did not return. He stepped back and up to it again without results. He jogged and then shook the case, but that only moved the medallion around and tipped over the hologram. I need light to see who's really in that hologram. Swaddling his left fist in his Lusankia tunic, Corin hammered it against the display case. The glass shattered into hundreds of sparkling shards. Looking around nervously, waiting for some alarm system to start blaring, Corin shook the canvas wrap off his hand and cast it aside. He carefully plucked out the medallion and put it in his pocket. To it he added the hologram, and would have walked over to one of the footlights to examine it, but the third memento of Neja Halcyon attracted his attention. Shifting his blaster to his left hand, Corin reached into the case and pulled out a 30-centimeter-long silvery cylinder. A concave dish capped it. A thickened knob served as the pommel, and a black button rode in a recessed niche precisely where his right thumb naturally rested. Pointing the cup away from himself, Corin hit the button. A silvery white shaft of light just over a meter in length hissed to life. It hummed low and mournfully as its cold illumination turned all the Jedi images into ghosts. Corin twisted his wrist around, bringing the energy blade through a set of interlocked loops. The sound quickened slightly as the blade transformed a strand of webbing into a drifting tendril of smoke. Corin turned, thinking to sweep the lightsaber blade through one of the mannequins, but stopped before he struck. These images have endured enough abuse. I won't add to it. He knew he was correct not to contribute to the further despoiling of the monuments. Moreover, there had seemed to be a subtle pressure, a hidden malevolence in the room, that encouraged and condoned the destruction. Corin felt good defying it. He hit the button under his thumb once to shut the blade off. It remained lit. Corin frowned for a moment, then hit the button twice in quick succession, and the blade vanished. The double hit to turn it off guarantees it won't go down in combat if the button is hit accidentally. As shadows reconquered the room, Corin shivered. Trying to integrate this storehouse of Jedi memorabilia with Lusankia was enough to make his brain hurt. I'd probably have a better chance of figuring out what all of this stuff is doing here if I had a clue as to where I was. It's good to have clothes and equipment, but somehow I doubt disguising myself as a Jedi Knight is a way to become less conspicuous in making my escape. And that's still my first priority, getting out of here. Corin smiled and let the lightsaber roll back and forth across the palm of his hand. I bet you'll make a wonderful door opener. Suddenly, a short, sharp pop echoed through the complex of rooms. A shock wave started dust swirling through the room, centered on a doorway back along the wall to the right. Sounds like someone else is finding novel ways to open doors. This room is too open, nowhere to hide. 3 figures dressed in black moved into and through the doorway. They paused there and swept the room with the harsh white beams of the glow rods fixed to the barrels of their blaster carbines. Having no other option, Corin froze in place. The lights flashed over him, lingering only as long as they had on the other unmoving figures in the room. Nothing here. The tallest of them nodded. Then we wait. His voice trailed off for a second. Hey, there was something funny about one of the dummies over there. He played his light over Corin again, and his friends likewise brought their lights to bear on him. This one's got a face. Yeah, I have a face, and I'd like to keep it. Corin thumbed the lightsaber to life. I hope that's not going to be a problem for anyone. 37. Wedge walked over to the circular holopad, sitting atop a pedestal in the center of the briefing room. We've only got time to go through this once, so listen up. He hit a series of keys on the holopad, causing a holographic map of the Palace District and environs to spring to life. The whole scene rotated up 90 degrees to give the pilots a chance to look down through the network of towers, tunnels, and causeways which clogged that section of the city. Deep in the lower reaches of the display, a red square pulsed with life. We have a report that the Palpatine counterinsurgency front is staging from this location for a strike on a Bacta storage facility in Invisec. We're flying cover for a commando force that is going to go in. The fact is that these PCF folks are very dedicated to their jobs and are likely to scatter when our force is hit. We expect speeder bikes, swoops, and speeders to be heading out of there. Since they used an airspeeder bomb to hit an earlier site, we have to assume that any and all such vehicles are moving bombs. We're going to take them down. Wedge pointed to the empty seat beside Pash Kraken. Nawara isn't here because our strike is going to hit the PCF about the same time Nawara normally runs the gauntlet of holo-journalists. If he's not there on the day Tycho's defense is supposed to open, they might think something is going down and move too soon. Ural, you'll fly on Pash's wing. Normal assignments for everyone else. Pash glanced up at Wedge. If we're going to be hawking targets through the city, isn't there a good chance we'll lose some of them? There are places an X-Wing might not fit, but a speeder bike will. Your father's getting us a tracking feed from the security office on board the Emperor's Skyhook, but there is a chance some might get away. Arissi's hand went up. There will be a lot of civilian traffic up. How badly are these guys wanted? How much collateral damage do we risk? Wedge winced. If any of them get through to their target, a lot of people will die. Thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands. When we go in, the municipal authorities will issue a sector-wide emergency grounding call. Anyone who ignores that call, especially after we start lighting the area up, is making a very big mistake. We don't want to shoot civilians, but if you have a positive ID on a target, take it. Shooting in the city isn't going to be real pretty, but letting a PCF terrorist get through is going to be worse. Arissi nodded. What if the PCF people go to ground with the civilians? Then they won't be blowing up a Bacta storage facility. Wedge grinned grimly. We'll spot them and call in someone who can help neutralize them. Oral believes this is a must-win, no-win scenario. You have that right. We're busting open a rat's nest and hoping to kill all of them before they can do damage when they escape. The chances of collateral damage are high, and while a Corellian usually doesn't have any use for odds, in this case, I wish they were much lower against us. There is no denying that the probable outcome of our exercise is the loss of some innocent folks on the ground or in a building. We have to be careful, but thorough. I can't tell you to shoot with children on a causeway backstopping your shots. I'm just going to trust that you'll be smart enough to avoid finding yourself in that situation. He sighed. Your astrogation droids have the map of the Palace Sector and Invisec. The Bacta facility is protected, and you'll get a warning tone if you enter the exclusion zone around it. If you find yourself there, get out. They'll take your target. Anything else? He looked around the room. But no one had any comments or questions. Great. Hit the hangar and mount up. Fly your best out there. We might not be up against a Death Star, but this mission is still vital. And may the Force be with you. Dismissed. The pilots started to file out. Wedge noticed Asir give Gavin a quick kiss, then stroke his cheek with her left hand. She said something to Gavin that Wedge couldn't hear. Then she turned toward him and held a hand up. Commander, if you have a moment. Just a moment, Asir. Asir nodded to Gavin, and he departed. She approached Wedge, and the fur on the back of her neck rippled up and down. Do you recall a conversation we had 6 weeks ago about my having to make a decision?
Wedge nodded. I told you there would come a point where you had to choose between the squadron and your allegiance to the Bothan Martial Intelligence.
You said at the time that you trusted me and wanted to continue to trust me.
Right. And I told you that if you chose to leave the squadron, I'd respect your decision. Wedge shook his head. Of course, if you're doing that right now, I might not respect your choice of timing. Her violet eyes flashed coldly for a second as she looked up at him.
I want you to continue to respect my decisions and my timing. And I want you to continue to trust me. She dug into the pocket of her flight suit and pulled out a data card. I was ordered to prepare a report about the Bacta massacre at Alderaan. It was felt a document that suggested our delay in getting there might, in some way, have been deliberate and the result of human action. That data card has the only copy of said report. If anything happens to me, you'll dispose of this correctly, I would hope.
Wedge nodded. And if you survive, what will you do with the report then?
I'm a member of Rogue Squadron, Commander, which means I only take orders from my superior officers.
Asir smiled.
What I do with that report, sir, is whatever you tell me to do with that report.
You're taking a big step, cutting yourself off from your people.
I know that, and I know it won't be easy, but the squadron is my home now. You've only ever asked me to fight and fly and possibly die. That I'll do for people I can trust. Those who ask me to betray friends, well, they've shown they don't want me to be trustworthy, so they clearly aren't. Those facts don't make the choice any easier, just more imperative.
Wedge tucked the data card away in a pocket, then clapped Asir on the shoulders. Glad you're with us and on my wing. I always like flying with someone I can trust.
38.
Though Ayela's eyes burned from fatigue,
the adrenaline pumping through her system had her hyper-alert. She effortlessly wove the armored airspeeder through the canyons and chasms of Coruscant, slowly closing in on the Justice Court building. Nawara Ven and Curtin Lure sat in the back, the lawyer continuing to ask questions and Lure replying with haughty disdain. Seeing Lure again had been a shock for her. She recognized him instantly, but not without difficulty. He had always been lean and cadaverous, though now his flesh had grayed a bit and tightened over his cheekbones and around his eyes. He played himself up to be supremely confident, but his clipped answers and terse comments clued her to his fear. Ayela had no doubt that if Corrin had been with them at the safe house when they deposed Lure, Lure would have crumbled like stale rishkate. Corrin had always had a way of zeroing in on a suspect's weaknesses. He would figure out the thing about which they were lying, then push and push on those points, pounce on inconsistencies, then increase the pressure until the suspect confessed. Lure had resisted giving them a full confession. He produced a data card on which, he said, he had encoded and encrypted complete dossiers on the Empire's operatives within the bureaucracy. He had also guaranteed them that on the stand he would reveal the identity of the traitor within Rogue Squadron. After that, provided the other details of his surrender deal were carried out, he would provide the key to the data card's encryption routine. Fine, she'd said, but can you give us Corrin's murderer? Lure had smiled coldly. The traitor set him up, and the traitor I will give you. Corrin's murderer, on the other hand, was Isan Isard. Her you'll have to get yourself. And get her I will, somehow. Ayela checked the advanced scanning system on the airspeeder's console. The scanner compared the profiles of all the traffic it had encountered so far against everything it was detecting as the journey continued. Matches would indicate they were being followed, but nothing had passed the computer's standards for a threat. Good. We're clear, so far. Coming up on the parking facility, we're going into the secure level, then down into the justice court. She wanted to add that the next few seconds, as she slowed to enter the building, were the most vulnerable in the whole flight. A single proton torpedo or concussion missile could destroy the airspeeder in the blink of an eye. A timed or proximity warhead could be launched from anywhere and catch them. The airspeeder slid into the darkened tunnel and slowed. Ahead, a green holographic projection cycled through various alphabets. The words, "Facility is full," appeared in basic above and below whatever language was being displayed in the middle. The green backlight illuminated a gate that barred further passage. Ayala hit a button on the console keypad, then punched in her security code. Instead of giving her a new security code to use in bringing Lure to court, the addition of which might have alerted Imperial agents to strange goings-on, Hala Edik had just locked everyone else out with code that made the lockout look like a computer glitch. The gate retracted into the floor. We're in. Lure shifted in his seat in the back. Does it bother you, Ayala, to be shielding me this way? No more now than it did the first time you asked the question, Lure. She moved the vehicle forward into the darkened parking area, and midway between the gate and the lift doors, she slung it around, swapping it end for end so the nose pointed back out toward the exit. She let the speeder drift to a stop approximately 20 meters from the lift. Does it bother you having to depend upon me? Lure shook his head. Not at all, my dear. You have a facility for loyalty. I don't imagine you are wasting it on me. And to your mission, you will be true. Your job is to deliver me to court, then watch me walk away, shedding my crimes like a Trandoshan shedding skin. Reminding me that you let the Trandoshan who murdered Corin's father go isn't the way to get me to feel good about helping you. No, I suppose it isn't. Lure sighed nonchalantly. I'll have to trust you'll want Corin's betrayer more than you want me dead, won't I? That will help. Ayala cracked her door open and emerged from the speeder. She took a quick look around, saw nothing, then rapped on the top of the car. Come on out, it's clear. As the other two left the vehicle, Ayala pulled out her blaster and checked the power cell. Full charge, good. Let's go. We'll get to the lift. I input the code. We head down and through the prosecutor's office. Simple, swift, and no one will get hurt. Lure pulled up the hood on his cloak. After you. Ayala growled at him and moved toward the elevator, taking up a position on the right side of the group. She held her blaster in two hands, up by her face, with the barrel pointing toward the ferrocrete ceiling. As she walked toward the lift, she kept looking about, backward, forward, and side to side, trying to pick up on any movement, anything out of the ordinary. Across from her, unarmed though he was, Nawara looked about vigilantly as well. Between them, his cloak billowing out to inflate his silhouette to the size of his code name, Lure strode confidently. Though she could not see his face, his stance and stride indicated he was blithely amused by her caution. The grant of immunity has made him feel invincible. Ayala felt the slick caress of a strand of webbing brush against her right cheek. She swept it away with her left hand and heard it snap near her ear. That struck her as odd, then sinister, as she saw Nawara bat at a similar thread with one of his brain tails. The lift doors, barely 10 meters away, opened with little more than a whisper. As the lift doors parted, Lure felt his pulse quicken. Time slowed until nanoseconds took hours to pass. His emotions spiked, fear braiding itself together with triumph. The fear came from the realization that he might die, for surely an assassin or assassins lurked in the lift. I could well be dead before those doors close again. The triumph that wove in with the fear came from the realization that Isan Isard saw him as enough of a threat to kill him. She had always dismissed him before, patronized him, used him, and threatened to discard him. Now she saw how truly powerful he was. The desperation that marked this attempt on his life gave full measure to her concern over what he could do to destroy her. Lure began to smile. "In this, you show me I have won." Ayala began to turn toward the unlit box, her blaster coming down as she squared her stance. Something black moved within the lift, a shadow that resolved itself into the form of a man dashing forth, a blazing blaster held in each hand. "Die, Derricote, die!" he screamed. Scarlet bolts of blaster energy burned toward the trio. One caught Noir Aven on the right hip. It spun him around and flung him through the air. Before the Twi'lek could hit the ground, a pair of blaster bolts lanced through Curtin Lure's chest. The first, which drilled him high on the left side of his body, lifted him from his feet. The second struck him high in the abdomen and centered on his midline, driving him back and down. He landed beside Noir Aven's tumbling body and slid halfway over to the airspeeder. Years of training overrode conscious thought in Ayala. As bolts began to track in her direction, she coolly triggered a double burst that stopped the assassin's charge only a stride or two from the lift. The bolts stabbed deep into the man's gut, snapping him forward. Blaster bolts from his guns traced parallel lines down the ferrocrete as he hunched over, dropped to his knees, then fell forward on his face. His blaster pistols clattered down beside him, abandoned as his hands clutched at his ruined belly. Keeping her blaster on his form, she ran forward and kicked the pistols away. The assassin made a sound, a little moan, and it cut her legs out from under her. She sank to her knees beside him and rolled him onto his back. Even before she saw his face, the sounds he made and the feeling of his bony shoulders told her who he was. Intellect momentarily overrode emotion, providing her the clues she needed to confirm his identity. Then it retreated as pain and despair exploded in her. She pulled his head into her lap and brushed strands of hair from his face. "Why, Derek? Why?" "Lusankia." Ayala's breath caught in her throat. No, that can't be." "She broke me. She made me into one of her own. She had me placed in Derricote's lab to watch him." Derek winced fiercely, and his body went rigid for a moment. "She sent me to kill him before he could betray her. I had no choice. That wasn't him, though." Ayala shook her head. "No, it was Curtin Lure." Derek managed a weak smile. "Good. I never liked him." She reached a hand up toward her face, but it never got there. "I'm dying." "No." She fished for a comlink in her pocket. "I'll get emergency medical droids here." "No, Ayala. No. Isard made me what others accuse Tycho of being. He isn't. She had me reporting on him, too. From what she did, I cannot be saved." His tongue wet thin lips. "I can't live in suspicion. As a puppet, it would make life too boring." "Derek, no. We can help you. It's over. I love you. She wanted me to kill you. I couldn't resist." He smiled weakly. "I could defy. The trigger that opened the lift was supposed to be linked to a bomb. I did what I could, so you could stop me from betraying myself by killing you." Pain contorted his face. "Thank you for freeing me." With her hand, Ayala smoothed the pain on his face into peace, then realized he'd slipped away. Her throat thick, her eyes welling with tears, she gently lowered his head to the ferrocrete floor and kissed him one last time. Curtin Lure lay on the ferrocrete and could feel nothing. He knew this was not good. That he was dying was an inescapable conclusion, and it outraged him. He tried to feed that outrage as much fuel as he could, but he simply ran out. The anger and fury in him collapsed in on itself, imploding into a black void that sucked the last bits of life from Curtin Lure. At the heart of that void existed one fact, the one true thing that had marked his entire life. Gil Bastra had seen it. Corin Horn and Ayala Wesiri had seen it. Isan Isard had seen it. Lure had done all he could to combat it, but it was a defect that was inborn and immutable. I make assumptions. I refuse to look beyond them for reality. I am defeated by them. He stared up at the ferrocrete ceiling, seeking in its haphazard patterns some cosmic truth. But the only truth he found ground away at him. She did not send an assassin to kill me. She sent him to kill Dericote. I am dying in his place, for his crimes. Is there anything worse? For some reason, the image of Corin Horn came to him. Horn said there was nothing worse than dying alone. He fought to dismiss that idea, but as darkness nibbled away at the corners of his sight, he allowed as how that, just once, Corin Horn had been right. 39. Despite his fatigue, Wedge couldn't remember having felt better. Strapped into the cockpit of his X-Wing, with Minok behind him, Acer on his starboard wing, and Atmosphere below his fighter, Wedge felt as if the galaxy's reset button had been hit. His mission was clear: safeguard the forces, making a run on an Imperial terrorist cell. He didn't know if this was all that was left of the Palpatine counterinsurgency front, or if this was just one tentacle of that foul kraken, but he had no doubts they'd destroy it. Gone were the ambiguities that had been forced on him. Tycho's trial was political. The run to Ryloth and the convoy escort mission from Alderaan had both been political. Even the raid on Zinj's space station had been political. While he realized the whole rebellion had, in essence, been political, his role in it had been military. The targets we were given were military, picked because of their military value, and the mission parameters were ones that could be fulfilled through a military effort. Wedge keyed his comm unit. Hunter 1, this is Rogue Lead. We are on station. I copy, Rogue Lead. Stand by for tactical team directives. As ordered. Wedge glanced down at his scanner. The squadron had broken itself down into 5 pairs of fighters. 4 of the pairs orbited the target district with 90 degrees of separation between their positions. The last pair, Arisi Delaret and Risadi Anir, flew high cover up around the level of the skyhooks. The lower fighters were meant to assist the raid and pick up stragglers, while the high-orbit pair would cut off any PCF terrorists that made it out of the district and in toward their target. Rogue Lead, this is Hunter 1. We are taking heavy fire from the western approach. Help is needed. I copy. On the way. Wedge hit a button on his console, shifting the comm unit to the squadron's tactical channel. Rogue 2, did you get that? I copied, Lead. Acer's voice betrayed no nervousness. After you. 5, you and 10 with the next call. Then 7's element, then 12's element. As ordered. Wedge kicked his X-Wing up on the port S-foil, then hit the left rudder and pointed the fighter's nose at the ground. He let the fighter succumb to gravity, then rolled it and prepared to glide out onto the target. The Justice Court building flashed past, Then Wedge hauled back on the stick and leveled out. Target is 5 kilometers out and coming up fast. Even in the distance, he could see blaster fire spraying out to cover the approaches on the west side of the building. As he swooped in, he saw one smoking speeder ferry slowly drifting down toward the unseen ground. Wedge flicked his lasers over to single fire and dropped the crosshairs on the focal point for the blaster fire. As range dropped to a kilometer, he tightened down on the trigger and feathered the left rudder pedal to keep his fire tracking on target. The X-Wing's 4 lasers fired in sequence, peppering the middle level of the building with a staccato hail of energy darts. They swept across the wide doorway, some of them scattering half-hidden individuals inside the warehouse. Other laser bolts shredded one of the 2 E-Web heavy repeating blasters just inside the doorway, killing the soldiers crewing the weapon. Acer's X-Wing came in right behind Wedge's and repeated his strafing run. As she flew through the area, Wedge chopped his thrust back, hit his rudder, and turned his fighter around. He punched the throttle, killing his momentum, then cut his repulsor lift coils in. Acer sailed on past him and pulled up to begin a loop, while Wedge goosed his X-Wing forward and brought it up in line with the warehouse opening. They're running. Wedge hit the trigger and scythed fire back and forth across the gaping warehouse entryway. 2 laser bolts caught a small airspeeder in the middle and aft, slicing it into 3 equal parts. The pieces flew across the open area and rebounded off a neighboring building, then tumbled into the urban canyon depths. The rest of his shots missed the legion of targets because what he was trying to hit tended to be small and moving very fast. Speeder bikes with and without sidecars corkscrewed their way out and down or up to elude him. One airspeeder just sailed out and dropped like a free-falling hut, sinking out of sight before he could track it. Others banked hard and flew fast to escape, though from comm unit chatter, each of them had been tagged and had pursuit on its way. An ugly green light strobed through the warehouse. Wedge nudged the X-Wing forward and saw boxy silhouettes, each supported on twin pillars, bobbing up and down in the warehouse. A shiver ran down his spine. Then he keyed his comm unit. "Scout walkers, 3 of them, with 2 coming our way. I've got them." Wedge flicked his weapons control over to proton torpedoes. His aiming reticle went from yellow to red as the targeting computer locked on. Minox shrieked with a lock tone, and Wedge hit his trigger. A proton torpedo streaked out, crossing the 50 meters between the X-Wing and the warehouse in the blink of an eye. The proton torpedo caught the rightmost ATST in the outside leg, just below the upper joint. The torpedo sheared the leg off, and the impact spun the scout walker around. It crashed into the walker next to it, then rebounded and bounced to the ground. 10 meters behind it, the proton torpedo exploded, detonating the walker's concussion grenade magazine. The second walker, which had awkwardly skipped forward after being bumped, ended up being slightly off balance when the grenades went off. A burst of green light from deeper within the warehouse outlined the upright walker as the downed walker's good leg whipped around and caught it across the ankles. The standing walker staggered as the pilot tried to widen its stance and remain upright. His efforts almost paid off, and the walker had begun to straighten up when its left foot ran out of warehouse floor. The machine wavered for a moment, then slowly keeled over in an ungainly plunge toward the ground. The green light from the last ATST's twin blaster cannon again lit the interior of the warehouse. What is it shooting at? In the time it took him to form that question in his mind, he also came up with the answer. No, can't let that happen. He nudged the throttle forward and picked up some speed. Flying into the warehouse, Wedge got to see the ATST fire one last shot at the far wall, widening the breach. An airspeeder, heavily laden, judging from the way the aft end struck sparks as it slewed around the scout walker, shot in toward the hole. The remaining walker squared off to face him and protect the airspeeder. The other vehicles were decoys. This one is the bomb. Wedge hit enough left rudder to track the airspeeder, then fired a proton torpedo. The projectile hit the ferrocrete decking and skipped off, rising quickly. Instead of passing between the ATST's legs, it slammed full into the cockpit. The explosion filled the end of the warehouse with a firestorm. A black cloud billowed up, with red-gold flame claws slashing their way clear of it, while pieces of debris and shrapnel ricocheted and bounced throughout the warehouse. Swirling tendrils of smoke curled out through the hole, and Wedge knew instantly where the airspeeder had gone. He guided the X-Wing straight for the center of the hole the scout walker had opened in the other side of the warehouse. He made it through with centimeters to spare on both sides, then cut the repulsor lift generators and dove. "This is Rogue Leader. The warehouse is clear. I'm out the other side." Hunter 1 sounded faintly amused. "We would have let you come back out this way, Rogue Leader." "Thanks, Hunter 1, but I'm in pursuit of the bomb." Deep below him, he saw the airspeeder level off and head toward Invisec. "Let the back-to-storehouse know it's incoming, and so am I. With luck, only one of us will get there." 40. "He's not the fat guy," said one of the three men facing Corrin. "Doesn't matter. Kill him anyway." Corrin pulled his right arm back and whipped it forward, side-arming the lightsaber toward the trio. The blade spun through a flat arc. The men on either side of the grouping dove for cover, but the center man's eyes grew wide and glowed in the blade's icy light. He shot twice at the lightsaber, but missed with both bolts. The lightsaber's silver shaft scythed through his middle and dropped him in two parts to the ground. Two wet, meaty thumps swallowed the clatter of the blaster carbine against the floor. The glow rod attached to the barrel flared, then went out. Corrin dove to the left, rolled and came up in a crouch. He tracked a moving cone of light and fired at its base. He heard no scream to indicate he had hit his target. Then a spray of blaster bolts from the right forced him to duck again. As he slipped back into the shadow of a statue, his two foes extinguished their glow rods, leaving the footlights as the only illumination in the larger room. Two assumptions I can make. First, they have comlinks and are going to be coordinating their attack. Second, they can or have called for backup, which means they win the waiting game. I have to get out of here, and the only way to do that is by going out the way they came in. He glanced over at the doorway, which the lightsaber's glow backlit. They're moving out to surround me, so now's the best time to go. Corrin bobbed up and down twice, using the lightsaber's light to silhouette the obstacles in his way. The path looked fairly clear. He reached into his pocket and ran his thumb over the ruined face of the Jedi medallion. "You're not the one I used for luck, but here's hoping there was some left in the dies when you were struck." He took off at a dead run, cutting around one statue and then a display case before heading toward the doorway. Little holograms flickered to life behind him, drawing attention first to themselves, then to him. The first few shots fired at him burned holes in his cloak, but then his assailants shifted their aim and raked the doorway with blaster fire. Blaster fire that should have exploded his heart and reduced his lungs to cinders. And it would have, except that the Jedi cloak caught the corner of the display case. It yanked Corrin from his feet, then the throat clasp snapped. With his momentum thus slackened but far from depleted, he flew through the doorway feet first, centimeters below the line of blaster fire. He hit hard on his right hip and cracked his right knee on the granite floor, then slid toward the middle of the room. His right hand closed on the hilt of the lightsaber. He switched it off and scrambled back toward the doorway through which he had just flown. He hoped to find the dead man's blaster carbine, but as he settled his back against the wall beside the doorway, he saw its outline 2 meters away on the wrong side of the opening. Hopeless. Gotta get up. Gotta run for the exit. Wherever it is. Even though he knew running was the only viable plan, the stiffening sensation in his knee and hip told him a weak limp was going to be the best he could manage. And I'll get vaped for the effort. I'm dead. Then he felt something solid bump against the wall behind him. Even before he heard the click of a comlink, he twisted around and rose up on his left knee. Jamming the lightsaber's cup against the wall with his right hand, he flicked it on and raked it upward. It pulled free of the wall at the top of its arc, spitting and hissing as blood evaporated from the silvery shaft of light. The bisected man on the other side of the wall fell across the doorway just as the third man, who had been approaching the doorway from the opposite side, opened fire. The dead man caught 2 bolts that would have killed Corrin before the man shifted aim and started tracking the lightsaber's arc. One bolt singed the hair on the back of Corrin's hand, but the rest passed by without hurting him. Corrin's left hand came up, and he snapped off 2 shots toward the blaster carbine's muzzle flashes. Both hit. The third man crashed backward into a display case, then hung there at odd angles. In the footlight, Corrin could see his hands twitch once or twice, as if still working the trigger of the weapon that had fallen to the floor. Then the man lay still. Corrin extinguished the lightsaber, then clipped it to his belt. He shifted the belt around so the weapon hung at his left hip and wouldn't bang against the bruised one. Pocketing his holdout blaster, he crawled over to the body of the first man he'd killed, loosened the chin strap on the helmet, and pulled it off. Inside it, he found a comlink in a clip. He pulled it out and listened for a moment to see if other troopers were on the way, but the comlink remained silent. He retrieved the second man's blaster carbine and turned on the glow rod. He played it over the dead men and frowned. Their black uniforms weren't any sort of Imperial uniform he'd ever seen before, and the men themselves were mismatched enough that he knew they weren't stormtroopers. I've never seen a stormtrooper without a helmet on, but I can't see them looking quite this ordinary. Still, the uniforms were paramilitary, so he assumed the 3 dead men were members of a local constabulary force. Another time, I'd have thought you were allies. But in Corsac, we didn't shoot someone just because he wasn't the suspect we were looking for. Corrin played the glow rod over the bottom of the comlink and adjusted the frequency, now to find out where we are. While he had long detested the Empire, it did manage to do some things with a remarkable amount of efficiency. One of them was the establishment and maintenance of standard measures. On each world, broadcast stations had been set up to provide the exact time, both local and in relation to Coruscant. By tuning into that signal, he could find out where he was and what time it was. It occurs to me I've not seen outside for a long time. He held the comlink near his ear and slowly limped over to the hole the trio had blown in the wall on the far side of the chamber. Must be a real backwater planet if they only sent 3 guys to catch an escaped prisoner, even if they thought I was Dericote. I wonder if I can ever get off it. Over the comlink, he heard a mechanical voice announce, 8 hours, 45 minutes, coordinated galactic time. Great. I'm on a world that set its clocks to Coruscant time, no matter what the local situation is. He hefted the blaster carbine, glanced at the power level indicator, then played the light out through the hole into the next room. Unlike the one he had found himself in, the room beyond the hole was clean and orderly. Even better, there was an open doorway to the outside. He was about to step through the wall when two irreconcilable ideas collided in his brain. It was rather clear that he was inside some sort of storehouse filled with Jedi memorabilia. The mansion from which he had escaped had obviously been an Imperial Moff's retreat, but what Imperial Moff would risk his position by hoarding so much Jedi material? The only Moff who could do that would be a powerful one, and powerful Moffs weren't found on backwater worlds. Actually, there were no Moffs so powerful that they would have dared defy the Emperor and Vader by hoarding this stuff. Only the Emperor could have. Corrin's jaw dropped open. And the clock here is set to Coruscant time. Corrin slumped against the wall. It can't be. I can't be on Coruscant. It makes no sense. I remember traveling on a ship. Then again, I was so doped up. Maybe I am on Coruscant, and Isar just wanted me to think I wasn't on Coruscant. He chuckled. It would explain why no one ever found Lusankia. It was here all the time, which means she is too. He glanced back at the dead men, and she has enough pull with local authorities to have them out hunting Deracote. I may be out of her clutches, but I'm not free yet. He glanced at the comlink and thought about tuning into the military frequencies Rogue Squadron used, but rejected that plan for two reasons. I'm not going to have the right scrambler codes to let me hear and speak with them, and even if I did, there's the traitor to consider. He shook his head. I need someone I can trust. It's a long shot, but it's the only one I have. He set the comlink and opened a channel. This is Corrin Horn calling. I'm not dead. I only feel like it, and I could use some help returning to the land of the living. 41. Wedge pulled back on the X-Wing's stick and leveled out approximately 300 meters behind and above the airspeeder. He had to trim his speed back because even though the X-Wing could close fast, the airspeeder could turn faster within the close confines of the city. Part of Wedge knew racing speeder bikes through the forests of Endor was safer than doing what he was doing, but he had no choice. That bomb has to be stopped. Mynock, make sure you're getting a solid tracking feed on that airspeeder. The astromech droid shrilled out a confirmation of that order. Wedge watched the tracking data get updated, then rolled up on the right stabilizer foil and dove. He cruised down below the speeder's line of flight, entering a large boulevard that sped him forward toward Invisec. If I can head him off... Mynock, plot all his routes from here to the target. The droid shrieked like wind howling off the S-foils. Wedge wove his way through the Undercity, cutting around buildings, over walkways, and through tunnels, all the while marveling at the intricate labyrinth that was Coruscant. Making his way in and out, up and over or around, tested his skills as a pilot. While not much of the dawn's light penetrated that deeply in the city, he did have enough to navigate by, but only just barely. A shiver ran down his spine. Corrin and the others were flying out here at night when we took Coruscant. I never really appreciated what they did until now. Mynock hooted at him. Wedge glanced down at his monitor and saw various schematics flash past. Slower, Mynock. I'm flying here, too. Wedge marked the location of the airspeeder and compared it with the maps. As the airspeeder sank to his level and below it, something clicked in the back of his mind. That's it. I've got them. Give me the lowest route in you can find, Mynock. Wedge banked starboard, chopped his thrust back, and brought the repulsor lift coils online. He hovered and drifted forward, remaining just outside the corridor described by the map Minock had brought up. As he watched, he saw the airspeeder move onto the route and begin to follow it in. Wedge smiled. It struck sparks in the warehouse and dropped like a rock outside. It's still going down because it's carrying too much weight. The speeder ferry that was going down when I first flew in must have been meant to haul this bomb to a point where it could head down in at the back to store. Now they have to go low because they don't have enough power to go high. He switched his fire control over to lasers and linked all four to give him a quad burst. As he did so, the airspeeder cruised through the thoroughfare. Wedge picked his speed up and dropped straight in behind it. Someone in the speeder spotted him and started shooting at him with a blaster rifle, but the bolts harmlessly impacted on Wedge's forward shield. The pilot tried to make the airspeeder juke, but every side slip and turn just brought the vehicle lower and lower, and into Wedge's sights. He hit the trigger and sent a quartet of scarlet laser bolts to converge on the blocky vehicle. The lasers vaporized the roof and filled the passenger compartment with fire. The speeder began to fall faster, with the aft end sagging downward. Something exploded up front, starting the speeder into a backward somersault. Two more quad bursts from the X-Wing reduced the large chunks of vehicle into mist and metal hail. The vapor cloud, made up mostly of gaseous explosives, ignited in a flash, momentarily blinding Wedge and prompting a scream from Minock. Wedge kept a light but steady hand on the stick and rode out the shock wave. The X-Wing's shields held, saving the fighter from damage. As his vision cleared and he flew through the smoke, he saw no trace of the airspeeder. He smiled. "See that, Minock? That mission wasn't so tough." The droid brayed in what Wedge took to be a vaguely triumphant manner. "Rogue Leader here. The bomb is gone. Report." 3 here, Lead. We are over the Monterey Mountain District and have big anomalies out to the southwest. I have ties coming in, at least one wing. "I copy, 3. On my way." Wedge hauled back on the stick and jammed his throttle full forward. The X-Wing rocketed straight up. "Confirm 36 ties. 3. "Confirm 36, Lead. Eyeballs and squints. They're coming this way, and there's something else out there." Risati sounded shaken. "My sensors aren't picking it up at all well." "Stand by, 3. Wedge punched his comm unit over to another op channel. "Antilles here. What's down there to the southwest?" "Palace District Control here, Rogue Leader. We're not sure. Civilian side is reporting ground quakes and massive destruction. We're just turning a satellite in that direction. Data coming up. I'll give you the raw feed." "I copy, Control." Wedge looked at the scan splaying itself across his sensor monitor and felt his spirits sinking as low as Minock's mournful whistle. "That can't be. It just can't be." "You're getting what we're getting, Rogue Leader." Wedge flicked the comm unit back to the squadron's tactical frequency. 3 and 4, get back here, now." "What's out there, Lead?" Wedge shivered. "It's something that shouldn't be there, 3. IFF beacons report it's a super star destroyer that goes by the name Lusankia. 42. Admiral Akbar took his seat at the high bench, with Generals Madine and Salm below and to the left and right, respectively. He waited for the defendant and prosecutor to be seated. Then he looked out over the sparsely populated courtroom. "Today's session will be abbreviated. Even the most simple voyage can be ended by an unanticipated wave, and the wave affecting us here was titanic in proportions." He glanced down at Tycho Selchu and the 2 droids at the defense table. "Captain Selchu, your lawyer is not here because approximately an hour ago he was shot and seriously wounded in the parking facility on the upper floors of this building. The assassin has been killed, but we have sealed the building for security reasons nonetheless. Noir Aven was shot while in the process of bringing to court a witness who had recently surfaced to provide proof of your innocence. The witness offered his testimony on your behalf in return for a new identity and repatriation to another world. He provided a data card filled with encrypted information that backed his claims concerning you as well as claims concerning the Imperial espionage net here on Coruscant. Unfortunately, the assassin who wounded Counselor Venn succeeded in killing this witness. Akbar looked over toward where Aaron Kraken sat on the prosecution side of the court. General Kraken has assured me he has people working on the data card to see if they can slice the information out, but there's no telling if or when they will succeed. Tycho frowned. Where does this leave me? Hala Edik stood. Admiral, the prosecution would be amenable to a continuance until Counselor Venn has recovered. Granted. Admiral Akbar raised a gavel. If there is nothing more, we will stand in recess until Counselor Venn is able to continue. Tycho held a hand up. Wait, please. Isn't there something I can do? Isn't it possible for me to represent myself in his absence? That has always been your right, Captain Selchu. Hala looked over at Tycho. The Admiral's correct, but really there is nothing you can do. I can call and question a witness. The prosecutor shook her head and pointed at her datapad. Not really. I have before me the list of witnesses Counselor Venn said you were going to call. None of the members of Rogue Squadron are here and available. The Duros Lai Nutka is not here, and, unfortunately, is probably dead. You have no witnesses. Whistler tooted. Emtre's clamshell head came up. Whistler says we do have a witness. Hala frowned. Who? Tycho stood. I can testify on my own behalf. It would be a mistake to do so, Captain. I would rip you apart on cross. The R2 unit blatted rudely. Tycho patted Whistler on the dome. I agree. Emtre canted his head to the side. Sir, Whistler was agreeing with Commander Edik. You're not his witness. Your testimony won't put this whole business to rest. Hala shook her head. The only witness who could do that is dead. Whistler trumpeted loudly, whirling his head full around in a circle. The droid bounced excitedly, and his tone became a piercing shriek. Akbar's gavel cracked once, sharply, jerking Emtre to attention. Tell Whistler to calm down, or I'll have a restraining bolt put on him. The little droid stopped and hummed mournfully. Now, what was he talking about, Emtre? Whistler answered. Emtre glanced sharply down at him and gave him a good clout on the dome. Makes sense, Whistler. They're waiting. Whistler repeated his previous answer. The 3PO unit raised its arms and looked up at Akbar. I am sorry, sir, but he makes no sense. The stress circuits must have become polarized. He doesn't know what he's saying. Akbar sighed. Answer my question. Who is he saying this witness is? Before Emtre could answer, a man spoke from the court's open doorway. Begging your pardon, Admiral, I think Whistler intends for me to be called as a witness. Akbar's barbels twitched. From the black depths, all manner of beasts can swim. This is impossible. It wasn't easy, Corran Horn smiled. But as for impossible, Admiral, you know impossible is what Rogue Squadron does best of all. 43. Wedge snap-rolled up on the port S-foil, then pulled the stick back to the box over his breastbone. He rolled the X-wing into a dive, then came up and around to starboard in a horizontal loop that brought him back head-to-head with the pair of eyeballs that had been bucking his exhaust. He spitted one on his crosshairs and hit the trigger, filling it with coherent light. The cockpit instantly combusted and, trailing thick black smoke, the TIE fighter corkscrewed down to slam into a ferrocrete tower. The TIE's wingman tried to avenge his partner, but Wedge never gave him a chance. He hit the left rudder pedal, pulling the aft end of the X-wing off to the right. The maneuver skidded the fighter out of the TIE's line of flight and fire. The TIE pilot tried to match the stunt, but as he did so, he brought his fighter's hexagonal solar panel perpendicular to the ship's flight line. In the vacuum of space, that move would have given him a good shot at Wedge, but in atmosphere, it made the TIE jump and begin to roll. Wedge brought the X-Wing up on its port stabilizers and dove after the TIE. Just as the pilot began to regain control, slowing his spin, Rogue Squadron's leader tightened up on his trigger. A quad burst of laser fire blasted the port solar panel off the fighter. The TIE began to tumble uncontrollably toward the ground, but before it could descend into the black bowels of Coruscant, it bounced off an aerial walkway and exploded. Pulling back on his stick, Wedge nosed his fighter toward the sky. He wanted to feel some remorse for the pilots he'd just killed. He waited for concern to bubble up in him for the people who could have been hurt when those TIEs fell into the city below. He wanted something other than cold concentration filling him, but he didn't expect it to come. Those thoughts and emotions are normal, but normal doesn't exist at this place in time. All around him, TIEs and the X-Wings of Rogue Squadron swooped and climbed, rolled and dove and looped. Laser bolts, green and red, filled the air as if each fighter was a renegade cloud spitting abbreviated lightning bolts at its enemies. TIEs exploded with regularity, showering the cityscape with half-molten bits of metal and staining the sky with oily black streaks that were the mortal remains of their pilots. As exciting and dramatic as the dogfight raging above the mountain district was, Wedge remained cold and in shock. Out there, a white needle stabbed skyward. The Lusankya, a superstar destroyer 8 kilometers in length, laid waste to the area beneath which it had lain buried for years. Green turbolaser bolts pounded the cityscape, freeing the ship from the ferrocrete and transparasteel prison in which it had laired. Wedge knew superstar destroyers had only come into service after the Battle of Yavin, which meant the Lusankya had to have been created and hidden on Coruscant before the Battle of Endor, unless the constructor droids just built it there, then built over it. The idea that 100 square kilometer area of the planet could have been razed and rebuilt to hide a superstar destroyer seemed beyond belief, especially with no one noticing the ship's insertion into the hole. Could the Emperor's power through the dark side of the Force have been sufficient to compel thousands or millions of people to forget having seen the Lusankya being buried? As hideous as that idea seemed, Wedge hoped it was the truth. The likely alternative, that the Emperor had ordered the deaths of all the witnesses, seemed that much more horrible. "Lead, you have a squint coming up from below." "Thanks, Five." Wedge rolled to port, then dove into a looping roll that took him out and around the interceptor's attack vector. He let his dive carry him down into the upper reaches of the city. Using control telemetry from a skyhook to keep track of the squint, he cut around one of the star-raking spires and came up at it on a nearly vertical run. It started to roll to elude him, but a little left rudder kept his lasers tracking. Half the quad burst missed, shooting past the cockpit windscreen, but the other 2 bolts hit dead on. They cored through the interceptor's starboard solar panel and pierced the cockpit. The squint continued its lazy roll, then tightened it into a spin that sped the ship in an ugly, squared-off tower. Out to the south, the Lusankya's aft came free of the planet. The superstructure of the Super Star Destroyer and its general outline fit with what he remembered of Vader's Executor at Hoth and Endor. But the Lusankya hull appeared to be resting on a massive platform made up of hexagonal cells. It fit the bottom of the starship perfectly, with openings in the hexagonal field so weapons could fire down at targets below and TIE fighters could launch from the ship's belly. Wedge frowned. What is that? It reminds me of a Hutt's repulsor lift couch. But the Lusankya is a warship, not a lounging crime boss. Suddenly he realized his analogy wasn't that far off. The Lusankya is built for space travel, not fighting its way free of a planet. That must be a lift cradle designed to get it up and out of the hole in which it was entombed. With the prow stabbing up into the sky, the Lusankya's thrusters ignited. Searing blue plasma vaporized huge chunks of cityscape beneath the ship's aft end. The destroyer began to move forward and upward out of the column of smoke that marked its birth. A ship that boasts a crew of over 250,000 individuals must have killed 10 times that many lifting off. The massive ship turned its attention on a skyhook floating off its starboard bow. Altering course slightly, the ship gave more of its turbo lasers and ion cannons a chance to bear. A superstar destroyer possessed enough weaponry to reduce a city to rubble from an orbital assault. At point-blank range, the weaponless skyhook offered the gunners a deliciously easy target. The turbo laser batteries in the bow started firing at the skyhook as they came into range. Then the broadside assault shifted to other weapons as the ship slid past. The verdant laser bolts came so fast and so close that whole sheets of energy seemed to pulse from the Lusankya to the skyhook. In seconds, what had once been an elegant disk with an Ithorian jungle paradise at its heart became a melted demilune with a forest fire crashing into the mountain district's towers. As the Lusankya picked up speed, the gunners shifted their aim points and began firing at the upper atmosphere. Their shots hit and splashed color into the lower of the 2 shield spheres encasing the planet. Created to stop starship assaults from without, they proved just as powerful against an attack from within. Even so, after 20 seconds of the Lusankya's withering barrage, a hole opened in the lower shield. The TIE's fighting rogue squadron turned and launched themselves on an intercept course for the superstar destroyer. Because they were not capable of entering hyperspace themselves, if they did not rendezvous with the Lusankya, they would be stuck on Coruscant. Those who weren't shot down would be taken prisoner. And if my ship had done that much damage heading out, I'd not be expecting very gentle treatment at the hands of my enemies either. Mynock, give me the range to the Lusankya. The droid centered an image of the Lusankya on Wedge's monitor, and the rangefinder showed it to be 25 kilometers distant. And it still looks that big. A shiver ran down his spine. Rogues, form up on me. We have 3 minutes at speed before we're right on top of the SSD. Let's harvest those remaining TIEs before she gets a chance to recover them. Wedge waited a few seconds for the cries and shouts of assent to die down. Remember, that thing is bristling with turbo lasers, ion cannons, concussion missile launchers, and tractor beams. When I call, you break off your attacks. Got it? Wedge fed shield power into his engines, boosting his speed. He saw Acer pull up on his starboard stabilizer foil. No heroics, Flight Officer Salar. I want to return that data card to you. As ordered, Commander. Wedge glanced at his monitor, and then the TIE they were closing on fast. I have your back. He's yours. Thank you, Commander. Acer's X-Wing pulled ahead, then side-slipped down and to port. She stayed below and behind the TIE fighter until she'd closed the range to within 250 meters. Then she nosed her ship up into the eyeball's exhaust. The X-Wing's lasers fired 2 dual offset bursts. The first grazed the inside of the port solar panel, burning 2 long streaks along it. The second pair of bolts stabbed in through the exhaust ports. The whole eyeball shuddered. Then silvery fire jetted out through the forward cockpit canopy, killing the ship's momentum. The dead tie dropped from sight with the grace of a hut in freefall. Nice shooting, Deuce. Thanks, Lead. Wedge glanced at the chronographic readout on his monitor. 2.5 minutes to range. Minock, give me a warning at 30 seconds. The Lusankia continued to pour fire into the planetary shields, while what little ground fire that came up at it splashed harmlessly on its shields. The midship and stern guns fought to keep the hole in the lower shield open, while the bow guns blasted away at the upper shield. The ship's assault sent waves of Rhodian green energy skittering along the undersides of the shields. The shields held at first, then began to erode, and finally collapsed. Cutting his stick to the right, Wedge followed Asir through a banking turn that put her on a pair of ties. I have the leader, Commander. I copy. I'll pick up the tail, Deuce. He widened the separation between them, then cut back hard to port as the ties broke, and Asir came around in a looping turn that slipped her in behind the lead tie. She fired and melted off a third of the tie's starboard solar panel. Break left, Deuce. Asir rolled to port as the second tie fired. Its first shot splashed harmlessly on the X-Wing's aft shields, but the subsequent ones went wide. The eyeball rolled to follow Asir, but as he leveled out, he drifted straight into Wedge's sights. One burst of scarlet laser fire, and the eyeball disintegrated into one long, flaming streak in the sky. Minock gave Wedge the 30-second warning tone. Break off, rogues. The rest are just running. It looked like a half-dozen of the ties had survived the battle. As a screening force, they'd done their jobs and kept local fighters off the Lusankia while it emerged. While it was trapped beneath the city, I bet it couldn't power its shields up. Without them, a concentrated volley of proton torpedoes might have been able to breach the hull, disable that lift shell, or destroy the bridge. Wedge glanced at his sensor display. 4. This is Rogue Leader. Break off pursuit. Just a couple seconds more. 4. Break off. Now. I've almost got him, Lead. You're too close, 4. Break off immediately. Arissy's X-Wing fired a quad burst that caught an interceptor on the starboard solar panel and right side of the cockpit. Something at the rear of the craft exploded. Then seconds later, the whole interceptor came apart. A huge golden-red ball blossomed in front of Arissy's X-Wing that imploded into black smoke as she flew through it. Report, 4. I got him, Lead. And got crisped. Get back here. Fear injected itself into her voice. Rudder's gone. Stick sluggish. Arissy, you're too close to the Lusankia. Get out of there. Wedge brought his X-Wing around to the left in a long orbiting loop. Minock, pull status data from her R5 unit now. He keyed his comm unit. Arissy, roll and dive. Gravity is your friend. As ordered. No, wait. A wail as frightening as any Minock had ever made shot through the comm unit. They have a tractor beam on me. I'm at full thrust, but I can't break loose. Help me! Help me! Pulling back on the stick, Wedge came up and pointed the nose of his fighter at the Lusankia. The big ship hung like a sliver of ice stabbing deep into the morning sky. He thought he could see Arissy's X-Wing as a little speck against the Superstar Destroyer's bulk, but a sheet of turbo-laser fire heading back toward him eclipsed her. Hugging the stick to his chest, Wedge brought the X-Wing over the top and pointed it back toward the planet. On me, rogues. We're going home. But Lead, we can't just leave her. Enough, Gavin. That's a Superstar Destroyer. It's impossible to stop if it doesn't want to be stopped. But impossible is, I know, rogues. I know. Wedge glanced at his monitor and let the cold shiver running up his spine bleed into his voice. Impossible is what Rogue Squadron does. But right now, That would cost us too much for too little gain. Just because we can do the impossible doesn't mean we always win.
44.
Cornhorn mustered a smile in response to Admiral Akbar's blinking expression of disbelief. If someone is inclined to call me as a witness, I think I can shed some light on the murder charges against Captain Selchu. The Mon Calamari's mouth opened and closed a couple of times. Then he nodded toward the prosecution table. Perhaps, Commander Edick, the prosecution would like to reopen its case? The dark-haired prosecutor nodded. Thank you, sir. We call Cornhorn. Corn limped his way up toward the front of the court. He placed his blaster carbine on the prosecution table, then turned and approached the defense table. He squatted down beside Whistler and wiped a speck of dust from his optical lens. Thanks for guiding me here, Whistler. Without you, I've been lost. The droid hooted softly, then opened the storage compartment in his dome. Corn reached in and pulled out his own unblemished Jedi medallion and the gold chain from which it hung. Corn fastened it around his neck, then fished the ruined medallion from his pocket and put it into the storage compartment. Not quite a fair trade, my friend, but I'll make it up to you. Coming up from his crouch, Corn looked over at Tycho. He nodded and lowered his voice into a whisper. I owe you an apology, a huge apology, and a debt I can never repay. All this is my fault, and I'm sorry I caused you to go through it. You're wrong, Corn. Tycho shook his head. You were manipulated by the Empire. So was I. So was everyone here. I'll accept your apology, but I won't acknowledge your debt. I'll still pay it, or at least make a down payment on it. Tycho smiled. Getting the murder charge removed from the indictment is a good start. I can do much better. Watch me. Corrin nodded, then dropped a hand on Emtre's left shoulder. He bent in close to the droid's oral sensors and kept his voice low. Emtre, say nothing. Shut up, shut up, shut up. The droid's head swiveled around to look at him. Sir, I understood the first request. Quadruple redundancy in orders is hardly required in my case. Fixed you, have they, Emtre? That's it, then. The last piece falls into place. Corrin straightened up and shot General Kraken a quick nod. Turning back toward the front of the courtroom, Corrin bowed his head to the tribunal. My apologies to the court, but there were things that needed saying. Akbar nodded. Understood. General Salm frowned. Lieutenant Horn, I have to ask, how did you get here? I started, at least this morning, from the museum next door. Big metal doors sealed the aerial tunnel between the buildings, but, well, he said, brandishing the lightsaber, you'd be amazed how effective these things are in opening doors. Your security personnel were stationed at the more accessible entry points, so I made it here without any other trouble. Salm frowned. I appreciate the critique of our security, but I meant the question in a more general sense. You, are dead. Corrin limped his way into the witness box. I think you'll want me sworn before I answer that question. It won't make the answer any more believable, but it'll give you some peace of mind. A bailiff swore Corrin in, and Hala Edick approached him cautiously, as if he were radioactive. I hardly know where to begin. Perhaps you can tell the court what has transpired since you were reported dead. Sure. Corrin took a deep breath, then started. I'm certain General Kraken will debrief me, and some of what I have to say probably shouldn't be said in open court, but I'll try to keep it cogent and coherent. Akbar nodded down at him. Your discretion is appreciated. Yes, sir. Corrin smiled at the prosecutor. To answer your question, Commander, I was captured by Imperial intelligence and taken to Lusankia. Isan Isard wanted to do to me what she tried to do to Captain Selchu. Make me into an agent who would do her bidding when and where she wanted. Hala frowned. You said she wanted to do to you what she tried to do to Captain Selchu? Don't you mean she wanted to do to you what she did to Captain Selchu? Corin blushed. I thought, for the longest time, that she had programmed Captain Selchu, and that his lack of memory about Lusankya was a blind to keep his imperial ties hidden. The fact is, however, that his amnesia about Lusankya is not uncommon among those who wash out of Isard's indoctrination program. Other prisoners at Lusankya remembered Captain Selchu as being a sleeper, their term for someone who was rendered catatonic by the indoctrination process. I didn't become a sleeper. Later, I had a chance to access computer files about prisoners at Lusankya. I reviewed my own file, and then I called up Captain Selchu's file. I wanted it as proof that he was one of Isard's creatures. But he had the same susceptibility rating I did, which is to say that he had no susceptibility to her techniques at all. As far as she was concerned, we were as dense as Duracrete. But his file could have been altered and left there for you to discover it. Possible, but not likely for two reasons. Corin held up 2 fingers. First, the datapad I used to access the files was in a secure area that provided me with access to a working blaster and the means to go from Lusankya to here. Given the precautions Isard took to hide the location of Lusankya when I went in, I doubt any prisoner was meant to have access to that area. Second, at the time I accessed the files, Isard had no way of knowing I was in a position to access them. She believed another prisoner had escaped, not me, so any ruse would have been designed to ensnare him, not me. Hala hesitated, concentration sinking her brown eyes into shadow. That notwithstanding, we have to take into consideration the possibility that you might have been turned, and are here so that both you and Captain Selchu could be put into positions of trust in the future. True, but the fact is that once the shadow of suspicion was lifted from Tycho, I was able to eliminate him as possibly being the traitor in the unit. If he is taken out of the hologram, there is only one other logical candidate for that position. Before Corin could reveal the traitor's identity, a soldier burst through the courtroom doors and ran over to General Kraken. He said something quickly and urgently to the Alliance intelligence chief. Kraken shot to his feet and pointed at Corin. Lieutenant Horn, I order you to say nothing more at this time. Admiral Akbar, we need to use the adjoining jury room, now. Corin hesitated, then frowned. I wasn't going to reveal any of your secrets, General. Horn, shut up. That's an order. Kraken walked across the courtroom to the door in the southeast corner. He opened it and swore. This can't be happening. Corin vaulted from the witness box and followed on Kraken's heels into the large, rectangular room. Transparent steel made up the room's entire southern wall, with a small doorway cut in the middle of it to allow access to a balcony. Kraken worked a set of controls on the wall, fading the sequestration opaquing of the transparent steel to nothingness. Corin looked out to the south and felt his heart sink into his bowels. A colossal white wedge knifed its way into the sky. A fearsome broadside silhouetted a skyhook against a green background, then sent a smoking crescent crashing planetward. The ship, Corin knew it had to be a super star destroyer because of the size, continued its upward flight and turned its weapons on the lower defense shield. Corin found himself drifting through the doorway and onto the balcony with Admiral Akbar and the others from the court. Above the city, TIE fighters and X-Wings tangled together in a complicated dance, punctuated with fireballs and underscored with laser light. Corin couldn't get an accurate count on the X-Wings, but he didn't see any of them go down. That's got to be Rogue Squadron up there. The Super Star Destroyer moved up through the first defense shield. The TIEs started to run back to the ship that had launched them, and the X-Wings flew on in close pursuit. Corin smiled as more TIEs exploded or augured into the planet, but that appeared as a minor bright spot in comparison to the damage the Imperial ship had done to the defense shields. Corin frowned. Where did that ship come from? Whistler popped a sensor dish from his dome and let it spin around a couple of times before keening cautiously. Emtre's head jerked up and down, from the ship to Whistler and back again. Sir, he says that ship's transponders reported to be the Lusankia. Corin's jaw dropped open. The bulkhead doors closing off access to the gravel mine weren't salvaged from a ship. It was part of a ship. The turbolifts, too, were part of the ship. Our whole complex must have been one tiny part of the ship, with bulkheads trimmed out with stone. The mines were outside it, but we lived all snugged up in the belly of an Imperial Super Star Destroyer. Kraken held a comlink up by his ear. The ship appears to have been buried beneath a portion of the cityscape southwest of the Monterey Mountains. It came up firing. Freeing itself, it devastated over 100 square kilometers. Millions are missing, presumed dead. Corin pointed at the platform made by hexagons hugging the ship's hull. What's that below it? Some new type of armor? Whistler hooted sharply, and Emtre translated. Whistler says it appears to be a massive collection of repulsor lift cells, grafted together to float the ship free of Coruscant. Ah, said Kraken, so that's what they did with the lift coils. Well before Endor, we uncovered an Imperial operation to collect an incredible number of repulsor lift components. We feared they might be planning to produce some new planetary assault vehicles with them, but could never trace the shipments. Now we know where they went. He looked over at Akbar. Can you stop it? Most of the fleet is staging at elsewhere in preparation for the operation against Zinj to hunt down his superstar destroyer. The rest of the fleet is on an assignment for you. Can you get them here? Kraken shook his head. From Borlaeus? Not in time. The Golan stations don't have enough power to bring Lusankia down, but they can hurt it. Emtre's eyes dimmed. We're defenseless. General Krix Madine shook his head. The Lusankia started inside our defense shields. The point assault forces usually see as a goal. The fact that the ship is headed out means escape, not conquest, is its goal. A Quarren aide slipped through the crowd to Admiral Akbar's side and handed him a comlink. The Mon Calamari flicked it on. Akbar here. Antilles here, Admiral. We've broken off our pursuit of the TIEs and are returning to base to refuel and get ready to go out again. Hearing Wedge's voice again sent a thrill through Corin. He smiled and saw Tycho mirror his expression. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Tycho nodded. If I had Rogue Squadron on my tail, I'd be running too, even in a Super-Star Destroyer. Akbar gave them a wall-eyed stare. I concur with your plan, Commander, but you needn't have informed me of it at this time. No, sir, I know that. A cold edge crept into Wedge's voice. The reason I called is to tell you to let Tycho go. He wasn't the traitor. I know who is, and I can prove it. What? Akbar's mouth hung open. Who? Corin smiled. Erissi Delaret? I was asking Commander Antilles. Who is that? Wedge asked remotely. How did he know? Kraken made a quick adjustment to his own comlink. Commander, this is General Kraken. Use no more names on this opchan. It might not be secure. Akbar shook his head. How do you know who the traitor is? Korn pointed at himself. Are you asking me? No. Commander Antilles, please answer me. Simple. Because of Horn's death, I had a subroutine added to the unit's astromech droids, allowing me to pull diagnostic data from them. She reported damage over the comm unit that her R5 didn't report. She claimed the Lusankia had a tractor beam on her and pulled her aboard against her will. Work back from there, and it's obvious. Korn nodded. Right. She was in a position to forewarn the imps about Bror Jace's return to Thyphera, and there was no love lost between them. I told her that when we'd taken Coruscant, I was going to search out the traitor in our midst. She'd help me check out my headhunter so she knew the codes, the same as Captain Selchu. She comm-linked the data to Isard, and I was taken. General Salm shook his head. Why would she do that? Why work against us? Wedge provided an explanation. The Bacta cartels were formed under the Empire. She and her people might have figured their monopoly would end if the New Republic succeeded in destroying the Empire. Tycho pointed toward the sky. It's through the second shield and outbound. Barely visible above them, the Lusankia exchanged fire with the Golan Space Defense Station. Gouts of green energy passed back and forth between them. The station's fire buckled the Lusankia's shield, collapsing the energy sphere that had kept the big ship safe. Explosions played along the huge ship's hull, but in their light, Korn saw the Lusankia begin to pull away from the station. The Golan station continued to blaze away at the Superstar Destroyer, causing more explosions, but they seemed to form a wall between the station and the ship itself. It took Korn a moment to realize what was happening. They jettisoned the life cradle, sacrificing it so they could escape. Kraken nodded. Nothing to lose by doing that. The Lusankia isn't going to be trapped on a planet again. But it will be trapped again. Korn nodded solemnly, recalling his promise to Jan to return and free him and the others. He glanced at Whistler. Can you determine the damage to the Lusankia? Whistler blatted negatively and retracted his sensor dish. Korn squinted, but couldn't see the Superstar Destroyer anymore. Gone to light speed. I wouldn't like to be where that ship ends its journey. Being where it started from was bad enough, Kraken shivered. Isard was here all along, and now she's gone. Hala Edik folded her arms across her chest. I take it I should assume the evidence against Captain Selchu was largely manufactured by her? I'd say that's a safe bet. Korn nodded assuredly. If Captain Selchu had been convicted and executed, she would have revealed the truth and made the New Republic look as bad as the Empire ever did. It probably wasn't the most brilliant of her plans, but it didn't take much effort either. He turned and looked at Aaron Kraken. After all, the general here knew Tycho wasn't the spy all along. Hala blinked. Excuse me, what? Kraken slowly smiled. Not bad for a man who's been in prison for the past month and a half. General Salm glowered at the intelligence chief. You mean you knew Tycho Selchu was not an Imperial agent, and you let me put him through all sorts of difficulties? Kraken shook his head. Horn's right. I knew he wasn't the spy in Rogue Squadron, but I did not know whether or not Selchu was an Imperial agent. General Kraken took precautions to guard against Tycho being a Lusankia-style agent. Korn patted Emtray on the shoulder. General Kraken had Emtray assigned to Rogue Squadron to monitor Captain Selchu. Emtray had some special circuitry and programming installed in him that transformed him into an invaluable tool for a spy. If Captain Selchu had used him in that manner, General Kraken would have known what was going on. For General Kraken to have done anything less would have been grossly irresponsible on his part. Because of Emtray, General Kraken knew Captain Selchu had not been meeting with Curtin Lure the night I saw him at the headquarters. I suspect Captain Selchuk's prosecution was allowed to go forward to lull the real spy into a false sense of security. And to distract Isard. Kraken smiled briefly. She has always enjoyed these little games. Hala stared at General Kraken. But you made Captain Selchuk into a pariah. People were likening him to Prince Shizor and Darth Vader. What you did was unforgivable. No, it was precisely what had to be done. Kraken looked over at Tycho. I needed to use you to find out who the spy in Rogue Squadron really was, true, but there was a side benefit to you in all this. The fact that Isard would set you up to be convicted and executed means that you were of no greater use to her. If you were one of her Lusancia agents, she would have framed someone else, so you'd have been absolved of guilt and trusted with greater responsibilities. She would have fine-tuned you, not discarded you. He turned back toward Hala Edik. As for the negative image of Captain Selchuk that has been created, I can undo what has been done. Never. Salm shook his head adamantly. Impossible. Though I am not a member of Rogue Squadron, I think it is quite possible. Kraken opened his hands. We have a public ceremony, rewarding the efforts of Rogue Squadron for their operations on behalf of the Republic. We let it be known that Captain Selchuk was aware of the deception concerning his trial. Tycho smiled. Things did seem arrayed rather well against me, and his rehabilitation will be complete. Kraken clasped his hands at the small of his back. That is pretty much what I had intended all along the way. Lieutenant Horn's appearance here merely makes Captain Selchuk's innocence that much more obvious. Hala looked over at Admiral Akbar. Sir, on behalf of the new Republic Armed Forces, I withdraw all charges against Captain Tycho Selchuk. The Mon Calamari opened his mouth in a smile. It is with great pleasure, Captain Selchuk, that I say this case is dismissed. You are truly free to go. 45. Wedge Antilles kept his face impassive as Mon Mothma stepped up to the podium at the front of the dais on which they stood. The 10 days since the Lusankia's escape from Coruscant had been grueling. Abandoned Palpatine counterinsurgency front cells had begun to strike out anywhere and everywhere. Rogue Squadron, reinforced by Corran and Tycho, had flown numerous pursuit and cover missions, which seriously curtailed the PCF's activity. Kraken's efforts to slice Lure's data card had proven fruitless, until its existence had been mentioned during one of Corran's debriefings. Corran noted that when Lure was working as the Imperial Intelligence Liaison with the Corellian Security Force, he'd had a trick for creating his encryption keys. He had memorized one day's listings of the Imperial Stock Exchange, and used stock listings and prices as his keys. Corran had Whistler give Kraken the date of the listing Lure had used, and they quickly discovered he'd keyed the encryption with Zukfra's listing on that day. The information on the decrypted data card included a list of PCF safe houses and warehouse facilities, which Rogue Squadron and Kraken's people quickly destroyed. Dirk Wasiri's funeral had been tougher on Wedge than any of the flight missions. He found himself going over everything Dirk had ever said to him, searching for any clue that would have revealed Dirk's compelled service to the Empire. Wedge couldn't get Dirk's kind words after his testimony at the trial out of his head. That much compassion should have earned him a different end. Ayala barely managed to hold herself together, and Wedge thought only Corran's reappearance allowed her to avoid a total emotional collapse. She'd mourned her husband once. Then she got him back and had to kill him. Corran, having known her and Dirk both, was able to recall for her the Dirk of old.
The pleasant memories seemed to soften the horror of what had happened, but only just a little, and only occasionally. Bright lights flashed on as a dozen holocams began recording the New Republic's chief counselor. Citizens of the New Republic, it is a great honor and privilege for me to be speaking to you from Coruscant. A Coruscant that is now safe and finally free of the Empire's direct and evil influence. I am here now in the facility that is home to Rogue Squadron. You all have heard of this legendary unit. Its pilots have ever been in the thick of the war with the Empire. Rogue Squadron won for us the opportunity to rescue Coruscant from the Empire, and since then they have been the bulwark that has preserved us from Imperial predation. In recognition of their efforts to defend the New Republic, the Provisional Council has created and is awarding to the unit and its members a medal intended to be the highest award our government can bestow upon military personnel. It is the Coruscant Star of Valor. The citation itself reads, "For service and bravery beyond the bounds of what can be asked of a citizen by a government, and a willful commitment to put the good of the many above their own personal welfare. The Provisional Council unanimously and joyfully awards to Rogue Squadron and its members the Coruscant Star of Valor." As Mon Mothma turned and looked back at him, Wedge came forward and accepted a transparent steel plate into which the citation had been etched. A hologram of the medal itself had been embedded in the transparent steel above the words, and a ghostly hologram of the unit's members had been placed behind them. Mon Mothma shook Wedge's hand. "Congratulations, Commander. You and your people deserve this even more than I probably know." She then stepped back and waved him toward the podium. Wedge hesitated, then stepped up to the microphones. He had been warned he'd be asked to say something, and a number of people had made suggestions. But it was Admiral Akbar's advice he decided to heed. "Be brief," he said, "and remember all those who need to be remembered. This citation is not just for those of us who stand here behind me, but really for all those who fought in Rogue Squadron. None of them would have balked at making the sacrifices we have. All of us, everyone in Rogue Squadron and in the Alliance itself, have risked all we are to defeat a government that took joy in the sorrow and terror of its citizens. Winning this award, taking possession of Coruscant, these things are not ends in and of themselves, but blazes marking the trail we must all tread if the galaxy is ever to be truly free." Gentle applause from the dignitaries and guests gathered beyond the dais accompanied Wedge's retreat back into line with the other pilots. As Mon Mothma walked past him, she let her left hand brush against his arm. He glanced at her, and she gave him a smile. "I guess I didn't do that badly." She resumed her place at the podium and began speaking again. "Of the events that have transpired over the last year, there are many rumors and far fewer facts. Those rumors could all be dispelled by having an exact chronology of events created, and perhaps, in another generation or two, such a chronology could be made public. While we were a covert force fighting against the Empire, there was no questioning the need for stealth and secrecy. It was what kept us alive and allowed us to fight on against the Empire. Because of this secrecy, we have defeated them in battle after battle." Mon Mothma nodded in the direction of the holocam to her right. "With the New Republic in possession of Coruscant, it might seem that the time for such secrecy is past. But it is not. The Empire is not yet dead, and the dozens of petty warlords tearing at it have already
and will continue to, study us for signs of weakness. Their drive to restore the Empire, with themselves in Palpatine's place, means we cannot reveal all of our secrets. We can, however, reveal some of them. Doing so is not only a vital necessity, for secrecy can breed arrogance, and we have all seen where that can lead, but a pleasure. It provides me a chance to right a great wrong and prevent possible future tragedies. She turned and pointed toward Tycho. This is Captain Tycho Selchu, as loyal a son of Alderaan and the New Republic as ever lived. He willingly chose to subject himself to a surrendering of his basic freedoms in order to bring the Empire down. Because of suspicions about what the Empire might have done to him, it was felt he could not be trusted. Yet this man refused to let those suspicions prevent him from doing all he could to destroy the Empire. On numerous occasions, he put his own life in jeopardy, flying unarmed into combat zones to rescue pilots who otherwise would have died. Most recently, you have all seen him on trial for treason and murder of other members of Rogue Squadron. This trial, as public and as ugly as it was, played a crucial part in an intelligence operation to uncover Imperial agents within the New Republic. Despite being held up as an object of revulsion to the New Republic, Captain Selchu did not shirk his duty. He allowed himself to become such a target because it would mean that Imperial agents felt free to operate more openly while Captain Selchu was the subject of such fierce scrutiny. Imperial agents, in helping to manufacture evidence against Captain Selchu, revealed themselves to us. Mon Mothma opened her arms. Let there be no citizen of the New Republic who harbors suspicions about Tycho Selchu. His devotion to the New Republic is unquestioned. His return to active service with Rogue Squadron is a joyous event for us, and an event that should be feared by those who would attack the New Republic. She initiated applause for Tycho, and everyone else joined in, including Wedge, once he tucked the unit citation beneath his left arm. Tycho bowed his head toward Mon Mothma, but declined an invitation to speak with a curt shake of his head. Mon Mothma nodded back at him, then resumed her place at the podium. It is said of Rogue Squadron that doing the impossible is what they do best, and another member of the squadron has shown himself to be perhaps the best of the best at it. Is there anyone in the New Republic who has not heard of Corran Horn? He was the pilot who flew through the worst storm in Coruscant's recorded history to bring the defense shields down, only to be slain through the treachery of one of his comrades. It was a story that touched all of us, because it spoke to the best in one individual and the worst in another. We mourned Corran Horn because his untimely death seemed yet one more tragedy caused by the Empire at a time when the Empire should have been decidedly less virulent. We know of Captain Selchu's innocence because of a number of things. Greatest among them, Corran Horn's return from the grave. He was not killed on the last day the Empire held Coruscant. He was captured instead. When Isan Isard could not break him and transform him into a puppet, he was placed in a prison where she intended him to live out the rest of his life, though he had been told that a failed escape attempt would result in his death. Corran Horn risked his life to win his freedom. He alone has gotten away from Lusankia, and his escape precipitated Isan Isard's own departure from Coruscant. Mon Mothma beckoned Corran forward, But he followed Tycho's lead, acknowledging her gesture with a slight bow and a smile. That smile remained on his face as he straightened up, though he did give Wedge a covert wink. Wedge nodded in return, pleased that both men were content with allowing the focus of the ceremony to remain on the squadron instead of shifting it to themselves. Citizens, Isan Isard's flight from Coruscant and her subsequent actions have given birth to more rumors than can be counted. It is true that with the resources available to her, she did travel to Thyfera and support a revolution that put the Zukfra faction in charge of the Bacta cartel. She does now rule there, and has effective control over the output of the entire Bacta cartel. Given that she introduced the Krytos virus to Coruscant and directed covert Imperial operations to destroy Bacta storage facilities here on Coruscant, this would seem to place her in a most powerful position. Literally, it would appear that millions will live or die depending upon her whim. Mon Mothma's voice took on a more serious tone. Her action would have caused a crisis, except for two things over which she had no control. One was a direct and unwitting result of her own haste in taking action against us. When she ordered the creation of the Krytos virus, she wanted a virus that would mutate quickly and spread between species easily. Her scientists complied with her orders, but they failed to take into account what would happen if the spread of the virus was hampered. The Krytos virus was very deadly. In fact, too deadly for her plan to succeed. Infected persons died fast, in many cases too fast to be able to spread the disease very far. An illness that kills too quickly runs itself out of hosts and dies along with them. Those individuals who lasted long enough to spread the virus did so only because, as the virus mutated, it became less virulent. Since it did not kill them so quickly, they had a chance to pass it on. But it was no longer as deadly a virus as Iceheart wanted it to be. This high rate of mutation also weakened the virus's defenses. Analysis of the virus allowed a Vratix Verichin to be able to synthesize a specific medication to combat the virus by growing the Elagi component of Bacta in a real rich environment. The resulting product, known as Rilka, is now being produced in a hidden location by the New Republic. More than enough to eradicate the virus will be available here well before our Bacta supply runs out. Mon Mothma glanced momentarily back toward Wedge, and he saw the glimmerings of a smile on her face. Rogue Squadron itself did not produce the Rilka, but they provided support for the product and were instrumental in obtaining both the Ril and the Bacta used to create the Rilka. Clairn Herf is a Vratix Verichin from Thyfera and is the creator of Rilka. Equally instrumental in the success of this effort is the woman who transported the components for the Rilka and rescued the Vratix from the most dire of circumstances, Mirax Terek. You may have heard that Mirax was killed in the ambush at Alderaan, but it appears her long association with Rogue Squadron allowed her to do the impossible as well, and return from that tragedy to help us deal with the Krytos virus. The New Republic's chief counselor led the assembly in a round of applause for both Clairn and Mirax. The Vratix seemed utterly nonplussed by the demonstration, but Mirax blushed fiercely. She gave Wedge a fearsome stare that he recognized by virtue of having seen it many times before, and he knew what it meant. She's right. It is all my fault that she's being embarrassed by the attention. But I'm glad she's alive to be blushing. As nearly as Kraken and his intelligence people could make out, Arissi had betrayed the Bacta convoy to the Empire for two reasons. The first was to eliminate a lot of Bacta, dashing hopes on Coruscant and driving the price yet higher. The second reason was to get Mirax killed. Since her pulsar skate was one of the ships in the convoy, Mirax recalled Arissi threatening her if Mirax continued her relationship with Corin, and the destruction of the convoy offered Arissi a way to kill her rival for Corin's affections. Given that everyone thought Corin was dead at the time, the act was taken as a reflection of Arissi's vindictive and petty nature. Then again, Isard might have told Arissi of Corin's survival and promised him to her as a reward for her continued loyalty. Wedge shivered at that thought. Luckily for Mirax, the pulsar skate didn't go along with the final convoy jump. Mirax had instead shipped out to Borlaeus, where the captured Alderaan biotics facility was put to use, synthesizing Rilke. The plan had been for it to appear as if Mirax had just stolen a portion of the Bacta going to Coruscant. What smuggler could have resisted taking such a prize? She would have remained out of sight until the production of Rilke could allow the New Republic the freedom to anger the Bacta cartel by announcing their possession of a facility that could produce enough Bacta-like products to break the cartel. The death of the convoy provided an even better cover for her operation, so she remained dead until an opportune moment to reveal the deception. Mon Mothma faced the Holocams one last time. Citizens of the New Republic, the last vestige of the Empire's evil has been rooted out of Coruscant. What was once an empire is now just a collection of bitter people clutching at whatever power they can find to keep themselves apart from those they have hurt. What they do not realize, and the reason they are doomed to failure, is that all power in the galaxy comes from the free and willful investing of power by one person in another, human and non-human, gendered or not, young, old, hale or infirm. We can only give power. We cannot take it. Stolen power evaporates, and when it does, the empires that were built on it and of it collapse, never to rise again. 46. Wedge found it mildly annoying that he was able to resist the generally festive atmosphere of the reception following the awards ceremony. Various guests mixed and mingled with members of the squadron, while holocams made the most of every holo-op. The images would be distributed throughout the New Republic, winning a small measure of the unit's fame for the politicians and other celebrities present. Though he was inclined to view such opportunism with a cynical eye, he didn't condemn it. The rebellion had won. Hundreds and hundreds of worlds flocked to the New Republic's banner. The New Republic fleet was poised to go after Warlord Zinj in a campaign that would strike fear into the hearts of all the other petty warlords in the galaxy. Even Isan Isard had to know her days were numbered, since there was no way the New Republic could let her remain in control of the Bacta supply. With the installation of Fleary Voru as Thyfera's Minister of Trade, Bacta prices had already started to climb, making that situation one that could not be tolerated. The reason the celebration failed to reach him went beyond his sense of mourning for Ayala Wasiri. She had declined to accompany him to the reception, and he understood why. No one saw Dyrek as anything but one more of Iceheart's victims, but Ayala clearly thought she should have been able to spot something, to have known Dyrek was under Iceheart's control. The obvious implication of that thinking was that if she had been more vigilant, she never would have had to shoot him, and the guilt over that act would be one with which she would wrestle for the rest of her life. Ultimately, Wedge's reservations about the celebration came from the past. He remembered well the celebration on Yavin 4 that followed the first Death Star's destruction. Our joy was this transparent, this unguarded. Then we evacuated the base and began running from the Empire. I know it's stupid to associate a victory and a celebration with impending disaster, but Borsk Failya cut through the milling crowd and nodded his head toward Wedge. I wanted to congratulate you, Commander, on a game well played. I beg your pardon? The Bothan tapped claws against the barrel of his Lomanale mug. There was a report concerning Rogue Squadron's intervention at Alderaan. I understand it has been classified as most secret. Indeed it has. Wedge suppressed his desire to smile. It struck me that the information about the situation at Alderaan could have compromised our Rilka operation. I suggested that classifying the report that highly would be a good thing. Borsk Failya's creamy fur rippled up the back of his head. Good for you. No, Counselor. Good for you. Wedge let his voice drop into a low growl. You would have found the report less than satisfactory for your ends, which would have prompted you to try to destroy one of my people. I can assure you that would have caused problems. If you want to play at politics, Antilles, I would welcome you onto my battlefield. I don't want to play at anything, thank you. I didn't join the rebellion to play. Wedge opened a hand and pointed to the various members of the squadron. My job is to make certain my people do their jobs and stay alive. What I do isn't about me or garnering power. It's about people, my people, and the people we defend by going after the Empire. And doubtless you see politics as some dirty enterprise beneath your notice. Wedge arched an eyebrow at him. And you can convince me otherwise? You're intelligent enough, Commander Antilles, to convince yourself I'm right. You already know everything is political. You know, for example, that what you have done for the rebellion has granted you power. Power you might well wish to use to advance your own plans and desires. You have things that will require support to accomplish, and building a coalition of support is political. Wedge's brown eyes narrowed. I had hoped to advance the Vratek's case for joining the New Republic, and I thought Isard's taking of Thyfera would make that job just that much easier. Is Borsk Failya trying to suggest that something so obviously right and necessary might flounder because I'm not going to play his game? Anger began to build in Wedge, but before he could give it vent, he felt the weight of a hand on his right shoulder. His fury drained away as he turned from the Bothan and began to smile. As stars live and die, I didn't think you'd be here, Luke. The tow-headed Jedi Knight enfolded Wedge's hand in a firm grip. Then he pulled Wedge forward into a backslapping hug. I wouldn't have missed it for all the Tabana gas on Bespin. I was a bit late because, quite frankly, the Jedi exhibits your man found in the Galactic Museum are, well, absorbing. I've been chasing all over trying to locate traces of other Jedi. Then it turns out a repository of a lot of stuff is on the planet from which I've been basing my searches. While very little of it deals with training, there is a lot of material that lets me piece together some history. Korn mentioned he'd found quite a haul. He said it was rather macabre. Luke Skywalker nodded solemnly as he stepped back from Wedge. Once the Emperor isolated those rooms, they became his own private playground. As the Jedi in there were hunted down, The Emperor defaced their monuments. There's enough evil there to be palpable, but I think things can be set to rights again. Borsk Thalia came around on Wedge's left side. The council is already discussing an appropriation to allow for the rehabilitation of those exhibits. The Bothan extended his hand to Luke. Councillor Borsk Thalia, at your service. At his own service? Wedge caught a mischievous glint in Luke's eyes, as if the Jedi Knight knew what he was thinking. It is an honor to meet you, Counselor. The efforts of your people in eliminating the second Death Star and in liberating Coruscant speak to the nobility in the Bothan spirit. You are most kind, Jedi Skywalker. Wedge laughed. That's just because you're not a womp rat scurrying down some canyon, Counselor. No chance of his being mistaken for that, Wedge. Ahem. Thank you. Thalia smoothed the fur at the back of his head. Jedi Skywalker, you have made strides in re-establishing the Jedi? Some, though I hope for more. Luke shrugged almost imperceptibly. Progress is seldom measured in great leaps, except when viewed with hindsight. It is much the same with nation-building. So I can imagine. Luke nodded, then turned and extended his hand to the male half of the couple walking up. Tycho, good to see you again, and now out from under suspicion. Tycho shook his hand. Thank you, Luke. I believe you know Winter? The Jedi Knight nodded and offered Winter his hand. My sister's friend and confidant? We are well acquainted. It seems I speak with her more than I do Leia, especially with my sister off on her embassy to Hapes. How are you doing, Winter? Much better, now that Tycho is free. Winter slipped her hand from Luke's and again held Tycho's hand. I understand you are spending most of your time in the museum. True. There's a wealth of material there. Luke looked over at Wedge. I was hoping you'd introduce me to this Corran Horn. Gladly. Wedge looked around, caught Corran's eye, and waved him over. Corran headed in their direction with Mirax on his arm and Clarn Herf following them like a shadow. Luke Skywalker, it is an honor to present to you Lieutenant Corran Horn, Mirax Tarek, and Clarn Herf. This is Luke Skywalker, Jedi Knight and founder of Rogue Squadron. Corran smiled and shook Luke's hand. I'm very pleased to meet you, sir. One of the first things Commander Antilles ever said to me was that I was no Luke Skywalker. You set a very high standard for all of us to shoot for. Not my intention, but I'm not averse to being used as a motivational tool. Luke smiled, then shook Mirax's hand. What you and Clarn Herf have done to save lives here on Coruscant is worthy of much praise and even more thanks. Mirax shrugged. I'm strictly transport, sir. Clarn did the hard work. Luke shot a glance back at Wedge. A Corellian smuggler without an attitude? Wedge shrugged. She's smarter than most. Mirax laughed. No profit in bragging, only working. Indeed. The Jedi held a hand up and brushed it along the Vratix's arm as Clarn touched his face. Our thanks to you for creating Rilka. Verichin is what we are. Our joy is in our success. And your success will make many people very happy. Luke withdrew his arm, forestalling introductions to the rest of the squadron as they crowded around. And for a moment his dark cloak closed around his body. When his hands again emerged from beneath the garment, he extended a slender silver cylinder toward Corran. This belongs to you, I believe. No, sir. I returned it to the museum, and the Jedi credit, too. Corran tapped his breastbone. I borrowed them when escaping from there and returned them when everything calmed down. I know that, Lieutenant Horn. Luke's hand remained halfway between them, with the lightsaber held loosely in his grip. What I mean is that this lightsaber belongs to you. They're often passed down from one family member to another. Corran frowned. I think you're making a mistake here. That lightsaber belonged to a Jedi named Nejah Halcyon. It should go to his family. So it shall. Luke advanced it toward him. Nejah Halcyon was your grandfather. What? Luke's remark, spoken in a low, calm voice, surprised Wedge as much as it seemed to surprise Corran. Corran, you never said anything about your grandfather being a Jedi Knight. He wasn't. My grandfather was Rostek Horn. He worked for the Corellian security force. He wasn't a Jedi. He once partnered with one, liaised with him so Corsac could work with the Jedi on things on Corellia, but that was it. Corran unfastened his tunic at the neck and pulled out the medallion he wore. He unclasped the gold chain and gathered the Jedi medallion in his right hand. The Jedi on this medallion may have been his friend, but he wasn't my grandfather. Luke's voice remained even. Your father was Hal Horn? Yes. And his given name was Valen Horn? Yes, but everyone called him Hal. Corran blinked. You don't think that was a rhyme for part of his name, do you? You think that was short for Halcyon, right? What I think, Corran, is that Nejah Halcyon died in the Clone Wars, and his friend, Rostek Horn, was there to support Nejah's widow and son through the tragedy. Rostek married your grandmother and adopted your father. Luke frowned momentarily. When the Emperor began to hunt down the Jedi and kill them, Rostek Horn, given his position in Corsac, managed to change records so that Nejah's family was hidden from Imperial scrutiny. You and I are alike in that we come from families with a strong Jedi tradition, yet neither of us were aware of our heritage until later. Luke reached out and took Corran's right hand in his left. He pressed the lightsaber into it and closed Corran's fingers around the shaft. You may want to consider finding this lightsaber a coincidence or luck, but there's no such thing. I'll have you know that of the other 24 lightsabers in those rooms, only 3 worked without recharging. And this one had lain in a case far longer than any of the others. You mean my grandfather wasn't my grandfather? Oh, he was very much your grandfather. He accepted the responsibility for directing you and your father into the sort of life that would honor Nejah Halcyon and insulate you from the dark side of the Force. It was a difficult and courageous thing for him to do, and clearly he did it well. Luke smiled. In fact, he did it very well. So well, in fact, I have an offer to make you. For 30 generations, the Jedi Knights safeguarded the galaxy, and the Emperor was only able to succeed in our absence. I am dedicating my life to reestablishing the Jedi Knights. I want you to join me. Come with me. Train and learn with me. Become a Jedi Knight. Wedge felt something hollow open up inside his gut in the wake of the hushed gasps of the rest of the squadron. He instantly recognized the void. I'm jealous. That surprised him for a moment. Then he realized how the emotion had been born. Luke had always been a special friend, but as he had grown into his heritage as a Jedi Knight, distance had formed between them. They still got along well and had a great time in each other's company, but Wedge's inability to understand what it was to be a Jedi also forced them apart. Now, someone who does not know him as well as I do, someone he barely knows at all, is being offered the chance to learn about a side of Luke I can never know. Corran lifted the lightsaber up in front of his face. You want me to become a Jedi Knight?
Yes. Together we can make certain no more emperors can rise up and enslave a galaxy. Everything you were raised to do within Corsac, you will be able to do in the whole of the New Republic. The Empire is but one manifestation of the Force's dark side, and we will stand as a buffer between it and good people everywhere. Mirax hugged Corrin's left arm. A Jedi Knight? This is quite an honor. Corrin shook his head. No. Wedge nodded at him. Oh, it is quite an honor, Corrin. One I envy you. You're not hearing what I'm saying. Corrin's head came up. I realize it's an honor to be asked to train and become a Jedi Knight. Believe me, I do. But my answer is no. Borsk Thalia's jaw dropped open. No? No. Corrin frowned. I have things I have to do. Arissi and Iceheart have crimes to pay for. Luke's cloak closed around him, and his face became impassive. Beware revenge, Corrin. Such black emotions open the way to the dark side of the Force. This isn't about revenge. Corrin shook his head, and pain washed over his face. It's about obligations I have to people. People who helped me. Other prisoners were on the Lusankia when it blasted out of here. I promised them I'd come back for them. Well, we know where they are. Thyfera. It's time we go get them. Wedge nodded. We clearly cannot leave Isan Isard and Fleary Voru in charge of the galaxy's Bacta supply. We're producing Rilka now, and might be able to produce some Bacta later, but that'll never be enough. We're going to have to go after Iceheart, and I'd prefer it to be sooner rather than later. Borsk Thalia's fur rippled. But in fact, Commander Antilles, your quest will never take place. What? The Bothan clasped his hands together at his waist. The Provisional Council will never sanction an operation against Thyfera. We have your orders to join the Mon Ramonda and head out after Warlord Zinj. Those orders were issued before Iceheart escaped with Arissi and Fleary Voru. It was before she took Thyfera. We can't be expected to follow those orders. Wedge stared disbelieving at the Bothan counselor. That's not right. Oh, it is quite right, Commander. Remember, the people of Thyfera overthrew their own government and installed Isan Isard as their leader. This makes the revolution there nothing more than a case of internal political maneuvering. A cold chill ran down Wedge's spine. And the Provisional Council cannot allow itself or its agents to interfere in the internal politics of a world, because that would frighten off potential member states from joining the New Republic. It might even convince some others to leave and break the New Republic apart. Borsk Thalia glanced at Corrin Horn. You might as well accept the Jedi's offer, because your unit can do nothing on Thyfera. Rogue Squadron has other duties now. Corrin arched an eyebrow at the Bothan. Okay. I quit. The fur on the back of Thalia's neck rose like a rocket. You cannot. Antilles, talk sense into him. Wedge snorted. I've heard sense, and it's coming from him. Thalia's tone of voice had told Wedge there was no way he could advance the Vratix case before the Council. The Vratix were the backbone of the Ashern, the native independence movement on Thyfera and Isard's only opposition. His proposing that the Provisional Council back the Vratix and their claims to self-determination would meet with equal enthusiasm as any other idea about interfering with Thyferan internal politics. I promised Clarn I'd do what I could for its people, but the New Republic is preventing me from keeping that promise. Wedge rubbed a hand along his jaw. I joined this rebellion to fight the Empire's tyranny. Just because we have Coruscant doesn't mean it's ended. The New Republic might not be able to strike at Thyfera, but there are rebels around who can. He smiled. I quit too.
Borsk Failure turned to his left. It would appear, Captain Selchu, that Rogue Squadron is now your command. I don't think so. Tycho shook his head. It's been a long time since I've been a civilian. I'm out as well. Korin's Gand wingman rested a hand on Korin's shoulder. Ural resigns. Nawara and I are out. Risadi Enir chimed in. Gavin smiled. I quit too. Errol Nunb, Iniri Forge, and Riv Shiel all nodded in agreement. We're out. Asser Salar slipped in under Gavin's arm. I resign. Borsk Failure stiffened. You're a Bothan. You cannot. I'm a rogue. It is done. The Bothan counselor snarled. You can't do this. You have no ships. Begging your pardon, counselor, but I never signed my X-Wing over to the rebellion. I have a ship. Very well for you, Lieutenant Horn, but no one else does. Borsk Failure's amethyst eyes burned with fury. The rest of you have no resources for getting ships. One X-Wing and some broken-down tramp freighter will take on a super star destroyer? Mirax shot him a nasty glance. The skate isn't broken down. They need ships. I can find them. And pay for them with what? Tycho smiled. As I recall, the New Republic made a great deal of noise about a number of bank accounts belonging to me with a significant amount of credits in them. That money was supplied by Isard to frame you. So much the better to use it against her, wouldn't you say? This is insanity. You cannot do this. Borsk Failure raked his fur back down into place. Jedi Skywalker, convince them of their folly. They will fail if they try. As my master told me, there is no try. One can only do or do not. Luke nodded solemnly. It seems, Wedge, those are your choices. No choice at all, Luke. Wedge smiled broadly. We were Rogue Squadron. We do. End of Star Wars X-Wing, Books 1 through 3 by